Eventually, 2 officers located Greta at home. In a state of hysteria, she told them that she had only bumped Usland but had been afraid to stop because of the heavy traffic on Sunset and the lateness of the hour. Once home, she explained, she took a couple of drinks in an effort to calm herself. On May 6, Assistant City Attorney Donald M. Redwine conducted a hearing into the accident. After visiting the crash site, he determined that there was insufficient evidence to issue a hit-and-run complaint against Greta. Meanwhile, Mrs. Usland, a passenger in the car at the time of the accident, filed a civil suit against the Pecks in Los Angeles Superior Court, claiming that she had experienced internal bleeding, contusions, and abrasions as a result of the crash. There is, of course, no way of knowing what really happened that night. L.M. Long, one of the police officers assigned to the case, testified at the hearing that Mrs. Peck told him she had been drinking prior to the accident, a charge she denied. But several of her acquaintances would tell this author that she had a problem with alcohol. The drinks she took at home might have been designed to mask her inebriation while driving. Of the unfortunate events that spring, the most enduring in impact for Greg was the leg injury. Fox, eager to begin work on Yellow Sky, put considerable pressure on his physician to free him for filming. Bowing to studio pressure, the doctor okayed Greg's return to work. Consequently, the leg failed to heal properly. Ever since, the actor has suffered from a weak left ankle. Whenever he's been required to do something strenuous involving his legs, he's had to support the left limb and wear heavy-soled rubber shoes. Far more conventional than the overblown. Operatic Duel in the Sun, Yellow Sky was something of a cross between an old-fashioned shoot-'em-up and a morality tale for Le Treasure of the Sierra Madre, John Huston's Paean to Greed in the contemporary West. Peck played Stretch, the leader of an 1870s outlaw gang that stumbles upon a desert ghost town, Yellow Sky, Arizona, inhabited only by an old prospector and his attractive but tomboy-like granddaughter, Mike. The outlaws decide to steal the old man's gold, but as Stretch falls in love with Mike, he comes to side with her and the old man. That, of course, leads to a showdown between him and his former comrades, notably the troublemaking Dude, played by Richard Widmark. The Minnesota-born actor had made his film debut the previous year as the sadistic killer in Kiss of Death. Based on a story by W.R. Burnett, Yellow Sky reunited Zanuck with producer-screenwriter Lamar Trotty and director William Wellman, who had worked together on the 1943 adaptation of Walter Van Tilburg Clark's The Oxbow Incident. Zanuck was enthusiastic about the project, believing that it had the potential to be another Stagecoach, the 1939 John Ford classic that the mogul revered. He urged Trotty to keep deepening the characters. The payoff is not in the plot, he noted, it is in the people. For Peck, who had pored over the novels of Zane Grey as a child, the opportunity to work in a traditional Western was like a small boy's dream true. Anne Baxter, cast as the tomboyish Mike, was somewhat less enchanted. During filming, she joked that someone got me mixed up with somebody else. I'm a homebody, not a female wrestler. The granddaughter of architect Frank Lloyd Wright was 7 years younger than Peck, but had appeared in more than double the films since her debut in 20 Mule Team in 1940. One of them, The Razor's Edge, had earned her a Best Supporting Actress Oscar in 1946. Baxter's reference to female wrestler pertained to a scene early in the film in which Mike rebuffs Stretch's romantic advances by tussling him to the ground. Wellman would later tell interviewer Frank T. Thompson that Baxter didn't like Peck. The director didn't explain why, and both he and the actress are now deceased, and that this scene gave her a chance to vent her feelings. Wellman warned Greg, when you start that fight, you better look out for yourself and wear something over your balls, because she'll destroy you. The 52-year-old director, known as Wild Bill, was a rugged character who had served in the French Foreign Legion and the Lafayette Escadrille during World War I. A former stunt pilot, he directed the silent classic Wings, winner of the first Academy Award for Best Picture, as well as The Public Enemy, A Star is Born, Beau Geste, and numerous other well-regarded pictures. The man lived up to his nickname during the making of Yellow Sky. Said Peck, he yelled and he swore and chewed tobacco, and he was tougher than any of the actors. He just kind of rallied the whole crew and cast to make a film in his way, his style, to reflect his feeling about the story and the characters. Yellow Sky was shot in part in Death Valley and in the desert around Lone Pine, California, where the ghost town set was constructed. The company endured sandstorms, temperatures in excess of 120 degrees, and even scorpions and tarantulas, but Wild Bill remained undisturbed. He got the realism he was after for the picture. While the Western was in production, Peck continued to read plays, explore casting options, and otherwise help ready the La Jolla Playhouse for its second season, which opened in early July. Once again, the fair reflected the popular stock repertoire of the day. For a bit of balance, Tennessee Williams' The Glass Menagerie was featured that season as well. Peck, Ferrer, and McGuire attracted an array of distinguished film actors, including Richard Basehart, Anne Harding, Eve Arden, Wendell Corey, June Lockhart, and Leon Ames. But problems did arise. For starters, Van Heflin, who had been booked to star in Berkeley Square, had to bow out at the last minute because MGM placed him on call for a film, even though he'd already memorized his lines for the play and his costumes had been constructed. Berkeley Square was replaced by Rope, starring Roland Culver, Hurd Hatfield, and John Ireland. And Selznick created difficulties. After agreeing to Jennifer Jones's appearance in a play called Serena Blandish, he insisted that she be surrounded by a first-rate supporting cast, including Louis Jourdan, Constance Collier, Mildred Natwick, and Reginald Owen. Because Collier and Owen were not Americans, and the Stage Actors Union, Actors Equity, didn't allow aliens to appear in summer stock productions, Serena Blandish had to be upgraded to a higher production level, which doubled the cost of salaries. Selznick also had Jones' wardrobe designed by celebrated couturiers Charles James, Mayne Bocher, and Christian Dior. Peck had to contend with such problems from afar, as Yellow Sky remained in production throughout the summer. But he journeyed to La Jolla twice a week for the opening and closing of each show. In late August, he got time off from the Western to rehearse and perform in the 9th production of the year and the season closer, The Male Animal by James Thurber and Elliot Nugent, the comedy that he had done in stock in 1941. This time, he had the lead, Thomas Turner, the university professor whose marriage and job are thrown into jeopardy during a football weekend. The general consensus was that he acquitted himself better than he had as the psychotic husband in Angel Street. The production was so popular, its run was extended for an extra 4 performances. After ending in the red the previous season, the La Jolla Playhouse closed its second year of operation with a slight profit, about $2,000, according to Mel Ferrer. On average, the company operated at 89.5% capacity, selling a total of 30,552 tickets for 70 performances, about 40% of which were purchased on a subscription basis. These were impressive statistics for a 2-year-old venture. Back in Los Angeles, Peck resumed work on Yellow Sky, which wrapped in September. He also managed to squeeze in 2 more radio appearances. The second, an adaptation of Gentleman's Agreement for the Lux Radio Theater, featured his co-star in the Western, Ann Baxter. Bosley Crowther spoke for the majority of his colleagues, writing, "It doesn't take too much experience at spotting the points in Western films to see that you're in on a good one at the start of the Roxy's Yellow Sky. The guns blaze, fists fly, and passions tangle in the best realistic Western style." Peck was acceptable as the outlaw leader, but the role was better suited to the talents of Alan Ladd or even Humphrey Bogart. The picture didn't eclipse Stagecoach, but it grossed a very satisfactory $2.8 million at the box office. By the time Yellow Sky debuted, Peck had completed his 3rd film for MGM. Arguably, the principal distinguishing feature of The Great Sinner is that it marked the first of 3 pairings between Peck and Ava Gardner. The beautiful North Carolina-born brunette, 5.5 years younger than Grade, had made her film debut 2 years earlier than he, but didn't become a star until 1946, when she was teamed with newcomer Burt Lancaster in The Killers, a noirish adaptation of the short story by Ernest Hemingway. She had since played a goddess come to life in One Touch of Venus. In The Great Sinner, she would portray Pauline Ostrovsky, the cool but vulnerable daughter of a Russian general who unwittingly lures Fedja, the earnest young writer played by Peck, into a ruinous addiction to gambling. The picture was set in a popular health resort, Wiesbaden, Germany, in the 1860s. Unacknowledged in the screen credits, The Great Sinner was based, in part, on a short 1886 novel by Fyodor Dostoevsky called The Gambler. Elements were borrowed as well from the author's Crime and Punishment, also published in 1886, and from Dostoevsky's own life. As The Gambler was unavailable for use as a title, it had been registered by another studio. MGM drew inspiration from something Dostoevsky once said. In the late 1880s, he conceived a multi-novel cycle based on his own youthful experiences, which he called The Life of a Great Sinner. Despite its literary origins, Peck wasn't fond of the title. He considered it pompous. To direct the project, L.B. Mayer borrowed Robert Siodmak from Universal. The son of a Leipzig banker, Siodmak was born in Tennessee but grew up in Germany, the setting of The Great Sinner. More important, he had recently distinguished himself with several dark psychological dramas, including The Killers. From the outset, Siodmak wasn't happy with the script for The Great Sinner, which was far too long. If shot entirely, he warned the film's producer, Gottfried Reinhardt, before principal photography began, the result would run 6 hours. Reinhardt, son of Peck's old Broadway director, Max Reinhardt, insisted that Siodmak shoot every scene. The weight of the material, compounded by the director's meticulous attention to period detail, added up to a tedious shoot. Siodmak's personality didn't help matters. He was a hyperthyroid type in the first place, Peck recalled, jittery and nervous, and now he had the responsibility for this very heavy picture on his shoulders. When the pressure got too much for him, the director positioned himself on a camera crane and ordered the operator to take him up. High above the set, he gathered his thoughts, while down below, Peck and Ava Gardner looked at one another, grinned, and said, "There he goes again." As filming progressed, a friendship ripened between the two stars. Not only did they share somewhat similar backgrounds, coming from small, middle-class communities where everyone knew everyone else, Greg admired Ava's independent, unspoiled personality. As the film's cinematographer, George Folsey, put it, she behaved like the farm girl she was, without any pretense. Where the stars differed was in their ambition. Greg took his profession seriously and worked hard at it, studying each role and relevant research material at home in the evenings. Ava, who was signed by MGM with no acting training whatsoever, treated her career differently, with little regard for her own talent. Peck tried to give her confidence, saying, "Come on, for Christ's sake, you can act as well as anybody out here. You just have to let go and stop talking in that breathy little voice." He even coached her a bit behind Siodmak's back. "I wanted her to be good," he said, "to be her best." Peck also enjoyed 2 of the film's supporting actors. Ethel Barrymore, with whom he'd worked in The Paradigm Case, played Ava's grandmother. She and Greg typically spent their time comparing notes about baseball and boxing. Walter Huston played her son in the film. Peck had shared virtually no scenes with him in Duel in the Sun, so The Great Sinner gave him a chance to get to know the star of Dodsworth, one of his favorite pictures. He found Huston to be a warm, lovable character, but also an unrepentant ham who was not above gently steering him by the arm during their 2 shots in order to hog the camera. Once Peck asked Huston, a little sheepishly, the secret of being a great actor. He never forgot the old man's reply, "Son, always give 'em a good show and travel first class." With a $2 million budget, at the time a lavish sum for a black-and-white picture, The Great Sinner was definitely first class. It boasted an outstanding cast, which, in addition to Peck, Gardner, Barrymore, and Huston, included Melvyn Douglas, Frank Morgan, and Agnes Moorehead. And its extravagant sets and costumes offered a wonderful evocation of a posh 19th century European spa. But was it a good show? When principal photography concluded in December, that remained to be seen. The first cut was 8 hours long. Peck viewed the result on January 28, 1949, and offered Reinhardt a detailed reaction, first in a meeting held immediately after the screening, and then in a 5-page typed letter the following day. His criticisms show how far he'd extended his grasp of filmmaking since his arrival in Hollywood 5 years earlier, as well as his impressive ability to articulate his ideas. For starters, he told Reinhardt that the function of Fedge's voiceover narration used throughout the story had changed significantly from screenplay to rough cut. What had once been useful, he felt, had now taken on the flavor of a lecture tour by a sightseeing guide. He cited, by way of example, the fact that Fedge describes in voiceover people and places that are shown on the screen. The result, he asserted, might bore the audience. "I do not think," he wrote, "that we can win them by oversimplification and over-clarification in the typical MGM manner." He then addressed a few specific cuts and the use of shots in the gambling sequences. Finally, he noted that the picture as a whole was confusing, adding, "It had a certain excitement and color, but no dramatic focus." Dori Shari, MGM's new production chief, agreed. In an effort to bolster the love story, he called for reshoots that Siadmak refused to undertake. The director would later assert that Mervyn LeRoy replaced him, but according to Deborah Lazarov-Albee, author of a study of Siadmak's career, a studio contract director, probably Jack Conway, was given the assignment. A preview of the picture was held in Santa Monica at the beginning of April. Afterward, Peck wrote Reinhardt a letter noting the differences between the plot of the shooting script and that of the movie he had just seen. He asserted, "I think that the film is so far from being right now and so sick that the only way you will save it is to go back to scratch and cut it exactly according to the script, with all of the sequences in and all in their proper place." Eventually, Shari ordered that some of Peck's suggested cuts and changes be made over Reinhardt's opposition, an amazing testament to the actor's tenacity or box office clout, or both. The picture was again previewed, this time in Pasadena. Although Reinhardt was unhappy with the alterations and wanted to tinker further, Greg felt better about the result, as did Shari, and no additional changes were made. However, nothing could have truly saved The Great Sinner. When it opened at the Loews State Theater in New York 3 days after Peck's final letter to Reinhardt, Bosley Crowther of the New York Times called it a dreary picture. To which Newsweek added, "Despite its impressive cast, this long and ponderous tale is too drearily artificial in concept to meet any of its pretensions of being either entertainment or moral drama." The supporting players drew generally praiseworthy notices, but Peck and Gardner were less well received. Although Greg looked dashing and he and Ava were well matched, he was unable to genuinely portray the writer's terrible addiction to gambling. This reflected his inability to let go in deeply emotional moments. The Great Sinner performed moderately well at the box office, as MGM's costume dramas usually did, but it was a disappointment to the studio, then celebrating its silver anniversary. Having used up its 3-picture commitment from Peck, Metro parted company with the actor. As Peck's next picture, Fox's 12 O'Clock High, wouldn't start until the spring, he was free at the outset of the new year to take a small role in a touring production of What Price Glory? Written by Maxwell Anderson and Lawrence Stallings, the 1924 play focused on a group of Marines during World War I. The organizing force behind the tour was director John Ford, who earmarked the profits for one of his pet projects, the Purple Heart Recreation Center. Although Ford cast the play, he wasn't a theater director. He hired Ralph Murphy to stage the production. The principal roles were played by Ward Bond, one of Ford's favorite actors, and Pat O'Brien. Maureen O'Hara, John Wayne, and Harry Carey Jr., all members of the director's stock company, were also involved, as was Oliver Hardy of Laurel and Hardy, and Albert Morin, a member of the original Broadway cast. According to Carey, Peck signed up even though his role was small, out of his respect for John Ford. It is interesting to imagine the shy, somewhat introverted, and politically liberal Peck on tour with John Wayne, his virtual opposite in every respect. "Well, they got along fine," Carey recalled. "I don't think they became close friends or anything, because they were so far apart politically. I know they laughed and joked together and would have a drink together when we were out on the road. Peck and Carey did become friends. I found him to be a great companion," the character actor recalled. "We used to love to drink together." The company played Los Angeles, Long Beach, Pasadena, San Jose, Oakland, and San Francisco. According to Carey, the tour was a success, but none of the money reached its intended charitable goal. The company manager stole all the proceeds. Ironically, while Peck was touring with political conservatives John Wayne and Ward Bond, liberals, including him, were coming under fire back home. In September 1947, the House Un-American Activities Committee announced its plan to hold hearings to determine the extent to which the motion picture industry had been infiltrated by communists and communist sympathizers. To protest, liberal members of the Hollywood community, including Peck, formed an organization called the Committee for the First Amendment. Founding members included actors Humphrey Bogart, Lauren Bacall, and Danny Kaye, directors John Huston and William Wyler, and screenwriter Philip Dunn. During the course of Huck's hearings, which opened in October, 11 subpoenaed witnesses refused to divulge their political affiliations and were cited for contempt of Congress. One of the 11, German playwright Bertolt Brecht, fled the country. The others, known as the Hollywood 10, were tried and convicted in spring 1948. These events formed the cornerstones of one of the motion picture industry's darkest periods. As hundreds of actors, writers, and directors identified as communists or communist sympathizers, often without proof, found themselves unable to work anywhere in the U.S. entertainment industry. Those who were named were forced to name others, compounding the list of blacklisted personnel and casting an aura of paranoia over Hollywood. For the most part, stars of Peck's stature were exempt from persecution. They were too valuable to the studio power brokers to lose their livelihoods. But the threat of such an eventuality was ever present, as Greg discovered. His problem started in 1948 with the publication of a book called Treason in Hollywood, in which the author, Myron C. Fagan, named him as a communist sympathizer. Fagan also cited Frederick March, March's wife, Florence Eldridge, Eddie Cantor, and Edward G. Robinson. A few days after the book's publication, Peck publicly denied the allegations, saying that he didn't believe in communism and that he had never been a member of the Communist Party. He also warned, "There is more than one way to lose your liberty. It can be torn out of your hands by a tyrant, but it can also slip away day by day while you're too busy to notice and too confused or too scared." Despite the denials, he was investigated by the California legislature's equivalent to HUC, the Joint Fact-Finding Committee on Un-American Activities. The committee determined that he had been associated with 6 Communist Front organizations, including the Progressive Citizens of America, the Actors Laboratory Theater, and the China Conference Arrangements Committee. Preparatory to subpoenaing Greg before the committee, its chairman, State Senator Hugh Burns, invited the actor to meet with him informally at the committee's offices in downtown Los Angeles, and Peck accepted. During the meeting, the actor strongly asserted that he had never been a communist and that his involvement with the cited organizations had been for idealistic or humanitarian or theatrical purposes and ideals. Burns accepted Peck's explanation. "I was not dragged on the carpet," the actor recalled. "I was not put under oath. I was not accused of anything. I was not asked to name any of the other people. Because as a matter of fact, it would have been pointless anyway, because they were all on the letterheads of these groups." He did so well, in fact, that in its next bulletin, the committee praised him for his cooperation. He'd managed to escape a potential disaster, and in April 1948, he eagerly returned to work. Of Peck's first 11 features, only the first, Days of Glory, hadn't begun as a novel or short story, an indication of the extent to which Hollywood drew from previously published material in the 40s. His 12th film continued the tradition. Published by Harper and Brothers in April 1948, 12 O'Clock High told in fictional terms the story of Colonel Frank A. Armstrong, Jr. In January 1943, after leading several precision bombing missions over Nazi-occupied Europe, Armstrong, then a major general, was ordered to take command of another bomb group, the 306th, which badly needed shaping up. He did an exemplary job, but drove himself so hard in the process, he suffered a nervous breakdown. Sib Bartlett, a major in the U.S. Army Air Corps during World War II and a friend of Armstrong, wrote the novel with Byrne Lay Jr., who'd also been a bomb group commander during the war. The title derived from the tendency of the German fighter planes to attack American bombers where they were most vulnerable, head-on, or 12 o'clock high in Air Corps parlance. At the urging of producer Louis D. Bud Lighton, Fox purchased the screen rights to the novel for $100,000. Lighton then hired Bartlett and Lay to write the screenplay. It didn't come easily. After 3 drafts, the story still hadn't gelled, as Zanuck discovered when he submitted the project to 6 major directors and several actors, including Peck, and they all turned it down. The principal problem, they said, was the subject's familiarity. In particular, it was likened to a hit Broadway play, Command Decision, which MGM had turned into a successful 1948 film starring Clark Gable, Walter Pidgeon, and Van Johnson. For 9 months, 12 O'Clock High sat on the shelves. Then Zanuck took the drafts with him on a vacation to Sun Valley. Poring over the material, he realized that the deterioration of the Armstrong character, called Frank Savage, was getting lost in a more generalized story of an American bomb group. Thereafter, Lay and Bartlett cut out extraneous scenes and characters, including the only female, Savage's love interest, and a fresh human drama emerged. Eventually, Zanuck fired Lighton and took over the project himself. He then offered it to one of his favorite contract directors, Henry King. The Virginia-born former actor, then 61 years old and celebrating his 34th anniversary as a director, had done dozens of features, including Stanley and Livingston, A Yank in the RAE, The Song of Bernadette, and Zanuck's personal favorite, Wilson. King felt a particular kinship with a story about aerial combat. He'd been an aviator with his own plane since 1918 and was also a licensed commercial pilot. Peck liked the revised script, but he was concerned about his ability to portray an Air Corps officer. King reassured him on that score. Said the director, "You'll be so surrounded by military people who'll be giving us advice that you'll find yourself thinking like a military man." Peck agreed to play the role. The military people to whom King alluded came as part of the assistance that Zanuck secured from the Pentagon. In fact, two of the picture's technical advisors, Colonel John H. DeRussy and Major Johnny McKee, had been members of Frank Armstrong's bomb group. Furthermore, Air Force Chief of Staff Hoyt Vandenberg helped locate a dozen then outmoded B-17 bombers for use in the filming. But King and Zanuck needed to find an airfield that could pass for a World War II installation in Britain. After scouting various alternatives, the director determined that Fort Walton, Florida, the home of Elgin Air Force Base, could reasonably serve, as long as cinematographer Leon Shamroy avoided the local pine trees. Ozark Field, an inactive Army air base near Dothan, Alabama, about 95 miles from Elgin, was ideal for the film's opening and closing sequences, set in 1949 when the base lay in ruins. Vandenberg granted permission for the use of these facilities. In return for his cooperation, Fox had to agree to several changes in the script. The most significant was the depiction of Savage's mental breakdown. Instead of an hysterical outburst, as written, Vandenberg wanted a much more subdued approach. Zanuck acquiesced. In the new version, Savage would simply be overwhelmed by fatigue. Of the 9 weeks of principal photography, roughly 4 were spent at Elgin, where the production company constructed Nissen and Quonset huts, as well as a hospital, briefing room, and interrogation room. The topography of Fort Walton may have allowed it to pass for England, but the weather was in no way comparable. Despite the tropical climate, Peck and his fellow actors were decked out in heavy flying suits with fur-lined boots and jackets. Sweating under the hot Florida sun may have caused Peck to develop an eye infection. In any event, he had to be hospitalized upon his return to Los Angeles. Since he was in almost every scene in the picture, filming was held up for 5 days while he recovered. As principal photography progressed, Peck and Henry King developed a high regard for one another. The director came to admire the hard work and preparation that Greg lavished on his role. He also found the actor a very pleasant person to be with. For his part, Peck considered making a picture with Henry great fun because the director was so enthusiastic about his work. Moreover, he felt they meshed. Once in a while, the actor explained, King would have an idea I did not agree with about interpretation, movement, or business, and I would suggest a change. We would talk it over, and he would very often give me my way without any rancor or any sense of my being a meddlesome actor. The other side of the coin is that very often he would contribute things that had never occurred to me. Valuable observations, insights into character or behavior, so it was give and take, and it always worked. In time, they became extremely close. Said Peck, "We were somewhere between father and son, big brother and little brother. We never seemed to run out of things to talk about." Over the next decade, they would collaborate on 5 additional films, more than Peck would undertake with any other director. None turned out better than 12 O'Clock High, which premiered on January 26, 1950, at the Roxy Theater in New York. When the film began its regular run the next day, every facet of the production drew applause from virtually every quarter. 20th Century Fox has made one of the great and heroic dramas of the war, raved Q. The New York Times' Bosley Crowther wrote that no Hollywood Air Force movie could compare with 12 O'Clock High's rugged realism and punch, and Variety dubbed it a top-flight drama polished and performed to the nth degree. Several supporting players, notably Dean Jagger as Savage's adjutant and Gary Merrill as the general's predecessor, drew raves. But no one received stronger notices than Peck, who deserved them. In his depiction of the spit and polish officer who grows dangerously attached to his men, he built upon his work as Phil Green in Gentleman's Agreement, rendering the clearest evocation yet of an intelligent, methodical man of principle willing to go to virtually any length for a cause in which he believes. A month after the premiere, on February 20, Peck graced the cover of Life magazine, sporting his airman's outfit from the film. Subsequently, he was named Best Actor by the New York Film Critics and Best Foreign Actor at the Paris Film Festival. And he earned yet another Academy Award nomination, his fourth in 5 years. Unlike with the previous occasions, he thought that this time he might win. The picture was also nominated, but lost to All the King's Men, a fictionalized account of the rise and fall of Louisiana politician Huey Long. The star of that film, Broderick Crawford, also took home the statuette for Best Actor. However, Dean Jagger won for Supporting Actor, and Fox earned the award for sound recording. Despite competition from a string of World War II films, including Battleground, The Sands of Iwo Jima, and Command Decision, 12 O'Clock High performed well at the box office, ending the year as the 10th highest-grossing film with revenues of $3.2 million. 12 O'Clock High wrapped in late June, just in time for the start of the La Jolla Playhouse's third season. Although some of the plays, Here Today, Art, and Mrs. Bottle, remained as forgettable by modern standards as those of the previous years, the company also included more classics, notably Oscar Wilde's The Importance of Being Earnest, which starred Dorothy McGuire, Jane Wyatt, Mildred Natwick, Hurd Hatfield, and Mel Ferrer. Richard Basehart in Shaw's Arms and the Man, and the season opener, Noel Coward's Blithe Spirit, with Natwick, Tamara Jeva, Jacqueline DeWitt, and John Emery, a replacement for Randolph Scott, who had to bow out. In late July, Peck starred with Gene Parker and Benja Venuto in Moss Hart's Light Up the Sky. The saga of a theater company's pre-Broadway tryout in Boston, the comedy was brand new, having opened in New York the previous November. Peck, as the play's writer, Peter Sloan, assumed the role created on Broadway by a fellow Cal Little Theater alumnus, Barry Nelson. Inspired perhaps by 12 O'Clock High, the company closed the season with Command Decision by William Wister Haynes. Although the producers and their stars took the production seriously, this was, after all, stock, and occasionally a bit of sophomoric humor got the better of them. On the final night of Command Decision, Peck and Ferrer decided to take the roles of a couple of flyers who appear at the end of the final act. Instead of donning Air Corps uniforms, however, Mel decked himself out in a polar bear costume, and Greg chose a gorilla suit. Everybody broke up and forgot their lines, Ferrer recalled. The audience became hysterical. Such was the continuing success of the La Jolla Playhouse that, after the 1949 season, Peck, Ferrer, and McGuire began looking for ways to expand their horizons. They produced Kaufman and Hart's urbane comedy, The Man Who Came to Dinner, as a 1-hour radio drama for CBS. Airing on Christmas Day, it was hosted by Henry Fonda and John Garfield, and starred Jack Benny as Sheridan Whiteside, with Charles Boyer, Gene Kelly, and Rosalind Russell in featured roles. Peck was Bert Jefferson, the earnest reporter who falls in love with Whiteside's secretary, Maggie, played by Dorothy McGuire. That fall, Greg, Dorothy, and Mel also staged a production in Los Angeles of Jean Anouilh's Eurydice, with a new translation by Ferrer. Although the production was not a success, the producers were determined to create a permanent Los Angeles version of their La Jolla company. Virtually all of the participants in The Man Who Came to Dinner were part of the new venture, which was appropriately dubbed the Actors Company. Having elicited financial support from the heads of several film studios, they formed a partnership with architect William Pereira and several real estate people to construct a home of their own, one that would include a movie house as well as a legitimate theater. Producing plays wasn't the limit of their ambitions. They also planned to air more radio dramas and explored with RCA the creation of spoken-word record albums. The first was to feature company members reading love letters by famous historical figures. With the rising popularity of television, they investigated the creation of an anthology drama series, and movie producer Jerry Wald even tried to launch a feature film venture between the Actors Company and RKO. None of these grand notions came to fruition. In fact, by 1951, the company had produced nothing beyond The Man Who Came to Dinner. Finally, the three producers realized that the original impetus, staging plays in their own backyard, was not going to work. Far from a wealthy summer resort community like La Jolla, Los Angeles was a notoriously bad theater town. The audience to support what they had in mind simply wasn't there. Around 1951, they gave up. By the fall of 1949, Peck's contract with Fox had expired, the studio having been unable to schedule a fourth film with him during the specified time frame. Thus, when Zanuck found a Western to follow Yellow Sky, he arranged to borrow Greg from Selznick. Gary Fishgall. Curiously, The Gunfighter, one of the best Westerns of all time, was inspired by a boxer. One evening, writer William Bowers was dining at Jack Dempsey's restaurant in New York when the former heavyweight champ mentioned that men were always trying to pick a fight with him simply because of his success in the ring. With the help of director and sometime writer Andre de Toth, Bowers turned Dempsey's remark into a story about a gunslinger whose reputation made him the target of a local braggart in every town he visited. Bowers and William Sellers then turned the story into a 94-page screenplay called The Big Gun. Bowers initially took the screenplay to John Wayne, who turned it down. He then showed it to Fox screenwriter-producer Nunnally Johnson, who convinced Zanuck to buy it. Johnson, who would produce the film, worked with the writers, without credit, to flesh out the screenplay, as 94 pages was too short for a feature. The result was a near-flawless character study of a once cocky, quick-draw artist who has grown weary of his notoriety. Loosely based on a real Texas desperado, Jimmy Ringo yearns to settle down with his wife, who has carved out a life on her own with their young son. The gunfighter's poignant story is played out against a West that's grown civilized, where there's little room for a gunman who attracts trouble despite himself. The first time Peck read the screenplay, he knew that it had the makings of a fine picture, providing that Henry King directed. All hands set out to make a distinctive Western. Instead of the usual genre actors, they sought fresh faces for the supporting roles, two of which went to Peck's old Sons and Soldiers co-stars, Carl Malden and Millard Mitchell. Helen Westcott was cast as Ringo's wife, and Richard Jackal as a punk kid who challenges the gunfighter at the outset of the picture. After looking at old photos of gunfighters and lawmen, King encouraged Peck to grow a mustache and have his hair cut as if an amateur had trimmed it, using a soup bowl. And he dressed the stars simply, in a hat with a short brim and low crown, a plain cloth jacket, and tall boots with his baggy pants tucked in the tops. He and Peck also gave Ringo a distinctive way of reaching for his gun. Greg used his left hand and a crossover draw. About 2 weeks into filming, Fox president Spiros Skouras saw the first rushes for the Western and became apoplectic at the star's down-home appearance. He demanded to know how much it would cost to reshoot all of Peck's scenes with the actor clean-shaven. The actual price was $150,000, but Peck and King convinced the company manager to double that figure. Skouras had no choice but to allow the shoot to proceed. But he never let Peck forget the error. Every time he saw the star, he would say, "Gregory, you cost me $1 million with that goddamn mustache." As filmmaking goes, The Gunfighter was smooth and uneventful. "We just worked away at it for about 10 or 11 or 12 weeks, Peck recalled, and it all came out on the screen just about the way it was on paper, airtight. The critics recognized the Western's distinctive quality immediately. When it opened at the Roxy Theater in New York on June 23, 1950, adjectives like extremely convincing, arresting and quite exciting, and relentless and intense permeated the reviews. But the public failed to respond to the picture. It made a profit, thanks primarily to diehard fans of the genre, but it didn't equal the earnings of Yellow Sky. Its mediocre performance was generally blamed on the film's downbeat ending and Peck's deglamorized appearance. Still, the star was so believable in the title role, he could have spent the rest of career making shoot-'em-ups had he wanted to. His agent even said to him, "You found the archetype. Stay with it, and you'll be another John Wayne." But Greg wanted variety, so he refused most of the offers that followed. Among them was High Noon, which would earn an Oscar for Gary Cooper in 1952. Greg conceded that he might have made a mistake with that one. The Gunfighter was the last feature that Peck completed during the 1940s. It had been a remarkable decade for Hollywood. During the war years, millions of Americans, 2/3 of the population, according to some estimates, went to the movies every week to escape, albeit briefly, the hardships and tribulations of daily life. In 1946, the first full year of peace, box office receipts reached an all-time high. But as the decade waned, a series of events combined to signal the beginning of the end of the studio system. For starters, movie attendance dropped dramatically as veterans returned to their spouses or married. The baby boom, the dramatic rise in new home construction, the increased enrollments in colleges and vocational training programs, thanks to the GI Bill, all signaled that Americans were intent upon improving their daily lives, not escaping from them. The advent of television, still in its infancy at the end of the 40s, would soon give families another reason to stay home. Changes within the industry were occurring as well. Still reeling from the strike of 1945 and the blacklist, the moguls learned in 1948 that they would need to sell either their studios or their chains of movie theaters, as the Supreme Court had determined that ownership of both constituted restraint of trade. This was a bitter blow. MGM, Warner's, Paramount, and others drew about 70% of their annual revenues from their own theater chains, which served as ready outlets for their pictures, good or bad. Moreover, creative personnel, directors, writers, actors, were becoming less inclined to toil under long-term contracts. Many were following the likes of Casey Robinson and Alfred Hitchcock, forming their own production companies, developing their own properties, and establishing alliances with studios to bring those projects to fruition. Within a decade, 68% of all Hollywood movies would be made by these independents, including Gregory Peck. Profit participation was another new option. At the end of the decade, agent Lew Wasserman pioneered this concept when Universal wanted James Stewart for a Western, Winchester 73, but couldn't afford the star's usual asking price. Wasserman arranged for Stewart to do the picture for no salary in exchange for 50% of the profits, a deal that made the actor rich. Given their declining revenues, studio executives opted to downsize their operations, programs, and expenditures. The number of films in annual production dropped appreciably at decade's end. Conversely, reliance on original screenplays rose because the cost of purchasing hit plays and novels accounted for hefty upfront expenditures. As films got leaner and more cost-efficient, a new breed of stars emerged. Burt Lancaster, Kirk Douglas, Richard Widmark, and Robert Mitchum, all products of the immediate post-war years, were more rugged than their handsome, refined predecessors, Errol Flynn, Tyrone Power, Robert Taylor among them, and tended to play characters with greater flaws and imperfections. The new stars were roughly the same age as Peck. Lancaster was 3 years older. But Greg fell somewhere in between the two generations. In looks and temperament, he was a throwback to the gentleman of the 30s and early 40s. In the naturalism of his acting, he came closer to the Young Turks. But he was one of the most popular movie stars in the world when Burt, Kirk, and the others were just starting out. Talent accounted for some of his success. But he'd also enjoyed the red carpet treatment from his arrival in Hollywood. As he was not under contract to any one studio, he was never taken for granted. One could even argue that L.B. Mayer, David O. Selznick, and Darryl F. Zanuck vied with one another to see who could make the best use of his craftsmanship and physical attributes. Consequently, of the 13 features he completed during the 40s, there were 3 Academy Award nominees and 1 winner, Gentleman's Agreement. Many of his films boasted unusually lavish budgets, were based on huge bestsellers, involved important directors, and featured celebrated supporting actors. He was paired with some of the most popular leading ladies of the day: Greer Garson, Ingrid Bergman, Jennifer Jones, Jane Wyman, Dorothy McGuire, Ava Gardner, and Anne Baxter, most of whom were also gifted actresses. Little wonder that he became so popular. Of course, he had disappointments as well. Though it earned a fortune, Duel in the Sun wasn't well regarded. And The Paradigm Case and The Great Sinner were neither commercial nor critical hits. But Peck felt these projects contributed to his growth, saying, "I've learned more from my failures than I have from any successful films I've made. Only failure can bring an actor down to earth and show him his limitations." If one views Peck's 40s features back to back, one sees a thoughtful, meticulous actor working through each role and each scene to arrive at a truthful portrayal. He struggles with moments where his characters lose emotional control, as in Spellbound and The Great Sinner. Otherwise, however, the performances always have the ring of truth. The way he looks, listens, and responds to others is credible and natural. But he also exhibits a tendency to turn these extremely diverse characters into Peck characters, or as close to Peck characters as their natures would allow. Pa Baxter in The Yearling, for example, is too dignified for a typical Florida cracker. Despite Selznick's wishes, Lute McCannell's in Duel in the Sun isn't really a bad guy. He just engages in inexplicable behavior, like blowing up trains. Hollywood has a term for actors who do this. They are called personality actors. A personality actor is one who, consciously or not, invests each role with a range of general qualities, a way of moving, speaking, looking, and behaving. This approach contrasts with that of other actors, such as Alec Guinness, who disappear into each character they play. To be a personality actor isn't a bad thing, not if the persona created has broad audience appeal. That recognizable, desirable essence is, in fact, what elevates most actors to the level of movie stars. Humphrey Bogart, Marilyn Monroe, James Dean, Cary Grant, Katharine Hepburn, skilled craftspeople all are personality actors. In some cases, the nexus between the actor's screen persona and his or her real nature is wide. Marilyn Monroe was far from a dumb blonde. Humphrey Bogart played streetwise toughs, but was, in reality, the prep. School-educated son of a wealthy Manhattan doctor. Cary Grant is quoted as saying that he too wished he could be like Cary Grant. In other cases, the actor sticks closer to himself. Jimmy Stewart's folksy, slow-talking boy next door was more or less an exaggeration of the man in real life. Katharine Hepburn is headstrong and opinionated, yet feminine. In Peck's case, it is fair to say that he started with the tools closest at hand, his intelligence, innate dignity, and sensitivity. His zeal to get the story right in Gentleman's Agreement, and his determination to make his men combat-ready in 12 O'Clock High ring true. Because those qualities have equivalence in his unwillingness to give less than his best in every performance. As screenwriter Cy Bartlett put it, Greg is a driven man. Perfection is his goal in almost all things, and he's in torment when he can't find a key to what he wants. When given men of lesser character to play, he endowed them with greater nobility, decency, and/or affability, because he felt more comfortable operating on an elevated plane. A director friend once told a reporter, "Greg wants to be loved." Acknowledging the truth of this statement, Peck conceded that desire to be loved may have led in the direction of playing heroes, of people who wanted to make the world a better place. When he was given a hero to play, he turned the character he was given into the closest possible facsimile. While Peck drew from himself as he grappled with his early roles, he also borrowed elements of what radiated on the screen and made them his own. In his early years in Hollywood, it was not uncommon for peers to perceive him as colorless. Alfred Hitchcock once described him as the most anecdoteless man in Hollywood. He was never that. As Nunnally Johnson pointed out, Greg is not a gag or joke man. His outstanding traits are integrity, honesty, and conscientiousness. While these are not the most lovable or quotable characteristics, they are extremely admirable. But with fame, money, recognition as an actor, and the adoration of fans, notably women, he gained in self-confidence and poise. He even gave greater vent to his wry sense of humor. In time, he became comfortable in his own skin. As he said many years later, "Yes, I believe I have found an identity gradually through the years. I think I'm a whole man today. But I certainly wouldn't deny that at the beginning, I was searching for myself, and that role-playing in some way compensated for the lack of roots, the lack of a whole personality formed in youth, theoretically from a stable family life. The small-town fellow with scars from a painful childhood would never completely disappear." "Sometimes I sense a hint of insecurity," said his son Stephen, "a fear of being revealed as the person he was, before he became a star. But I like that person. I see not only a man who dreamt what he wanted to be and became it, but also a man less imposing and more vulnerable than his 30-foot image on the screen." While Greg would always carry Eldred inside him, he would continue to develop and grow in the decade ahead, ultimately becoming in reality a cultured, sophisticated, well-traveled gentleman with a keen social conscience. Also, in the coming years, as the essence of what he projected best on the screen became more evident, the range of roles offered to him narrowed. No longer would he be considered for villains or laborers or people in serious emotional distress. Well-educated, well-bred, highly motivated professionals became his stock in trade. Thus, the man and his roles were on twin paths. They finally converged around the mid-1950s, by which point it was difficult to separate Peck from the characters he portrayed. If Hollywood shaped Greg, it impacted Greta as well. To begin with, he was frequently away from home, filming, meeting with the press, doing photo shoots, producing the La Jolla Playhouse, making radio appearances, and so forth. He also had business investments requiring his attention. These included running his own cattle on grazing land he rented near Modesto and Santa Barbara. Moreover, when he was home, he spent hours alone, studying, researching, and preparing his performances, driven to better himself as an actor and to stay on top in his profession. He had little time left over for his wife. Greta, more so than Greg, was drawn to the LA social scene. She liked rubbing shoulders with celebrities, being the wife of a celebrity herself. As the Pecks accumulated a bit of money, she tried to fit in, to dress the part. But she was never really accepted by the elite members of the rather clannish motion picture community. As one of Greg's friends put it, they always considered her a hairdresser. As her husband tended to seek out the community's more talented, accomplished members, Greta was left somewhat behind. Although she was hardly stupid, she was less educated and well-read than they. Uncomfortable expressing her opinions in such company, she developed her own circle of friends. Thus, husband and wife drifted further apart. Then there was the liquor. Alcohol had always been part of the Pecks' lifestyle. They traveled in a hard-drinking crowd. Pre-dinner cocktails, wine with the meal, and after-dinner aperitifs helped foster scintillating conversation, games, songfests, and good old-fashioned storytelling. Greg was able to keep the liquor under control. Greta wasn't. By 1949, indications of a troubled marriage started surfacing in the press. At the outset of the year, on January 21, Luella Parsons reported, "For some days, the rumor has been current in Hollywood that Gregory and Greta Peck have reached the breaking point." Parsons' announcement had been prompted by her discovery that Greg had left home several days earlier and that Greta hadn't heard from him since. Some months later, Peck explained that he and his wife had gotten into an argument, and he decided the best thing to do was just go off by himself for a bit. He wound up fishing with a friend. "Then I came back home," he told Hedda Hopper, "and things have been fine ever since." Whether they believed him or not, Hopper and Parsons reported that the Pecks were back together. As Parsons told readers, they had a misunderstanding, the kind that happens in the best regulated of families. She also announced that the Pecks were expecting a baby. On June 17th, Greta gave birth to another son, named Carey, for Peck's Duel in the Sun co-star, Harry Carey. Thus, as the 40s came to an end, Greg, age 33, had weathered the threat of the blacklist and was riding the crest of almost unprecedented popularity and respect. Hollywood was changing, but as he'd never been tied to any one studio, there was little reason to think his momentum would be slowed. As for his private life, he and Greta papered over their differences and celebrated the arrival of their new child. On the day after Christmas, the whole brood set sail for England, where Greg was to start another film. As they left the New York dock, they were the picture of a happy family. But it was an illusion. Aces. Nah, boy, poor. Ha. And Born in Cairo in 1899, Cecil Scott Forrester wrote adventure novels like The African Queen and true-life chronicles such as Sink the Bismarck. But he is best known as the creator of Horatio Hornblower, an officer in the British Navy during the Napoleonic Wars. Forrester traced his intrepid character's career from midshipman to admiral in 11 novels. Warner Bros. Had been interested in bringing the naval hero to the screen since at least 1940, initially as a vehicle for its in-house swashbuckler, Errol Flynn, and later as a project for then-husband and wife Laurence Olivier and Vivien Leigh. At various points, William Dieterle and John Huston had been involved, as director and screenwriter respectively. But when the project finally gelled at the end of the decade, Raoul Walsh was at the helm of a screenplay by Ivan Goff, Ben Roberts, and Aeneas Mackenzie. The adaptation by Forrester himself drew from the first 3 novels in the series. In addition to Beat to Quarters, these included Ship of the Line and Flying Colors. Instead of an Australian like Flynn or an Englishman like Olivier, Warner's made the somewhat controversial decision to go with an American, Gregory Peck. David Selznick, harder hit than most by Hollywood's changing economics, agreed to loan out the actor for a second film in a row. For this, he received $150,000, well in excess of the $60,000 he had to pay Peck. Using British earnings that could only be spent in the United Kingdom, Warner's shot the picture, which it called Captain Horatio Hornblower, in England, making it Greg's first overseas venture. As usual, the star thoroughly researched his role. Not only did he read all of the Hornblower novels published to that point, he consulted accounts of 19th century naval warfare and treatises on ships, navigation, and sailing. Upon his arrival in London, after settling his family in a house in Gloucester Square, he continued his studies, notably at the Royal Naval College and the adjacent National Maritime Museum. He also took fencing lessons and worked on his English accent, although he and Walsh ultimately decided against using it. Principal photography began on January 23, 1950, and continued through May 9, exceeding by several weeks the term of the Warner-Selznick loan-out agreement. Raoul Walsh, an old pro like William Wellman and Henry King, would call the film the toughest he'd ever made, thanks to its many shipboard sequences. Because of the confines of space, the camera, sound equipment, and lighting fixtures had to be hoisted from position to position by crane, a time-consuming and tedious procedure. Moreover, a setup often allowed just enough room for the actors, forcing Walsh to direct the action from the rigging. Every day of shooting, he concluded, meant a good physical workout for everyone involved. A total of 5 ships were used in the production. For the Lydia, Hornblower ship, Warner's chose the France, a 3-masted schooner that had been launched in 1914. Set decorators used the model of a 1785 frigate, the Ariel, housed in London's Imperial Science Museum, as a guide for transforming the France into a royal warship. Whenever possible, Walsh filmed not on the France, but on a full-size reconstruction. Weighing more than 50 tons and outfitted with hydraulic machines to simulate the role of a ship at sea. The reconstruction was an awesome sight, 100 feet long, approximately 30 feet wide in the beam, and with masts that reached to the rafters. Only one studio in the area, located in Denham, was large enough to accommodate the massive set, and it was closed. Warner's had to pay a significant sum for it to be reopened. The Elstree studios in London were used for the other interiors. The company also filmed on location, in Portsmouth and in the south of France. Like Henry King, Walsh had started as an actor. In fact, he had portrayed John Wilkes Booth in D.W. Griffith's silent classic, The Birth of a Nation. In 1929, with dozens of silent features bearing his directorial stamp, he lost an eye in an automobile accident, after which he wore a rather dashing patch. But the disability didn't stop him. Hits such as High Sierra, They Died with Their Boots On, Objective Burma, and White Heat followed, reflecting his particular mastery of the high-adventure drama. Peck, who liked Walsh enormously, called him one of the saltiest, toughest, funniest old men I ever met. Perhaps because of his silent film origins, Walsh wasn't terribly interested in dialogue. Peck recalled that sometimes, during the shooting of a particularly talky scene, the director would sit in his chair, reading a newspaper. At the conclusion, he would say, "Print." When Peck pointed out that he'd forgotten a line or garbled a word, Raoul would reply, "Did you, kid? What was that?" If the gaffe seemed significant, or if Peck wanted a retake, Walsh would do the scene over. But, said Peck, if he thought it didn't matter, or the audience's attention would be somewhere else, he'd say, "Kid, it's fine, let's go, let's keep moving." Although the focus was on action, and plenty of it, there was also a subdued but engaging romance between the married Hornblower and an aristocrat, Lady Barbara Wellesley, in the person of Virginia Mayo. Although Mayo was also an American and excelled at modern brassy blondes, as in her portrayal of the self-centered wife in The Best Years of Our Lives, she brought a saucy but decidedly aristocratic air to her performance. She enjoyed working with Peck, whom she called a beautiful, sensitive man. What he gives you as an actor, he gives with gentility and kindness. She was also impressed by his dedication, noting that he studies each role so thoroughly that it is little wonder that his performances are so great. Peck's portrayal of Hornblower was impressive, even to the English, who had been skeptical about his casting. As Britain Today put it, Mr. Peck not only gets under the skin of the character, but wears the uniform, a very rare thing in actors, as though he had lived in it and created it to his body, and sweated in it and shivered in it through a long career of active service. Called upon for the first time to play an old-fashioned, larger-than-life hero, Greg invested his portrayal with just the right blend of daring, gallantry, youthful impetuousness, and military skill. But everything was rendered with kind of a twinkle in the eye. When, for example, an enemy Spanish vessel approaches, his officers are nervous, but he calmly plays whist. And whenever the highly proper captain becomes embarrassed or agitated, Peck emits a peculiar harumphing sound, which is both funny and endearing. Opening at New York's Radio City Music Hall on September 13, 1951, Captain Horatio Hornblower was embraced by the public and by enthusiastic critics. The picture ended up in 14th place among the top-grossing films of 1951, with earnings of $3 million. Peck himself was pleased with the result. Years later, he even tried to develop a sequel. In conjunction with his son Stephen, he put together a treatment that combined a couple of Forrester's later sagas when Hornblower was an older man, but no studio was interested. The film would have been too expensive for a genre that was, by then, passé. On June 6th, after more than 5 months abroad, Peck and his family returned home just in time for the start of another season of the La Jolla Playhouse. It was an exceptionally good year for the company. The lineup of plays featured Born Yesterday, Summer and Smoke, Arsenic and Old Lace, The Front Page, and Our Town. And the roster of stars included Robert Ryan, Pat O'Brien, Ann Blythe, Millard Mitchell, Beulah Bondi, Jose Ferrer, and Teresa Wright. During the fall, Summer and Smoke, which paired Dorothy McGuire and John Ireland, toured the West Coast and later Texas and Colorado. Peck's involvement during the summer was restricted to visits on the production's opening and closing nights, for on July 27 he had to travel to Gallup, New Mexico for the start of a new film, a Western entitled Only the Valiant. Once again, Selznick had loaned him out. Despite his fondness for the gunfighter, Peck was weary of Westerns. Cowpokes rarely dealt in complex ideas, so he found the dialogue in most shoot-'em-ups a bore. He also considered the work primarily physical, requiring an archetypal way of looking and moving. As he put it, you lend yourself to a kind of a hearkening back to the Old West in visual terms. The genre aside, he thought Only the Valiant lacked the quality of his prior projects. For starters, the screenwriters Edmund H. North and Harry Brown had produced an extremely conventional potboiler that pitted a by-the-book cavalry officer, Captain Richard Lance, against the sorry group of misfits under his command. As they battle one another, they must also hold their desert outpost against a band of marauding Apaches. The script was based on a novel by Charles Marquis Warren. Apart from the screenplay, the Western was being produced on a modest budget by actor James Cagney and his brother William under a long-term independent contract with Warner Bros. Moreover, the director, Gordon Douglas, lacked the prestige of the filmmakers with whom Greg had previously worked, and his designated co-star, Barbara Payton, was a former model who possessed neither the cachet nor talent of most of his other leading ladies. Peck, who derived so much of his personal identity from his career, was distraught by the idea of working on such pedestrian fare. He even asked Selznick to release him from the commitment. Selznick needed the money thanks to the losses suffered by the Paradigm case and a subsequent release, Portrait of Jenny. As his empire crumbled, he made similar deals for other contract players, including Jennifer Jones, Joseph Cotton, and Shirley Temple. As if to confirm Peck's negative attitude toward Only the Valiant, Warner's assigned him a costume that had been worn in another Western by actor Rod Cameron. That angered him even more. But there was no getting out of the project, so Greg kept his resentment to himself and did his best. Indeed, Michael Ansara, who co-starred as the Apache leader Tuscos, was amazed at how hard the star worked during filming. "He's meticulous," Ansara noted. He'd do a scene over and over again until he got it the way he wanted it, a very professional actor. Principal photography consumed around 5 weeks. Aside from shooting in Gallup, New Mexico, the company worked mostly on the Warner's lot. Peck was right in his assessment of the project. In terms of budget and the professional standing of its director and leading lady, it wasn't on par with most of his previous features, but it wasn't a slipshod mess. As Jeff Corey, who co-starred as the troop scout, pointed out, it had a good cast, a good crew. Aside from Corey and Ansara, Greg's co-stars included Gig Young, Ward Bond, Neville Brand, and Lon Chaney Jr. Moreover, Gordon Douglas may not have been the equal of Hitchcock, Kazan, or Henry King, but he was, in Corey's opinion, a damn good director who knew the camera well and was well organized. Testament to the latter was that, despite the exceedingly tight schedule, Douglas wrapped the picture on September 2nd, on time and on budget. Only the Valiant was released on April 13th, 1951, 5 months to the day before Captain Horatio Hornblower. Although it placed only 43rd among the year's top-grossing films, some critics found it fresh and exciting. Q's Jesse Zunzer, for example, noted its effort to dig beneath the surface heroism and cowardice of the 8 chief characters. There were those who felt that Peck's character was too much the cliched military martinet, less interesting than, but akin to 12 O'Clock High's General Savage, but virtually no one faulted the actor's performance. Dorothy Manners of the Los Angeles Examiner spoke for the majority in writing. The starring role does not exactly call for an actor of Peck's stature, but he is a conscientious performer and gives it his best. Although his performance may not have suffered, Peck wasn't in good shape physically or emotionally during the making of Only the Valiant. He was having difficulty sleeping, for which he began taking a powerful tranquilizer, Seconal, and he was drinking too much. He also drifted into an affair with his co-star, Barbara Payton. According to N.E. Benson of Confidential magazine, admittedly a somewhat dubious source, Peyton, a playful, buxom blonde of Scandinavian descent, invited Greg to her home one evening after work, and the two wound up in bed together. Thereafter, the stars met regularly in the actress's trailer. By then, Benson asserted, Warner executives were concerned that the stars' fling might delay the production. They also feared that the press would learn of the affair. So, Benson noted, down came the order to Barbara that she was to stay in her dressing room or get off the set, except when she was due to appear in a scene. The edict did little good, though. Barbara dutifully kept to her dressing room, but Greg was there too, every chance he got. Finally, the journalist noted, filming ended, and so did the affair. At this point, there is no way of ascertaining the story's veracity with absolute certainty. Peck doesn't comment on such matters, and Peyton died in 1967. But the relationship was confirmed by 2 people interviewed for this book. If indeed the affair took place, it says less about Peck's tendency toward infidelity or Miss Peyton's physical charms than it does about Greg's state of mind at the time. Neither the birth of his 3rd child nor the family trip to England for the making of Captain Horatio Hornblower had repaired the holes in his marriage. They were, in fact, irreparable. The star found this heartbreaking reality a source of major stress. As he later put it, I felt like my head was going to go off, so I was turning to the booze and the drugs just to cool me down. In October 1950, a month after Only the Valiant wrapped, he suffered a physical collapse. The first symptoms appeared the previous summer. One night when he was in La Jolla, he awoke with heart spasms and paralysis in his left arm. Thinking he was experiencing a heart attack, he checked into a hospital, but the doctors could find no physical explanation for his condition, which, in fact, quickly subsided. Then, in October, while undergoing costume fittings at Fox for his next film, David and Bathsheba, he had another attack. His chest became tight, his left arm went numb, sweat began to pour off of his forehead, and he was convinced that he was about to die. He was dispatched by the studio doctor to Cedars of Lebanon, where an electrocardiogram revealed that he had not, in fact, experienced a coronary. Physicians determined that he was suffering from nervous anxiety and advised him to consider a long rest. Shortly thereafter, another fight with Greta ensued, and Greg took his doctor's advice. He rented a bungalow at a resort in the Mojave Desert, an isolated spot frequented by writers and artists. The cabin featured an open wood-burning fireplace, a Navajo rug on the hard floor, and a private patio. There, Greg spent weeks in solitude, reading long, leisurely novels by the likes of Anthony Trollope and Jane Austen, sunbathing on the patio, and dining alone in his cabin. Later, he took to horseback riding and simply walking through the desert, relishing the hot sun on his back. He didn't allow himself to think about work or his marriage, nor did he take a drop of alcohol. Sleep came more readily, and he awakened feeling wonderful. After a month, his equilibrium restored, he was ready to return home. Instead of escaping into booze and pills, he was finally prepared to deal with reality. His marriage wasn't going to last. He wasn't prepared to end it just yet. He needed to stick it out a while longer for the sake of his children, but now he felt strong enough to do so. With Only the Valiant, Peck worked off his final obligation to David O. Selznick, thereby concluding the last of his original multi-picture deals. Clearly, there was no reason to continue with the producer, who was on a downward spiral. Peck's 2 films with Casey Robinson hadn't been box office hits. He'd never felt comfortable at MGM. But the pictures with Fox, The Keys of the Kingdom, Yellow Sky, and 12 O'Clock High had served him well. Consequently, even before he started work on The Gunfighter, Greg signed another 3-picture contract with the studio. Under the new agreement, which took effect on September 21, 1950, his earnings went from $45,000 per picture, the cap on his first contract, to $100,000, a figure more in keeping with his box office stature. The revised association commenced with David and Bathsheba, which went into production on November 27th. In 1947, Darryl Zanuck had acquired the film rights to a short-lived Broadway play entitled Bathsheba. It recounted the story in the Old Testament's 2nd book of Samuel about the beautiful wife of a soldier, Uriah the Hittite, who entranced David, ruler of Israel. The play wasn't very good, but it whetted Zanuck's appetite for a film about the shepherd boy who became king. The mogul asked screenwriter Philip Dunn to research the project. Dunn, who had adapted numerous works of fiction for the screen, including The Count of Monte Cristo, The Last of the Mohicans, the late George Apley, and Forever Amber, lacked Zanuck's enthusiasm for the biblical story. But as he learned more about David, he discovered that the man was extremely complex and multifaceted. At once a fearless warrior, a scheming politician who united his people by marrying the daughter of King Saul and then discarding her, a concerned ruler, a doting father, an adulterer, the writer of beautiful psalms, and a murderer. You could call him a mirror of mankind, said Dunn, the difference being that David actually did what most of us merely think about doing. While focusing on the romance between the king and Bathsheba, and their affair's impact on the people of Israel, he wove references to other elements of David's life into his screenplay, including a flashback to his celebrated battle with Goliath and a recitation of his most famous work, the 23rd Psalm. Dunn suggested Laurence Olivier and Vivien Leigh for the leading roles, but Zanuck wanted Peck. He has a biblical face, the mogul asserted. The star, however, wasn't interested. He expected the project to become a lavish, emotionally over-the-top spectacle like those produced and directed by Cecil B. DeMille. Then Zanuck told him that he wanted to do a character study of a leader with both good and bad qualities, and Peck changed his mind. Thereafter, Greg became the project's ardent champion. As Zanuck told Henry King, to whom he assigned the project, he had never heard the actor as completely enthusiastic about any story as he is about this one. Because the filmmakers eschewed the usual emphasis on spectacle, most of the story would play out in a handful of interiors that could be shot on the Fox lot, but a hilly desert setting was needed for a few exteriors. Of the 51 days of filming, roughly 11 were spent on location. Among the sequences shot in Nogales was the one in which Peck's David climbs Mount Gilboa, site of a pivotal battle in his youth. After several tests, King and cinematographer Leon Shamroy determined that at 6 o'clock in the morning, the sun was in a perfect position to provide a silhouette of Peck against the rocky precipice. In order for Greg to be in makeup and costume and on his marks at the right time, he had to get up at around 4 o'clock. King was impressed by his star's willingness to make the sacrifice. As the director later explained, there are many people who say, I wouldn't get up that early, I wouldn't do that, but Peck just wants the picture to be good, and he'll give everything he had for it to be good. Back at the studio, the heart of the story, the relationship between David and Bathsheba, took precedence. Tapped for the role of the king's lover was Susan Hayward, the husky-voiced, Brooklyn-born redhead, 2 years Peck's junior. Having earned an Oscar nomination 3 years earlier for Smash Up, The Story of a Woman, and on the brink of becoming Fox's most popular leading lady, Hayward was less than thrilled with her casting. She felt that the title of the film said it all, just as Bathsheba's name came second, so her role was subordinate to that of the king. But as a contract player, she had little choice about the assignment. The demure actress, fair and soft, with a pert nose and luxurious auburn locks, offered a striking physical contrast to the tall, angularly featured Peck, whose coal-black hair was cut much longer than usual. The difference made for good chemistry, although the relatively tame love scenes between Greg and Susan reflected the production code's continuing regulation of film sex. David's initial discovery of Bathsheba, for example, as she takes her celebrated milk bath, revealed absolutely nothing of Hayward's form. Off camera, there was little camaraderie between the stars. One co-worker described Hayward as shy and insecure and cold to everyone. Someone reserved like Peck would have been hard-pressed to get her to open up. Jane Meadows, playing David's wife, Mickle, said, "I never saw the two of them on the set even talking. One day, Meadows watched the co-stars film a love scene." When it was over, Hayward didn't say a word to Peck. She quickly turned away from him and asked her dresser for a cup of coffee. Said Jane, "It was like, 'Listen, brother, the scene is over, and you mean nothing to me.'" Hayward's unhappiness over her role was understandable. She had little to do in the film but look alluring, and from time to time ask the king a rather insipid question about his past, like, "David, did you really kill Goliath? Was he as big as they say?" Meanwhile, Peck's David experienced myriad emotions. His biggest challenge came in the film's last segment, when Bathsheba stands accused of adultery, a crime punishable by public stoning. A drought has fallen on the land, and the king is told that only by adherence to the law can the people of Israel be saved from ruin. Torn between duty and love, he goes to the Ark of the Covenant and prays to the Lord for guidance. This extended sequence is the heart of the film. Peck played the sequence with an appropriate mixture of dignity, anger, love, ambivalence, and, finally, reverence. Years later, director Martin Scorsese would say, "In the last 15 minutes of the picture, from the moment starting with his recitation of the 23rd Psalm to his supplication before the Ark of the Covenant, we experienced his truly remarkable ability to convey the darkest struggles of the human soul." When the picture opened in New York on August 14, 1951, a month before Captain Horatio Hornblower, many critics also praised Peck's work. The New York Times' Andrew Weiler called it an authoritative performance, one that kept from the film from being merely a 2-hour dissertation. Not surprisingly, Hayward drew less favorable notices. As for the film itself, the reviewers were split between those who considered it a failed attempt to rise to the level of a DeMille epic and those who recognized the effort to achieve a richer human drama. Regardless of what the critics thought, the public simply loved the biblical story. Taking in $7 million at the box office in its initial release, David and Bathsheba became the biggest hit of the year, eclipsing 3 MGM musicals, including An American in Paris. Several comedies, among them Born Yesterday and Father's Little Dividend, and the acclaimed dramas A Streetcar Named Desire and A Place in the Sun. It also earned 5 Academy Award nominations for Best Story and Screenplay, Color Cinematography, Color Art Direction, Set Decoration, Color Costuming, and Score. It lost to that year's Best Picture winner, An American in Paris, in 4 of the 5 categories. That same month, Peck won the World Film Favorite Award based on a poll of more than 1 million moviegoers from 50 countries. A few months later, in May, he received the Silver Spur Award as the Outstanding Western Star of 1950. He won for his performance in The Gunfighter, which was also named Best Film. In July, Greg was on hand for the start of the La Jolla Playhouse's 5th season. As with the previous year, he, Ferrer, and Maguire opted for more durable fare, including Ring Around the Moon, The Voice of the Turtle, Come Back Little Sheba, Room Service, The Cocktail Party, and The Petrified Forest. Among the star performers were Joan Bennett, Barry Sullivan, Patricia Neal, Vincent Price, Charlton Heston, and Victor Moore. Notably absent from the roster was Peck himself, although Greg had a totally free summer for the first time since the Playhouse opened. But he didn't feel up to tackling a major stage role that year. In fact, he had reluctantly concluded that he needed to resign from the company's management in order to avoid the stress that had contributed to his health problems the previous summer. He announced his decision at the end of the season. In the wake of Greg's departure, Ferrer managed the La Jolla Place solo for a year or two, after which he turned the company over to Dorothy Maguire's husband, John Swope. The 116th and final production was the Noel Coward comedy that had opened the 3rd season, Blithe Spirit. This time, Zsa Zsa Gabor was the star. Although Greg's direct involvement with the Playhouse was at an end, he would retain an active interest in La Jolla's cultural affairs. In the mid-1950s, he became a board member of the Theater and Arts Foundation of San Diego County, whose primary mission was to build a modern performing arts complex. Finally, in 1980, after several disappointing false starts, the groundbreaking ceremonies were held for the long-hoped-for center. Peck was unable to attend, but he was present 3 years later, in June 1983, when the new company, under the auspices of artistic director Des McAnuff, premiered its first production, The Visions of Simone Michard by Bertolt Brecht. Greg even spoke at the inaugural gala. In the years since, he has demonstrated his support, both through personal contributions and by a willingness to lend his name to fundraising efforts. The new venture, a non-profit resident theater company focusing on classics and original plays, bears little resemblance to the stock company created by 3 movie stars 36 years earlier. But in its memory, the new facility is called the La Jolla Playhouse. With only a film-a-year commitment to Fox, Peck was essentially a free agent for the first time since coming to Hollywood. In 1951, he took advantage of his new status by forming the same sort of relationship with Universal that James Stewart had established several years earlier with Winchester 73. That is, Peck would forego a large upfront salary for a substantial share of the profits. The project that he and the studio selected was The World in His Arms, a lively adventure tale set in the 1850s and based on a novel by Rex Beach. The central figure of the screenplay by the author of Winchester 73, Borden Chase, was an exuberant, two-fisted, high-living sea captain named Jonathan Clark, better known as the Boston Man for his Salem, Massachusetts roots. Based in San Francisco, Clark has come up with an outrageous scheme to purchase Alaska from Russia for $10 million. But he abandons the notion in order to rescue a kidnapped Russian countess with whom he has fallen in love. Peck, of course, was the Boston Man, a Universal contract player, and Blythe, remembered primarily for her subsequent musicals at MGM, was cast as the Countess. And for the role of Clark's oft-time nemesis, a boorish Portuguese sea captain known as Porchy, the studio engaged Anthony Quinn. The Mexican-born actor, a year older than Peck, had been playing bit and supporting roles since the mid-1930s, but his career had recently taken a major leap forward when he was cast as Eufemio Zapata in Elia Kazan's Viva Zapata. Quinn would soon receive a Best Supporting Actor Oscar for that performance. After the success of Captain Horatio Hornblower, the job of directing another seafaring tale with Peck naturally fell to Raoul Walsh. During filming, which took place entirely on the Universal lot between September 15th and October 31st, 1951, the star and director frequently shared a lunch consisting of a thick steak accompanied by a couple of healthy shots of bourbon. Occasionally, during the afternoon's filming, the star's eyelids would start to droop, and Walsh would shout, "Wake up, Greg! Give it all your energy, kid! Keep running till you drop, like a thoroughbred!" One thing Walsh didn't have to do was energize Anthony Quinn. Indeed, it is hard to imagine 2 more different actors than he and Gregory Peck. Where the latter comes across as dignified, intelligent, and well-bred, with a relatively tight rein on his feelings, the former is full of emotions and earthy in looks and manner. The contrast made for good screen chemistry. Greg later described their relationship as a "here's always room for 2 on the screen." He does everything he can think of to attract attention to himself. I don't mind that. He's a good, salty actor, one of the best. Peck and Quinn would co-star in 2 subsequent features. In The World in His Arms, the rivalry between the two climaxes in a winner-take-all sea race, with Clark and Portuguese leading their crews from San Francisco to their favorite hunting ground for seals, the Pribilof Islands off Alaska. With a budget of only $1.5 million, Walsh couldn't engage in the sort of extensive shipboard principal photography that he had used in Captain Horatio Hornblower, but Universal did the next best thing. It hired 45 seamen from Lunenburg, Nova Scotia, to race 2 fishing schooners chartered for the picture and outfitted to look like mid-19th century vessels. A second unit crew headed by James Havens, a specialist in maritime action sequences, spent 50 days in Canada filming the race. When Havens was finished, Walsh shot close-ups of Peck, Quinn, and their crews back at the studio, with the sea footage running behind them. These process shots were later intercut with Havens' race footage. Appropriately, the world premiere of The World in His Arms took place in Anchorage, Alaska, on June 18, 1952, 7.5 months after the picture wrapped. It was the first time that a Hollywood-style opening had been staged in Alaska, then a U.S. territory. When the picture finally made its way to New York on October 9, the critics saw it for what it was, a bright, colorful adventure story, what would be called a popcorn movie today. Peck himself likened the film to a boy's adventure tale, done with a lot of gusto and a lot of fun and a lot of humor. Borden Chase later conceded that he wrote the screenplay with John Wayne in mind, and the result bears testament to that effort. The role of Jonathan Clark clearly demanded Duke's outsized temperament as well as his physical presence. While Peck, a much more restrained actor, tried commendably, he was never totally credible as the boisterous sea captain. By contrast, Quinn was so unceasingly exuberant, he was over the top. The World in His Arms did quite well at the box office, earning $3 million in its initial release. Its success was all the more remarkable because at the time, Peck was competing with himself for the moviegoers' dollars, having opened in another and arguably more significant picture a mere 3 weeks earlier. Like The Short Happy Life of Francis Macomber, Hemingway's 1938 story, The Snows of Kilimanjaro, was set in Africa. A writer named Harry lies on a cot in his safari encampment overlooking an African plain. Having squandered his talent through drink, indolence, and meaningless relationships with wealthy women, he has returned to a place where he was once happy to seek rejuvenation. Instead, he faces death, the result of a gangrenous leg infection. In 1948, Darrell F. Zanuck purchased the screen rights to the story for $75,000, the same amount that Casey Robinson had paid for Macomber. He then hired Robinson to turn the tale into a screenplay. Kilimanjaro proved a more difficult assignment. To begin with, it was shorter than Macomber, running only 17 pages in book form. Secondly, the story lacked a strong romantic element, which both Robinson and Zanuck felt it needed. Thirdly, the writer dies at the end, a resolution that Fox president Spyro Skouras refused to echo on film. It took 3 years and 11 drafts for Robinson to solve the problems to everyone's satisfaction. In the end, he adhered to the framework of the story, which alternates between Harry's death throes in Africa in the company of his unhappy wife Helen and Harry's memories of the past. Robinson expanded the campsite scenes, but remained faithful to their source. Harry's memories, however, were too fleeting and fragmentary to make for compelling drama. So the screenwriter created new flashback sequences centered around 3 women: the girl Harry falls in love with at 17, his first wife, Cynthia, a member of the lost generation who fears trapping her husband in unwanted domesticity, and Liz, a cool aristocrat who treats the writer as a plaything. These interludes played out against typical Hemingway locales: the Midwest of his youth, Paris in the 20s, and Spain of the bullfights and flamenco dancers, and a devastating civil war. Arguably, the biggest difference between the story and the screenplay lay in their resolutions. Where the writer dies at the end of the story, the screenplay has a rescue party arrive at the encampment just as his fever breaks. The concept gelled when Robinson and Zanuck decided to link Harry's redemption to a new appreciation for his wife. Henry King, who directed the picture, later called the screenplay one of the best pieces of writing I ever saw in my life. You could never tell where Hemingway stopped and Robinson started. Papa was somewhat less fulsome. After seeing the film, he felt that the screenwriter had borrowed a little too liberally from his other writings. As he told Zanuck, "When I sold you The Snows of Kilimanjaro, I didn't sell you my entire work." Ironically, Robinson, the screenwriter who had launched Peck's career, didn't want him for The Snows of Kilimanjaro. He thought that Greg's style was too ponderous and that he lacked the character's worldview. Humphrey Bogart would have been perfect, he felt, but Bogey was too old for it. He considered Burt Lancaster the next best alternative. Zanuck, however, wanted Peck, who was proving to be a major box office draw for Fox and with whom he had 2 remaining film commitments. Henry King was also in favor of casting Greg. But the actor needed persuading. The great Sinner had used the flashback technique, albeit more sparingly than Kilimanjaro, and that film's failure turned him off to the format. Nevertheless, he agreed to meet with King to discuss the project. At the end of the conference, his attitude was unchanged. King told him how sorry he was. Flattered, but still disinterested, Peck left. Then, a moment later, he returned, telling the director that he'd changed his mind. The reason, he conceded, was that he was afraid King would make a good picture without him. "I considered that the greatest compliment I'd ever had from anybody," the director concluded. Once Greg was on board, Zanuck cast Susan Hayward as Helen, hoping for the same box office magic as David and Bathsheba. For the ill-fated Cynthia, Robinson wanted Ava Gardner. He'd created the character with her in mind. But she would do the picture only if she could keep a promise to her husband, Frank Sinatra, namely that she would be present for his upcoming nightclub engagement in New York. That meant that all of her scenes in the film would have to be shot in a 10-day period. King agreed to this condition. Thus, Peck would be re-teamed with one of his favorite leading ladies. The role of the icy Liz went to a Fox contract player, the German-born star of Decision Before Dawn and Diplomatic Courier, Hildegard Neff. Where the Macumber affair had been shot in black and white on a tight budget with only 3 main characters and 1 locale and ran a tidy 89 minutes, Kilimanjaro operated on a grand scale. It was budgeted at a comfortable $3 million, shot in Technicolor, spanned the globe with a large cast, and came in at just under 2 hours. But the principals never left the Fox lot. As with the Macomber affair, a second unit was dispatched to Africa to obtain authentic footage of the landscape and wildlife. Background material was also shot in Madrid and Paris and on the French Riviera. The second unit filming took 6 months. Then, in early 1952, principal photography commenced. For Harry's safari encampment, Fox erected a huge set on Stage 8, backed by a 350-foot by 40-foot cyclorama that duplicated the bush country around Mount Kilimanjaro, as well as the snow-capped peak itself. Peck wasn't particularly comfortable acting on a set with location footage screened behind him. It seemed so artificial. He recalled during the making of Kilimanjaro that he had to stand on a soundstage amid a field of scruffy brush, aiming his rifle at a screen on which the second unit footage of a rhino was running. When a red light flashed off camera, he knew the rhino was about to fall down. That was his signal to raise his gun and fire. To add to his difficulties, on April 7, he and Ava were filming her character's death scene on the Fox backlot. He was supposed to pull her from beneath an overturned ambulance as she lay like dead weight in his arms. When he crouched down to lift her up, he felt a sharp pain in his left leg, the same one that had been injured by the falling horse in 1948. This time, he tore a ligament. Filming had to be suspended while he recovered. Zanuck debuted The Snows of Kilimanjaro on September 18, 1952, at the Rivoli Theater in New York, where it met with decidedly mixed reviews. To Bosley Crowther of the New York Times, it was a handsome and generally absorbing film. Conversely, Hollis Alpert of the Saturday Review found it a dull, long, and pretentious movie. The most noteworthy performance came from third-billed Ava Gardner. Peck thought so as well. She did things in Kilimanjaro, he said, that she could not have done 3 years earlier in The Great Sinner. Even Ava was pleased with her acting. Of all the parts I've played, she wrote in her 1990 autobiography, Cynthia was probably the first one I understood and felt comfortable with, the first role I truly wanted to play. 5 years later, King and Zanuck would cast her as another Hemingway heroine, Lady Brett Ashley, in The Sun Also Rises. Despite its flaws, The Snows of Kilimanjaro scored with the public, becoming the 4th biggest hit of 1952, with earnings of $6.5 million. It was surpassed only by the Cecil B. DeMille's circus spectacle, The Greatest Show on Earth, and 2 MGM costume dramas, Quo Vadis, in which Peck was originally cast but had to withdraw due to an eye infection, and Ivanhoe. The back-to-back mega successes of David and Bathsheba and The Snows of Kilimanjaro represented the commercial high watermark for Peck during the 1950s. Not until the start of the next decade would he have a top 10 box office hit in 2 successive years. While Greg's career was peaking, his personal life remained at a low ebb. According to Casey Robinson, he had been difficult during the making of The Snows of Kilimanjaro. As the screenwriter put it, he was picky. He was going through a very bad personal period in his life. Greg was no longer using Seconals or drinking to excess, but the gulf between him and Greta remained. They would argue frequently. Eventually, he would return home for another uneasy truce. Then the next battle would erupt, and the cycle would begin anew. Given his profound unhappiness, it is not surprising that he sought temporary comfort with other women, or so the myriad rumors would have it. According to one reporter, Vincent Rogers, it was constantly rumored that Gregory's phenomenal realism in his pictures was inspired by the fact that his leading ladies often meant more to him than a cue in the script. Even Casey Robinson asserted years later that Greg was experimenting with all kinds of dames on the set of Kilimanjaro. One of the dames may have been Hildegard Neff, with whom his name was frequently linked at the time. If the rumors were true, any sexual infidelities were a symptom, not the root cause of the Peck's marital problem. What kept husband and wife together were their children. Greg tried to be with the kids as much as possible, organizing picnics, outings on horseback, and camping trips to Lake Arrowhead and other nearby resorts. Sometimes his father joined them on their adventures. Occasionally, Greg also took the boys to San Francisco so they could get to know his mother. During the summers when he was managing the La Jolla Playhouse, he rented a beach house, his film schedule permitting, so that his family could enjoy the pleasures of the resort community. Even when he was on location for a picture, as with Captain Horatio Hornblower in 1950, he wanted his kids with him. He thought that being together as a family was all that mattered. Greta felt it important that the boys' lives be rooted in their Pacific Palisades home. They did agree on one thing, that Johnny, Steve, and Carrie should live normal lives, or as normal as possible. Thus, Greg refused to feature them in photo layouts and publicity shots. But there was no avoiding the attention the Pecks drew when they went out in public. Gregory Peck. It was in the spirit of family togetherness that, when Peck's next film called for him to be in Rome during the summer of 1952, he decided to rent a villa about 25 miles outside of town. He went over first. Greta and the boys would join him as soon as their living quarters were ready. En route, he stopped in Paris, where, at the request of Paramount, the studio producing his new film, he agreed to an interview with the leading French daily newspaper, France Soir. The reporter assigned to the story was a young beauty by the name of Veronique Pisani. The two hit it off. "She struck me immediately," Peck recalled, "as a very attractive, very bright, very smart girl. He was particularly impressed by the fact that she didn't ask him specific questions for the interview. They just talked." For her part, Pisani found Greg a delightful conversationalist. She also liked his modesty. The interview concluded. They parted. But not for long. Like The Yearling, The Paradigm Case, and The Snows of Kilimanjaro, Roman Holiday was a long time reaching the big screen. As far back as 1948, Dalton Trumbo, one of the Hollywood 10, wrote a scenario about two people from disparate backgrounds who meet and fall in love in the Eternal City. One was a princess named Anne who runs away from her stultifying ceremonial duties to experience ordinary life. The other was Joe Bradley, a freelance reporter who accompanies her on her escapade in order to sell her story to the highest bidder. Fronting for the blacklisted Trumbo, Ian McClellan Hunter sold the story to director Frank Capra, who had formed his own independent production company, Liberty Films, with a business associate, Sam Briskin, and two other celebrated directors, George Stevens and William Wyler. Capra hoped to make Roman Holiday with Elizabeth Taylor and Cary Grant. Then, the assets of the financially plagued Liberty Films were sold to Paramount. According to the terms of the acquisition, Capra, Stevens, and Wyler were to make 5 pictures apiece for the studio, with no project costing more than $1.5 million. Given this restriction, Capra chose not to make Roman Holiday. The project languished on Paramount's shelves until William Wyler agreed to take it on, but only if it could be filmed on location. Paramount studio chief Frank Yi Freeman acquiesced, principally because Paramount, like Warner's, had European financial assets that were frozen, meaning they could only be used abroad. In order to free these Liar for Roman Holiday, Wyler had to secure script approval from the Italian government, which he was able to do. Born in 1902 in Alsace, then part of Germany, William Wyler had come to America in 1922 at the behest of Carl Laemmle, a distant cousin who was head of Universal Pictures. After a stint at the head office in New York, Wyler went to Hollywood, where he performed a variety of jobs before taking the helm of his first feature, Crookbusters, in 1925. Over the next quarter century, he became one of the highest-regarded filmmakers in the industry. Not only had he earned 8 Academy Award nominations for Best Director by this point, winning for Mrs. Miniver and The Best Years of Our Lives, his films brought more actors' Oscar nominations than those of any other director in Hollywood. Peck was eager to work with him, and he yearned to do something lighter, as he hadn't yet made a single comedy. But, according to Wyler, Greg wasn't sure about Roman Holiday. He thought the role of the princess was stronger than that of the reporter. When he raised this objection, Wyler claimed to have replied, "You surprise me." If you didn't like the story, okay, but because somebody else's part is a little better than yours, well, that's no reason to turn down a film. I didn't think you were the kind of actor who measures the size of the roles. The argument worked. Peck disputed this story. I have no recollection of hesitating at all, he told Wyler's biographer Jan Herman. As far as I'm concerned, that's apocryphal. But Peck did ask for, and got, approval of his co-star as well as solo billing over the film's title. Capra's original choice for Princess Anne, Elizabeth Taylor, wasn't available. Neither was Gene Simmons, a strong alternative. So Wyler decided to cast an unknown. I wanted a girl without an American accent, he said, to play the princess, someone you could believe was brought up as a princess. He found what he was looking for in a gammon-like, Belgian-born 23-year-old named Audrey Hepburn. Primarily a dancer, Hepburn had played a couple of small roles in British films, notably Laughter in Paradise and The Lavender Hill Mob, and was about to star on Broadway in Anita Luce's adaptation of Colette's Gigi. After testing her, Wyler was so impressed that he agreed to postpone filming until after the run of the play. But Gigi was a hit, and eventually Paramount had to pay the play's producers $50,000 for Hepburn's release. After filming, she would return to New York for the road tour of the production. While Wyler waited for the outcome of Audrey's Broadway debut, work proceeded on the script. The original draft was by Hunter. The project went through several other hands as well, but Wyler was still dissatisfied with it when he sailed for Europe to scout locations. He labored on the screenplay en route, but when he reached England, it was still wanting. So he hired John Dighton. The British author's adaptation of a romance called Saraband for Dead Lovers also revolved around a royal figure's conflict between love and duty. Dighton agreed to go to Rome and work on the script during filming. He was writing new scenes, new lines, whatever it took, recalled the movie's editor, Robert Swink. The picture was kind of put together as it went along. Dighton and Hunter shared credit for the screenplay. Although some interiors were shot at the Cinecittà Studios, Rome's largest film center, Wyler took advantage of the opportunity to shoot on location. He staged scenes at the Forum, the Pantheon, several piazzas and churches, the Artists' Colony in Via Margutta, and 3 palaces. For the embassy ball sequence at the outset of the picture, shot at the Palazzo Brancaccio, he enticed Princess Virginia Rispoli, Queen of Italian society, to appear as an extra. She persuaded 42 of her titled friends to join her, with all of their salaries going to charity. Likewise, for Princess Anne's press conference at the end of the film, 38 working reporters and photographers from 14 nations played themselves. Many used the breaks during shooting to get photos and interviews with Wyler and the stars. Although the locations were picturesque, filming in Rome that summer had its drawbacks. The heat and humidity were stifling, and Italy was in a state of political unrest. There were frequent demonstrations and street battles between the ruling Christian Democrats and the opposing communists and fascists. Moreover, large, enthusiastic crowds turned out everywhere the company went. In a few years, U.S. production companies would be so prevalent that pundits would dub Rome Hollywood on the Tiber. But in 1952, American filmmakers were still a novelty, so much so that approximately 10,000 people came out to watch one of the first scenes between Peck and Hepburn. The police couldn't stop them from whistling and heckling, Greg recalled. For Audrey and me, it was like acting in a huge amphitheater before a packed house of rowdies. I asked her if she didn't find it very intimidating. No, not at all. She believed her role. She took it as calmly and serenely as a real princess would have. As this comment suggests, Peck was impressed by his inexperienced co-star. Although she lacked formal acting training, she had wonderful instincts. And as a dancer, she had the grace and bearing the role demanded. Beyond those qualities, she was lively, disingenuous, good-hearted, and fun. Peck later described her as wonderful. An amazing girl, really. She can do anything without effort. He was so taken with her performance that shortly after filming began, he phoned George Chasen, by then his principal agent at MCA, and told him that Hepburn's name should also appear above the title. Chasen answered, "You can't do that. You've worked for years to get top billing," to which Peck replied, "Oh, yes, I can. And if I don't, I'm going to make a fool out of myself because this girl is going to win the Oscar in her very first performance." Audrey's name appeared above the title. While Peck was impressed by Hepburn's instincts and spontaneity, he was awed by Wyler's unrelenting perfectionism. Not being an actor himself, the director didn't know how to tell his stars what he wanted, but he knew when a scene was right. He thought nothing of calling for retake after retake until he got a satisfactory performance. His methodology drove some stars crazy, but Peck admired him for it. I don't really see the point in settling for 2 takes or 3 takes if you can get it better on the 32nd, the actor explained. It's a small consideration if you're trying for perfection, and that was always his reason. Although Wyler prepared meticulously, he was open to suggestions from his actors. Such an instance occurred in one of the most memorable scenes in Roman Holiday, that in which Joe and the princess encounter a wall bearing an ancient sculpted face with an open mouth. The reporter dares her to stick her hand in the opening, warning her that, according to legend, the creature will bite off the hand of anyone who is lying. Since neither she nor he has been completely honest with the other, the prospect is intimidating. Afraid to take the risk, she dares him to go first. The script called for Peck to comply, then, with his hand inside the mouth, act as if it were being chewed off. Before filming, Peck suggested to Wyler that he keep the gag going by pulling his arm out with his hand hidden in the sleeve of his suit jacket. Wyler liked the idea, but told him not to tell it to Audrey. Keeping her in the dark is what made the scene work, of course, Peck said. Her startled look of surprise leaps off the screen. She screams, then dissolves into laughter. It is one of the most candid and indelible moments of Roman Holiday. For the scene in which the lovers part, Wyler needed a harsher approach to get what he wanted. I was supposed to cry, said Hepburn. It was late at night, and I was tired from working all day. I played the first part of the scene very nicely, but tears didn't come, and I didn't know how to turn them on. After numerous unsatisfactory takes, Wyler came over to her and yelled, "We can't stay here all night! Can't you cry, for God's sake?" He'd never spoken roughly to her before, and she began to sob, at which point he called, "Action!" Afterward, he apologized to the actress, saying, "I'm sorry, but I had to get you to do it somehow." Peck worked so hard during filming that, as he told a reporter at the time, "I've lost 16 pounds, worked every day from dawn to long after dark, grabbed a sandwich on the run, and been so exhausted I couldn't sleep, but every second has been worth it." In Hollywood, you get ingrown. Here, working in the natural settings with live audiences has been wonderful. Indeed, between the enthusiastic crowds, the invigorating locations, the entrancing film story, and the joy of working with Wyler and Hepburn, that summer, despite the continuing deterioration of his marriage, became one of the happiest of his life. When he did manage to find a bit of free time, he took his son sightseeing, usually dragging along his own movie camera. As he put it, "Filmmaking is my hobby as well as my job, and I shot thousands of feet of film when I was in Rome for showing back home on my private screen." Greta, less enamored of the experience, took off about halfway through the summer to visit family members in Finland. She returned in September, shortly before the picture wrapped. Nearly a year passed before Roman Holiday debuted. Paul V. Beckley of the New York Herald Tribune captured the general consensus of his colleagues, calling it a rather remarkable film. There is absolutely nothing uncommon about the plot. Yet, with this scanty material, a capable director and a remarkable young actress have made one of the better pictures of the year, certainly one of the brightest comedies. Curiously, no one lamented that Roman Holiday wasn't filmed in color, which was Wyler's principal regret. Hollywood legend has it that he realized his mistake after seeing the first week's rushes. But according to his biographer, Jan Herman, he had hoped to make the picture in color from the outset. But Paramount refused to increase the budget accordingly. Peck's performance was generally deemed acceptable, if not laudable. Hollis Alpert of Saturday Review, for example, called him smooth and competent enough to get by. In truth, he was better than that. He brought a breezy confidence and charm to the reporter, finding the right balance between the calculating opportunist and the soft-hearted romantic, all of which neatly counterbalanced Hepburn's royal reserve and sense of wonder. His running banter with his editor is fun, as are the occasions when he tortures his photographer friend, nicely played by Eddie Albert, spilling drinks on him and knocking him down to keep him from revealing things to the princess and to Joe's editor at inopportune moments. Most important, he shared a wonderful screen rapport with Hepburn. His face simply fills with delight whenever he looks at her. Still, the princess was the flashier role, and Hepburn dominated the reviews. Life magazine was hardly alone in calling her the most gifted star hired by Hollywood in years. Moreover, Peck's prediction during filming turned out to be accurate. Hepburn won the Oscar for her first Hollywood venture. Roman Holiday was also nominated for Best Picture, making it the first Peck film since 12 O'Clock High 5 years earlier to be so recognized. It lost to From Here to Eternity. In addition to Best Actress in Picture, it secured 8 other nominations for Supporting Actor, Director, Motion Picture Story, Screenplay, Black and White Cinematography, Black and White Art Decoration, Set Decoration, Black and White Costume Design, and Editing. Edith Head and Ian McClellan Hunter won for their costumes and story, respectively. In 1993, a posthumous Oscar was given to the real author of the story, Dalton Trumbo. In 1951, a change in the U.S. tax code exempted any American who lived abroad for at least 17 out of 18 months from paying income tax during that interval. MCA encouraged its clients to take advantage of this tremendous savings by working in Europe. Peck was among those who heeded the call, contracting for several features to be filmed in England, Germany, and other parts of the world. Consequently, he stayed abroad for nearly 3.5 years, commencing with his sojourn in Rome in June 1952. After Roman Holiday wrapped, he went to Paris with his family. As he had nearly 8 months until the start of his next project, he rented sight unseen a Norman-style villa in a small town west of the city. He was disappointed to find it cold and rather dreary, but it symbolized the stultifying state of his relationship with his wife. At some point during this interval, Peck remembered the attractive young French reporter, Veronique Pisani, who had interviewed him on his way to Rome, and decided that he wanted to see her again. Exactly when that occurred isn't clear. It is possible that the relationship started when Greg was making Roman Holiday. Veronique told Maggie Savoy of the Los Angeles Times in 1967 that Francois had sent her to Rome that summer, and she acknowledged seeing Peck in the Eternal City. Greg was there. I interviewed him again, is the way she put it. Furthermore, Axel Madsen, author of an authorized biography of William Wyler, asserted that Peck and Pisani fell in love that summer, something the director told him, adding, since he was still married, it had to be kept halfway secret, and elaborate plots were hatched. Once, the lovers and the Wylers had lunch on an island in the middle of a lake outside Rome. They had been told they would be alone, but paparazzi photographers soon came out of the bushes. Peck placed this episode some months later when Wyler recalled him to Rome for dubbing. According to Greg, it was after Roman Holiday wrapped and he was back in Paris that the relationship with Veronique developed. As he recalled its origins, he phoned her newspaper, only to learn that she was now working for another publication, Paris Press. When he called her there, the operator asked his name and then paged Pisani over the loudspeaker system. Thus, all of her colleagues knew that the famous American film star was on hold for her. When she came to the phone, he invited her to join him for the races at Hotel that afternoon. She seemed reluctant to reply, which unnerved the actor until he realized that she was probably surrounded by all of her colleagues, eager to know what he wanted. Undaunted, he said, "Well, last chance. Will you go to the races with me?" Finally, she agreed to meet him. Unknown to Peck at the time, Veronique had to interview Albert Schweitzer that afternoon. At the appointed time, she went to the home of Jean-Paul Sartre, where the doctor was staying. But Schweitzer was running late. As the hour approached for her date with Peck, she had to decide whether to stay and get the interview or leave to meet Greg. She met Greg. They had an idyllic afternoon. En route to Hotel in Peck's Jaguar, Pisani, later described by reporter Lynn Tornabene as an enchanting petite Parisian with great almond-shaped eyes set in a delicate oval face, chatted gaily with the much taller, more reserved American. After the races, they had dinner. Then Peck dropped her off at the apartment that she shared with her mother and grandfather. Thereafter, they began seeing one another on a regular basis. In time, Peck learned that Veronique was 20 years old, 16 years his junior. Her mother was a white Russian whose parents had owned a paper manufacturing company. Forced to leave their homeland after the Russian Civil War, they settled first in Berlin and then Paris, the Russian nobility's city of choice. Her father was French, an aristocratic, somewhat uptight architect. Although her parents were divorced, Veronique's dad lived nearby and paid frequent visits to his ex-wife and daughter. During World War II, her mother had remarried to an American colonel. The union lasted only 2 years, but produced a son, Cornelius, whom Veronique's father subsequently adopted. Educated at Marymount, a private school in Paris, Veronique decided at 18 to become a journalist. Although there were few women reporters in France at the time, she pursued the editor of François until he hired her. Starting as a cub reporter, called a pup reporter in France, she covered minor crimes and human interest stories, eventually graduating to profiles of such celebrities as Samuel Goldwyn, Senator Estes Kefauver, and Melina Mercouri. Despite her success, Pisani wasn't career-driven. She later said, "I was not a very good reporter. Giving up writing was no loss to either the magazine or myself." If, in fact, Greg began seeing Veronique in Paris, the question still remains, when? Contrary to plans, Greta decided in January 1953, roughly 4 months after moving into the villa, to leave France and return with the children to Los Angeles. Greg would suggest that he started seeing Veronique thereafter, but it is possible that the burgeoning relationship began while Greta was still in France, and that this accounted for her decision to leave. One tabloid published at this time gives credence to this theory. It cited an argument between the Pecks during a housewarming party at their villa, in which another woman was at the center of the controversy. That woman would most likely have been Veronique. The tabloid described this event as the blow-up that sent Greta rushing home to Hollywood. Whether or not Veronique was the root cause, Greta left. She and Greg maintained publicly that the reason for her departure had to do with the boys' education, that it was, as she put it, just too difficult trying to raise them abroad under Greg's schedule. They insisted that their marriage was fine and denied the rumors of an impending divorce. But between themselves, they acknowledged that it was time to stop torturing one another. They were doing neither themselves nor their children any good. When Greta left for America, it was clear to both her and Greg that the separation was permanent and that divorce proceedings would be instituted when practical. The decision having been made, husband and wife parted on friendly terms. Greg even accompanied Greta and the boys to Le Havre, where they boarded the Ile-de-France for home. Although he knew this moment was coming for a long time, he was racked with sorrow now that it had finally arrived. As he left the docks, he recalled the faces of his tearful sons and the look of resigned defeat on his wife, and the images cut deeply. He wondered as he drove back to Paris if he was condemning the boys to the same kind of loneliness that he'd experienced in his own childhood, and vowed to do everything he could to ensure against that eventuality. Later, looking back on the long solo drive, he described it the lowest moment of his life thus far. Shortly thereafter, Mel Ferrer arrived in Paris, en route to Africa, where he was to start work on a film. He and Greg enjoyed a 2-week motor trip, which gave Peck a badly needed respite from his anguish. Finally, in April 1953, it was time to go to work, the best remedy of all as far as Greg was concerned. By the early 50s, television had become the biggest threat the motion picture industry had ever known. Never before could people sit in the comfort of their own homes and watch comedies, dramas, quiz shows, variety acts, and news, all for free. Hollywood, looking for ways to entice audiences into theaters, began producing what TV could not. Large-scale Technicolor features with huge casts and extravagant production values. Gimmicks like 3D and widescreen formats like CinemaScope were also developed to contrast with the imagery of the small black and white tube. In the 40s, Peck's pictures were far grander in terms of budget, running time, and scope than most of the assembly line products churned out by the studios. Ironically, now, when the fare became epic, he undertook 3 innocuous and not very memorable programmers: The Man with a Million, Night People, and The Purple Plane. The Man with a Million and The Purple Plane were produced by a British film company, the Rank Organization, which paid Peck a reported $350,000 per picture. The former, a comedy based on an 1884 story by Mark Twain, cast Greg as Henry Adams, a penniless American shipbuilder stranded in London. As an experiment, 2 eccentric but extremely wealthy brothers give him a £1 million note, which he parlays into sumptuous lodgings, an extensive wardrobe, an introduction to British society, and finally wealth, without ever spending a farthing. Along the way, he also falls in love with a pretty society girl. shot in color in and around London with lavish sets and costumes. The Man with a Million was lovely to look at, but as the New York Times' Bosley Crowther noted upon the film's American debut on June 28th, 1954, it doesn't spark with humor, it doesn't glow with warmth and charm, and particularly, it doesn't flash with the satire on money madness that is lodged in the yarn. It simply ambles along very nicely. It made a resounding thud at the box office. Night People and The Purple Plane were more conventional Gregory Peck vehicles. The former, a Fox feature written, produced, and directed by Nunnally Johnson, placed Peck in the middle of the Cold War. As Colonel Steve Van Dyke, the U.S. Provost Marshal in Berlin, he attempts to retrieve an American soldier kidnapped by the Russians. Peck liked Van Dyke because the colonel was, in his words, sort of tough and crisp and full of wisecracks and a little bit more aggressive than some of the characters he'd portrayed. Shot over 5 weeks in Berlin and Munich during the summer of 1953 at a cost of only $800,000, this espionage drama opened in New York on March 12, 1954, 3.5 months before The Man with a Million. It drew respectable reviews, but the public failed to respond. Even though it was shot in color in the new wide-format CinemaScope, Night People seemed like a throwback to the small-scale, documentary-like pictures championed by Zanuck in the mid to late 1940s, films like the Cold War thriller placed only 52nd among the year's box office hits. The Purple Plane kept Peck in uniform, this time that of a World War II Canadian Air Force pilot. His character, a man named Forrester, is stationed in Burma during the waning days of the war. Haunted by the death of his wife during the London Blitz, he is reckless in combat and rude to his fellow officers. When he meets a beautiful Burmese woman named Anna, he finds a new reason to live, then ironically faces near certain death when his plane crashes in the jungle behind enemy lines. As in The Man with a Million, Peck was the only international star in the cast. It was shot on location in Ceylon between January and April 1954, under the auspices of an American director, former child actor and editor Robert Parrish. Although Greg created another of his flawed but heroic martinets, prompting William K. Zinsser of the New York Herald Tribune to describe him as his old, competent self. His performance wasn't enough to compensate for the Purple Plane's rather plodding storyline, slow pace, and absence of co-stars recognizable to American moviegoers. It, too, failed to resonate at the box office. During the making of The Man with a Million, Night People, and The Purple Plane, 2 incidents occurred that reveal noteworthy facets of Peck's character. The first occurred as the Night People Company assembled in Munich to film interiors at the Geiselge Steig studio. When Greg arrived, he learned that one of the film industry's principal trade newspapers, The Hollywood Reporter, had just run a front-page article reporting that he was objecting to everything Nunnally Johnson wanted to do, and as a consequence, the production was falling way behind schedule. He was chastised in an editorial by publisher Billy Wilkerson, also on the front page. Today's picture-making is too tough and expensive, Wilkerson asserted, to stand off such delays as Peck is reported to be causing in Munich, and right or wrong, news of this type will add little to the Peck luster. He now becomes a dangerous investment, one that major producers might shy from, because regardless of Peck's star value, the loss of production time with antics he's now being accused of makes things too hazardous. In point of fact, Peck and Johnson were getting along fine. Peck recognized that Johnson wasn't an actor's director like William Wyler or Henry King. "I don't think Nunnally was greatly gifted in that way," he said. But in every other way, he was an ideal director. Patient, wise, he kept a good mood on the set, never blew his top, always dealt with things in terms of humor. For his part, Johnson considered Peck a genuinely nice man. He acknowledged that the actor could be stubborn and opinionated, and has to be convinced of the necessity of doing something before he'll do it, which Nunnally found time-consuming. But he also noted that Peck helped me on Night People in so many ways. He would make suggestions, but never try to impose his ideas. Johnson later attributed the Hollywood Reporter story to Darryl Zanuck. Unbeknownst to the director at the time, the mogul wanted to visit a girlfriend in Paris. He hoped that he could go to Germany, mediate the feud, and then make a side trip to France for purposes of his own. As it turned out, Zanuck's ploy failed, and he stayed in Hollywood. But Peck was so infuriated by the unwarranted attack on his character that he was seething on the set the following day, which turned out to be a good thing. The schedule called for him to do a scene with his co-star, Broderick Crawford, cast as the powerful father of the kidnapped soldier. When the industrialist comes to Berlin to get his son back, he incurs the anger of Peck's provost marshal. The sequence in which the two men butt heads ran about 10 pages and was budgeted for 2 days shooting. As the camera started to roll, Peck turned his full fury on Crawford. As a result, the sequence was finished in 1 take. The whole thing lasted about 2 hours, including rehearsals and setup time. Since the next set wasn't finished, the company had the rest of the day off. The second incident took place during the making of the Purple Plane. The cast and crew spent part of the shoot living in pitched tents. The director, Robert Parrish, shared his accommodations with Greg. Most nights, Parrish recalled, he would crawl onto his mosquito-netted cot, turn on his flashlight, and read. Some nights, he would lie there on his back, staring at the ceiling of the tent. I would usually flop on my cot, say, "See you tomorrow," and sink into a dreamless sleep. From time to time, I would wake up at some odd hour and look over at Greg. He was always reading or staring. I never caught him sleeping. One morning, at about 2 a.m., Parrish was awakened by, in his words, an ungodly scream. He saw Peck jump out of his cot, knock down the center tent pole, and race through the front entrance, his mosquito netting in a tangle behind him. Still screaming, he headed barefoot for the jungle. Parrish managed to tackle him at the edge of the compound. He asked the actor if he was all right, but Peck just stared at him. Then Greg put his hands over his face, gasping for air. After several minutes, he recovered and quietly told Parrish he was okay. They returned to the tent, where Peck managed to get a few hours' sleep. When he awoke around 5 a.m., the director asked him how he felt. "Fine. Why?" came the reply. At first, Parrish thought Peck had forgotten the earlier episode, but sheepishly Greg acknowledged what had happened. Parrish used the experience to create a new opening for the picture. As the director quipped, "We got it all in 1 take. I guess that's because Greg and I had rehearsed it so well." It is difficult to know what to make of Parrish's story. There is nothing to suggest that insomnia and nightmares plagued Peck at other moments in life. The most likely explanation is that, although he had settled nicely into a relationship with Veronique, he was still haunted by the demise of his marriage. In any event, the image of the controlled, dignified movie star in a state of uncontrolled terror is daunting indeed. In addition to the money he earned from his trio of European films and the tax benefits of remaining abroad, Peck got to visit some interesting places: Berlin, Munich, Ceylon. Veronique spent at least part of each shoot with him. He also took the journalist to the south of France, soon to become their favorite vacation spot, after The Man with a Million wrapped. And, following his work on Night People, they enjoyed a holiday in Switzerland with Greg's oldest son, Jonathan. Throughout their courtship, they tried to stay out of the public eye, and for the most part, their efforts were successful. By spring 1954, however, the couple had been together for close to 2 years, and the press was beginning to catch on. As one photographer put it, "No girl can go around with Gregory Peck and hide behind sunglasses forever." Confronted with this reality and its potential impact upon his image, Peck flew home to meet with Greta on June 13th, about 6 weeks after the Purple Plane wrapped, marking his return to Los Angeles for the first time since he left for Rome in June 1952. His wife and kids were on hand to greet him, as were his father, stepbrother, and Luella Parsons. The following day, Parsons told her readers, "Gregory has been in Europe for 2 years, and there has been much talk he and his wife were estranged, but everything seemed all right last night." Of course, things weren't all right, and on July 3rd, Greta and Greg made it official. They announced their decision to divorce. Shortly thereafter, Greg flew to London to start work on his next project, Moby Dick. Peck later called it the most dangerous film I ever made. It was also one of the most arduous. Scheduled for 6 months, the shoot took 9 and ran more than $1 million over budget, an enormous sum in the 1950s. The project started with the best of intentions. The Oscar-winning screenwriter, director, actor John Huston had long wanted to bring Moby Dick to the screen. Herman Melville's novel had been filmed twice before, as a silent feature, The Sea Beast, in 1926, and as a talkie under its original name 4 years later. Both versions starred John Barrymore as Ahab, a New England sea captain obsessed with the giant white whale that took his leg. Neither version was very faithful to its source. Huston, whose impressive directing credits included The Maltese Falcon, The Treasure of the Sierra Madre, The Asphalt Jungle, The Red Badge of Courage, and The African Queen, all of which he also wrote or co-wrote, seemed the perfect man to give life to what is arguably the great American novel. To be sure, his goal was a faithful rendering. As he explained upon the film's release, we had decided at the outset that our picture was going to be as close to the original novel as we could possibly make it. He went through several screenwriters before settling upon Ray Bradbury. A rather curious choice. Bradbury was best known for his science fiction, but according to Lawrence Grobel, author of The Houstons, John saw something of Melville's elusive quality in his work. Bradbury labored for months on the project. When he finished, Huston rewrote and added scenes himself. He also invoked the aid of two other writers, Roald Dahl and John Godey. In the end, Huston and Bradbury would share credit for the screenplay. Initially, the director had hoped to star his father, Walter, as Ahab. After the actor's death in 1950, Orson Welles and Frederick March were considered. Bradbury favored a third candidate, Laurence Olivier. But Warner Bros., for whom Huston was producing the picture, wanted Peck. When John first mentioned the project to Greg, the actor thought he was being asked to portray the first mate, Starbuck, the role that he had played years earlier at Cal. When Huston said he wanted him for Ahab, Peck was stunned. He really couldn't see himself in the role. But the director could very persuasive when he wanted to be. John wove his spell, Greg later said, and convinced me I'd be the ticket as Ahab. The director then amassed a talented group of co-stars, including Richard Basehart as Ishmael, Leo Jen as Starbuck, Harry Andrews as Stubb, and Orson Welles as Father Mapple. The most unusual bit of casting was that of a friend, Austrian aristocrat Friedrich Lettebier, for the tattooed harpooner Queequeg. Huston later said that a Rockwell Kent drawing in a limited edition of the novel reminded him of his pal. Of course, the toughest part to fill was that of the title character. Ultimately, the Associated British Studios and a Midlands rubber plant created what was then a state-of-the-art mechanical whale. It was 90 feet long and weighed 30 tons, with a steel frame covered in a rubber plastic substance called vermiculite. Costing $30,000 and operated by remote control, it could dive, surface, move its tail, and spout water. While the problem of the whale was being considered, Huston conducted an extensive search for a ship to serve as Ahab's Pequod. He finally found what he was looking for, the Rylands, a 104-foot wood-hulled, three-masted vessel in Scarborough on the Yorkshire coast of England. After purchasing the ship, which was serving as an aquarium and tourist attraction, Warner's outfitted it to look like a mid-19th century whaler. The model for this makeover was the Charles W. Morgan, an authentic whaler berthed at Mystic Seaport, Connecticut's Living History Museum. Engines and generators were also placed on board to support the production company's lights, cameras, and other equipment. Before filming could begin, one other technical problem had to be solved. Although the picture would be shot in Technicolor, Huston wanted it to echo the quality of a 19th century lithograph. After considerable trial and error, cinematographer Oswald Morris came up with the idea of desaturating the color and adding a gray image to it in what he described as a marriage of color and black and white. This solved the problem to Huston's satisfaction. With the director present, a second unit under Freddie Francis began filming whales and whalers off of Madeira, Portugal in April 1954. The location was perfect because, as Huston noted, Portuguese whalers still hunt from open longboats just as they did generations ago. Meanwhile, Peck readied himself for the challenge of playing the obsessed sea captain. As usual, Greg littered his script with notes about the character's behavior and attitudes. Adjectives such as stark and possessed were common. At one point, he reminded himself, every scene does not have to be a tirade. And at another juncture he wrote, Moby is never a fish to Ahab. Something between God and Ahab. Especially when you fight him, this will always help. He also worked with the Warner's makeup department to devise a look for the character, which involved growing his hair long and adding a Lincoln-like beard, with touches of white in both, plus a scar along his cheek. And he learned to use Ahab's peg leg. For several weeks before filming began, he practiced at home with the whalebone prosthetic, his own legs strapped to his upper thigh and buttocks. In time, he could endure the discomfort for about half an hour without getting a cramp. Principal photography began in July in Youghal, Ireland, which stood in for Ahab's home port, New Bedford, Massachusetts. Although Youghal was a picturesque old sea town, most of the homes and shops were constructed of stone. New Bedford's buildings were primarily clapboard. Thus, dozens of structures along Youghall's waterfront had to be covered in wood at a cost of $50,000. Huston would later accuse Warmers of being penny-wise and pound-foolish by not dredging Yohel's harbor deep enough to adequately accommodate the Rylands except at high tide. As a consequence, the company was only able to use the ship for the harbor scenes, about an hour a day. After 4 weeks, the cast and crew moved to Fishguard, Wales, to shoot the episodes at sea. That's where the real problems began. For starters, the generators installed on the Rylands made so much noise they interfered with the soundtrack. The company had to hire a second ship to generate power, with cables running from its deck to the lights, cameras, and other equipment used by the crew. The weather was terrible in Fishguard, with an unprecedented 70 consecutive days of rain. The cast and crew often holed up in their small hotel, playing cards, drinking, and rehearsing. When they were able to take to the sea, high winds and choppy waves often prevented them from filming. Moreover, many company members became seasick. And twice, gale forces demasted the venerable Rylands, mandating yet more delays for repairs. An even worse mishap occurred when foul weather caused the 2-inch-thick cable attached to the rubber whale to snap, the result of the mechanical creature's tremendous weight. At the same moment, actors and cameramen in longboats needed help returning to the ship. Huston was faced with the choice of saving his colleagues or his title character, and the whale lost. Although Greg genuinely liked Huston, the difficult working conditions put a strain on their relationship. The director's friend, Peter Vertel, found the actor tense and disenchanted with his director, who, it seemed to Peck, was accepting the endless rain too philosophically. Adding to Greg's frustration were his difficulties with the role that John had talked him into doing. The director wasn't much help. Huston was not that great an actor's director, Greg later said. When people were perfectly cast, like Bogart and Lore and Greenstreet, he was great with them. But he was not very good at helping actors to find a performance. Typically, John's suggestions would be along the lines of, "Make it bigger, kid," or "more brimstone," which were of little use to the method. Once, when Peck had an important scene with a long speech, Houston told him, "Kid, if you ever deliver the goods, this has got to be the time." Greg later asked rhetorically, "Is that direction?" What Huston lacked in communication skills, he more than made up for in bravado. A tough, hard-drinking man, he had a reputation for endangering the safety of his cast members. Peck was no exception. Instead of using a stunt double for the climactic sequence in which Ahab clings to the massive Moby Dick, Huston wanted his star to do it. That way he could get close-ups of Ahab's face. Peck was game, but neither man had anticipated the rubber whale breaking loose from its cable with Peck strapped on board and getting lost in a dense fog. As he slithered around on the mechanical contraption, Peck had only one thought. "Oh my God, I'm going to die, tied to the back of a rubber whale out in the middle of the Irish Sea." Finally, after about 10 minutes, the camera crew found him and he was able to extricate himself. The rubber whale then drifted away, never to be seen again. Another replacement was ordered. After about 11 weeks and only about 10 good weather days, Huston gave up and the company returned to London. There, they filmed interiors at the Elstree Studios. They also shot some shipboard sequences as 2 sections of the Pequod were reconstructed on a soundstage and set on hydraulic rockers. According to Oswald Morris, filming in London was a major strain for Peck and Houston, as their visas entitled them to work in England for only brief periods. So they had to fly to Paris each Friday evening and return each Monday morning. In December, the company was ready to go to sea again. With the arrival of winter, a warm water location was clearly needed, and Huston chose the Canary Islands. Despite the near loss of a third mechanical whale, the requisite footage was obtained. At last, the ordeal was over. It took some 15 months for Huston and editor Russell Lloyd to reduce the 400,000 feet of exposed film to an 11,000-foot, 116-minute movie. When Peck and the director arrived at the airport on the 25th, 10,000 people were there to greet them, with 25,000 more lining the road into town. The following day, there was a host of film-related activities, capped on the 27th by a parade with an estimated 100,000 people on hand. That evening, Moby Dick was screened at 3 local theaters. "I've been to premieres in Hollywood and New York," Greg told the crowd at one of them, "but nothing has ever matched this." The New York opening at the Sutton and the Criterion Theaters came on the 4th of July. Often with a project as problem-plagued as Moby Dick, the best the producers can hope for is a finished product of any kind. By contrast, Huston's Sea Saga turned out exceedingly well. Bosley Crowther of the New York Times called it one of the great motion pictures of our times, adding, "Space does not possibly permit us to cite all the things about this film that are brilliantly done or developed, from the strange, subdued color scheme employed to the uncommon faithfulness to details of whaling that are observed." The New York Herald Tribune's William K. Zinsser went even further, arguing that Moby Dick may just be the finest film that this country has achieved. Moby Dick managed to capture 9th place among the top 10 money earners for 1956, with a gross of $5.2 million. Had the film come in on budget, $3 million, its earnings would have been acceptable. But at approximately $4.5 million, before negative and advertising costs, it failed to break even. The box office showing disappointed Peck, who had a 10% share of the profits. He also faulted the film on artistic grounds, arguing that Bradbury and Huston tried to say something cosmic, but ended up with something merely sophomoric and static. As for his performance, most of the critics agreed with Wanda Hale of the New York Daily News, who found him stiff and stagey. In fairness, he had a number of strikes against him. To begin with, his costume and makeup immediately evoked the image of Abraham Lincoln, a fact noted in virtually every review. Why no one on the production team attempted to redress this distraction is a mystery. Secondly, the screenplay made Ahab essentially a one-note character. Perhaps an actor with greater technical underpinnings, Olivier or Wells, for example, might have made more interesting choices within a very narrow range, but perhaps not. As Father Mapple, even Wells failed to sustain an interminable sermon based on the story of Jonah. Finally, Peck himself couldn't identify with the character. Years later, he said, "I was unable to overcome the feeling that Ahab was an old lunatic." Perhaps the best that might be said of his performance is that it was a noble effort. He deserves credit for trying to tackle a role so far from his age and persona, and for attempting to reach the character's fevered emotional pitch, which played to his weakest point as an actor. Huston always defended Peck's work, but Ray Bradbury was probably right when he stated, "Greg Peck is never going to be a paranoid killer or a maniac devourer of whales." For a time after the conclusion of principal photography, Huston and Peck remained close friends. "Greg is one of the nicest, straightest guys I ever knew," the director wrote in his autobiography, "and there's a size to him. I conceived a great affection for him during the making of this picture. I had a chance to observe him closely, and he was not found wanting in any department." They shared common interests, including primitive art and racehorses. In fact, Peck invested in several of Houston's thoroughbreds, the start of a long-standing hobby. They also wanted to work together again. Then, suddenly, Peck turned cold. Huston couldn't figure out what happened. "Had it been almost anyone else," he wrote, "I would have said, 'The hell with it,' but not with Greg. I valued our friendship too much. I searched my memory for some clue to his behavior. But he was unable to determine what he had done." After being rebuffed by Peck in several subsequent encounters, he finally gave up. What Huston never learned was that several years after the making of Moby Dick, Greg discovered that the director had really wanted Orson Welles for Ahab, and that he talked Peck into doing the role because it was the only way Warner Bros. Would finance the picture. Greg couldn't stand the feeling of betrayal. In a very revealing moment, he told Dennis Brown, who worked with him decades later on his one-man show, A Conversation with Gregory Peck, that such deceit reminded him of his youth when he felt abandoned or, at least, without stability. As a consequence, he told Brown, if someone appeared to be using him for his or her own gain, his tendency was simply to separate myself from them. In a town like Hollywood, where people mislead and use one another all the time, Peck's attitude offers an important insight into his psyche. No matter how famous and popular he became, he would always carry lonely Eldred within him. On December 29, 1954, while Greg was battling a rubber whale in the Canary Islands, Greta was testifying on behalf of her divorce petition in a Los Angeles Superior Court. Questioned for 30 minutes by her attorney, James C. Shepard, she cited instances of spousal neglect and cruelty, including the housewarming party in France when Greg had stormed out. By 1952, she told the judge A. Scott, her husband was frequently staying away from home all night, although she refrained from any mention of infidelity, having no wish to jeopardize Greg's reputation or popularity. Peck subsequently denied the charges of cruelty. Through his attorney, Lawrence W. Bielenson, he issued a one-page statement asserting that Greta's allegations were offered simply to facilitate a speedy trial. The split was amicable. A financial settlement had already been worked out that called for Greg to pay $750 a month in child support. Greta was to retain their Pacific Palisades home, plus half of all other community assets, including insurance policies and an automobile. As alimony, reported the Los Angeles Times, Mrs. Peck will receive in excess of $65,000 a year by conservative estimate. The contract specifies Peck will pay her from his earnings as follows: 20% of the first $100,000, 12% of the second $100,000, 10% of the third $100,000, 7.5% of the fourth $100,000, and 5% thereafter until the year 1965. Greta was also awarded custody of the children, who were 10, 8, and 5 at the time. Acknowledging that Greg was a wonderful father, she approved loose visitation rights. Peck said at this point, I want to do a good job with the boys. I hope to teach them the right values, to work and develop their minds. I don't want them loaded with spending money. They'd miss all the good things that form character in kids. Judge Scott granted the divorce petition, but under California law, it would take a year to become final. Over the ensuing decades, the former husband and wife enjoyed an amicable relationship, centered on their mutual love and concern for their sons. Greta never remarried. Shortly after the new year, Greg and Veronique were back in Paris. Not only were Peck's kids in the States, the tax loophole that had fostered his foreign sojourn was eliminated. Worse, income earned abroad during that presumed window was now deemed taxable on a retroactive basis. Greg told a journalist at the time, "One day I was a millionaire. Then the phone rang and I was told the tax law had been changed. I don't think anyone ever said goodbye to $900,000 as suddenly as that before." Aside from the dramatic loss of income, Greg had done his career little good since leaving Los Angeles in 1952. Of the 5 features he had made abroad, 3, The Man with a Million, Night People, and The Purple Plane, were overlooked entirely, and in the remaining 2, Roman Holiday and Moby Dick, he was overshadowed by other elements. But on a personal level, there had been significant growth and change. Casey Robinson might have gone too far in suggesting, with reference to the snows of Kilimanjaro, that the pre-Europe Peck lacked a worldview. Greg was well-read and devoted considerable thought to history and current events. But aside from his sojourn in England and the south of France during the making of Captain Horatio Hornblower, he had previously spent almost no time outside of the continental United States. Nor had he enjoyed much exposure to people beyond the entertainment industry. While abroad, he not only lived for months at a stretch in Rome, London, and Paris, he sojourned in Berlin, Munich, Switzerland, Ireland, Wales, Ceylon, and the Canary Islands. As he put it in August 1954, "In 2 years, I have covered a lot of ground, met a lot of people. I'm glad to have had the opportunity to see all those foreign places I'd always read about." This broadening experience added a veneer of sophistication to Peck's already reserved, gentlemanly demeanor. Visiting some of the world's major museums had fostered an interest in art. He developed a consuming passion for thoroughbred racing. In the years to come, he would own interests in several potential champions. He began having his suits tailored in London. And of course, he formed a close personal relationship with a younger, sophisticated Frenchwoman who was well acquainted with major political and cultural figures in her own country and on the world stage. If Greta was a fit companion for a lonely, impoverished novice actor, Veronique Pisani was an appropriate consort for a dignitary. Feared, mature man of breeding and culture. Greg had grown into such an individual. Indeed, the grandson of black Irish immigrants had, in effect, become Lord of the Manor. Nevertheless, at the outset of 1955, he was still a married man and would remain so until the end of that calendar year. Thus, when he left for America on January 24, he traveled alone. He said upon his arrival in the States, "I am very fond of Veronique. We have the same tastes in art, sports, and everything. We enjoy each other's company, but we did not discuss marriage plans." He hoped she would soon visit him, which she did on March 9. Greg arrived in New York the day before to meet her flight when it landed at Idlewild Airport, but in the name of discretion, he remained in the terminal at a luncheonette while a friend went to the gate to greet her. After clearing customs, she left with the emissary in a chauffeur-driven Cadillac. At the outskirts of the airport, Greg joined them in the car. The couple spent about a week in Manhattan, enjoying the city. Greg also spent some time publicizing the Purple Plane, which would open in New York the following month. Then, on March 18th, he returned, alone, to a rented home in Mandeville Canyon. Veronique arrived the following day, checking in at the Bel Air Hotel. "I have no plans to marry Miss Pisani," Greg told Luella Parsons in L.A. "I want to spend a lot of time with my 3 boys for the next year. My house is very close to where they live with their mother, so close, in fact, that they bicycle over to see me every day." Parsons wasn't fooled regarding Peck's feelings for Veronique. "Although Greg insists they are not engaged," she told her readers on March 19, "it's my personal opinion that when he is free, they will marry." In a crafty public relations exercise, Peck invited the powerful columnist to his home the following week, where he introduced her to his girlfriend. "She is entirely unlike what I had expected," Parsons reported on March 25. "She is a very pleasant girl, without any affectation, and she is not a great beauty. Her eyes, almost violet in color, are her best feature. For a girl who has lived in Paris most of her life, I expected a fashion plate. But she wore a very simple dark dress and a mushroom-shaped pink hat." Parsons' prediction about the couple's marital plans proved correct. On December 30, 1955, Superior Court Judge Elmer D. Doyle signed the decree finalizing the divorce between Greg and Greta. At 7 p.m. the following day, Greg and Veronique were married by a Justice of the Peace. Peace, Judge Arden Jensen of the Santa Barbara Circuit Court. The ceremony took place in Lompoc, California, at the ranch of one of Greg's friends, artist Channing Peak. Also present were the Peaks' 4 children, Greg's mother and her husband, and Mr. and Mrs. Pidetta Padati, associates of Peck's in the cattle business. After ringing in the new year, the couple went on a 3-day honeymoon. There wasn't time for more, as Greg was in the middle of filming his first feature since coming back to the United States. Appropriately, the man in the gray flannel suit represented a return to the large canvas and Class A production values of his pre-European offerings. It was also the first project under a new contract with Fox, which called for him to star in 5 pictures over 3 years with a large salary jump to $250,000 per picture. The United States at mid-century was enjoying unprecedented prosperity. The nuclear threat posed by the Soviet Union required constant vigilance, but for the most part, Americans appeared content with their lives and optimistic about the future. Here and there, however, voices were raised to suggest that the suburban ranch houses dotting the country represented something less than utopia. One of the dissenters was Sloan Wilson, a 35-year-old Harvard-educated World War II veteran then teaching English at the University of Buffalo. Wilson drew on his experience with Time Life to write a novel in which a decent, intelligent man, Tom Rass, becomes part of an endless line of breadwinners marching off each day in their civilian uniform, the gray flannel suit, to jobs they neither like nor hate, talking alike and acting alike in order to earn paychecks that barely cover their material needs. Like many other men of his generation, Rath is haunted by his experiences in World War II, during which he killed 17 men and drifted into an affair with a young Italian woman. She later gave birth to his child, a son he's never seen. His wife, Betsy, senses her husband's emotional detachment, but doesn't understand its cause or know how to breach it. Rath's personal, marital, and professional problems come into focus when he takes a job as the assistant to Ralph Hopkins, the dynamic head of a broadcasting company. Wilson based Hopkins on his boss at Time Life, Roy Larson. Published just as a major intellectual debate was forming on the issue of conformity in American life. To quote David Halberstam, author of The 50s, a major study of the United States at mid-century, the man in the gray flannel suit touched a nerve in the American psyche. As a consequence, the book became a mega bestseller and one of the most influential novels of the decade. Darrell F. Zanuck purchased Wilson's tale, published in 1955 by Simon & Schuster, for $175,000 plus escalators tied to its book club and hardcover sales. Zanuck, who produced the picture himself, his last project before leaving Fox, assigned the screenplay to Nunnally Johnson. Johnson adhered faithfully to Wilson's major characters, themes, and incidents, while reshuffling the order of some episodes and eliminating others. As with Night People and 2 subsequent films, Nunnally was allowed to direct his screenplay. Peck arrived in New York at the end of September 1955, several weeks before the start of filming, in order to soak up Rath's milieu. He not only visited several advertising agencies and the executive offices at NBC, he also took an afternoon commuter train to Larchmont, one of the nearby bedroom communities. Life magazine assigned a photographer to cover his research trip, and the photo spread ran in its November 7 issue. Principal photography began on October 11 in Westport, Connecticut, site of the Rath home. At that point, the role of Betsy Rath hadn't been cast, so an extra by the name of Christine Lynn was hired as a stand-in. Wearing a kerchief on her head so that she could pass for either a blonde or a brunette, she was photographed only in long shots, which do appear in the film. When the company returned to Los Angeles in November, Jennifer Jones, who had a 3-picture contract with Fox, was given the role. The Fox publicity department eagerly trumpeted the reunion of the stars of Duel in the Sun. But the man in the gray flannel suit was hardly another Lust in the Dust, and Betsy Rath, a practical homemaker and mother of 3, was a far cry from the earthy, amoral Pearl. Jones didn't particularly care for the character, whom she considered shrewish. Nevertheless, she threw herself into Betsy's emotional scenes, too much so in Johnson's opinion. The director recalled one problematic sequence, that in which Tom tells Betsy about his affair during World War II. At that point, Jones, acting distraught, was supposed to run out of the Rath house onto the front lawn with Peck as Tom in pursuit. She came out like an impala, Johnson told his daughter Nora, dashing right past the mark where Peck was supposed to catch her. After calling cut, Johnson said to her, "You must have forgotten, honey. We've got to get you in the camera." To which Jones replied, "Well, I thought I was supposed to be real." In the next take, she hit her marks, but scratched Peck's face when he grabbed her. "There were big claw marks there," Greg said. "None too happy," he told Johnson. "I don't call that acting. I call it personal. Can't you get her to do the scene right?" According to the director, they were never able to bring her fully under control. Johnson's relationship with Peck was less turbulent. As with Night, People, the director and star worked harmoniously together, but neither would ever be the other's favorite collaborator. Peck preferred directors who were more in tune with an actor's needs, and Johnson sometimes grew impatient with Greg's questions about motivation and behavior. As he wrote his daughter at the time, Peck does a good deal of deep thinking, which slows up progress while we discuss the psychology of a scene. Moreover, Greg often wanted to compare the screenplay with the novel. According to Johnson, he always had Wilson's book close at hand, with all kinds of notes and little pieces of paper sticking out of it. So swift was the New York opening, which came on April 12, that the picture beat Moby Dick to the screen by almost 3 months. At 153 minutes, the CinemaScope production was long and overly crammed with incidents, but most of the critics treated it kindly. Bosley Crowther of the New York Times called it a mature, fascinating, and often quite tender and touching film, and Q predicted that it may turn out to be the best dramatic film to come out of Hollywood this year. But William K. Zinsser of the New York Herald Tribune probably came closer to the truth, asserting that there are enough people here for 2 or 3 movies, and each scene is an emotional crisis. The movie is a series of tiny soap operas laid end to end. Peck was very good as the sober, thoughtful Tom, although he was arguably a little short on humor and affability, perhaps a bit too much the straight arrow. His performance is particularly interesting when set against his role as that other New York working stiff, Gentleman's Agreement's Phil Green. Whereas the latter is consumed with zeal for his story no matter the personal cost, Tom is much more conservative, a man who wants to follow the dictates of his conscience but fears jeopardizing his paycheck. He also wants his work to have personal meaning, but not at the expense of his home life. He's a more complex and commonplace character than Phil, but somewhat less admirable. The Man in the Gray Flannel Suit grossed $4.35 million and ranked 14th among the hits of 1956, 5 places behind Moby Dick. But Peck was disappointed with the result. He had hoped that the picture would be something of a sequel to William Wyler's award-winning The Best Years of Our Lives, offering a meaningful look at the problems of the World War II veterans a few years further on. Instead, he thought, like William K. Zinsser, that the domestic story was too much of a soap opera. In his opinion, the best moments were the flashbacks to Raff's World War II experiences. KOX. It may well be that Gregory Peck has portrayed more writers on screen than has any other star in Hollywood. By the mid-50s, he had already done so 4 times, not counting The Man in the Gray Flannel Suit, where Raff's written communication skills were of paramount importance. But Designing Woman offered the first and only time in which he played a writer for laughs. Specifically, he was sports reporter Mike Hagan, who meets, falls in love with, and marries the title character, a dress designer named Marilla, while they are both in Los Angeles on business. Complications set in when they return to their jobs in New York and try to reconcile their divergent lifestyles and circles of friends. The War Between the Sexes comedy was the brainstorm of a 2-time Academy Award-winning MGM dress designer named Helen Rose. Written by George Wells, whose credits included several Metro musicals and comedies, it was conceived as a vehicle for James Stewart and Grace Kelly, who had previously co-starred in Alfred Hitchcock's thriller Rear Window. When Kelly married Prince Rainier of Monaco and retired from acting, Stewart bowed out of the picture as well. Thereafter, Dor Sherry, who succeeded L.B. Mayer as the head of the studio in 1951 and who produced Designing Woman himself, brought Peck back to Metro for the first time since The Great Sinner 7 years earlier. Shari replaced the blonde Kelly with a sultry brunette, Lauren Bacall. Vincente Minnelli was assigned to direct. Best known for his musicals, which included Meet Me in St. Louis, An American in Paris, and The Bandwagon, Minnelli had also helmed several comedies, including Father of the Bride and its sequel, as well as The Long, Long Trailer, starring TV's hottest duo, Lucille Ball and Desi Arnaz. A former set and costume director, Minnelli invariably brought a lavish visual style and impeccable good taste to his projects. Peck also learned to admire Minnelli for a wonderful sense of pacing, of keeping things moving, of not letting things get boring, keeping it dancing along. Minnelli came to appreciate Peck's zest as well. As he recalled in his autobiography, I Remember It Well, he found that Greg was raring to go, like a banker at an American Legion convention. Pratfalls, double takes, he was ready to do it all. I never thought he would have to be held back. Bacall was also eager to participate in the fun. Having put her career on hold to care for her husband, Humphrey Bogart, who was battling cancer of the esophagus, she took the job solely because Bogey convinced her that the work would do her good. The support and understanding of her gentle director and down-to-earth co-star helped as well. Indeed, she later called Designing Woman a godsend. Peck became friendly with Bogart, who occasionally visited the set with his and Bacall's 2 children. As the actor's illness worsened, Greg took to visiting him at his home. In fact, he saw Bogey just a few days before his death. To cheer him up on that occasion, Peck launched into a joke. It was a long one, and even though he pruned the story as he went along, it could only be condensed so far. Finally, Bogart interrupted to say, "If you don't get to the end of this soon, I won't be around for the punchline." Bogart died on January 14, 1957. Peck and Bacall also became close friends. "Betty Bacall is one of my favorite people," Greg said years later, adding, "No one else has her looks, her style, her way of moving and wearing clothes, her sharp mind." But his favorite scene in the picture was not with Lauren. It was with Dolores Gray, who was playing Mike's hot-tempered girlfriend, entertainer Laurie Shannon. After his spur-of-the-moment marriage to Marilla, the reporter takes the unsuspecting Laurie to a high-toned Manhattan restaurant where he breaks the bad news. She responds by calmly dumping an entire plate of ravioli in his lap. Following the film's release, the great comedian George Burns told Peck that his deadpan reaction to being covered in hot pasta had him in stitches. "Well, to me, it was worth as much as the Academy Award," Peck said gleefully, "to have George Burns tell me that I could make him laugh." It was a delightful moment, but it set up an even funnier bit later on. The next time Mike encountered Lori, Peck immediately covered his crotch with his hands. There weren't too many other chuckles to be had, however, when Designing Woman opened on May 16, 1957. William K. Zinsser of the New York Herald Tribune went so far as to call the film a 2-hour endurance test. Despite the usual MGM Minnelli gloss, everyone seemed to be working just a bit too hard. Although George Wells would inexplicably win an Oscar for his screenplay, his plot and characters were highly reminiscent of the 1942 Spencer Tracy-Katharine Hepburn comedy Woman of the Year, a fact that virtually every critic noted in reviewing Designing Woman. The Peck-Bacall comedy failed to score with audiences, in part because it was competing with the latest Tracy-Hepburn pairing, Desk Set, which opened in New York one day after Designing Woman. Ending of Up in 40th place among the top grossers of 1957, it is probably best remembered today for Bacall's character's favorite form of foreplay, nibbling on Peck's earlobe. After Designing Woman wrapped on November 23, 1957, Peck enjoyed 7 months off before the start of his next project, which gave him time to concentrate on personal matters. For starters, he had a new home. Earlier in the year, he and Veronique had purchased a house on Summit Ridge Drive in Brentwood for $95,000. Formerly owned by bandleader Artie Shaw and Lana Turner, as well as boxer Kurt Frings and his wife Ketty, it featured 3 bedrooms, one of which was reserved for Greg's children, who usually came to stay on weekends. At first, there was some tension between the boys and their father's new wife. But Veronique was patient. Her stepbrother, Cornelius, was roughly in their age group, so she felt comfortable around preteens. She also made clear at the outset that she didn't see herself as the boys' new mom, but a friend. Eventually, Johnny, Steve, and Carrie began to come around. It took a while, Peck conceded. But she was successful, so much so that I think each one of the boys came to her at various times when they had a problem, to confide first in Veronique, even before they confided in me. The second bedroom in the new home was the master suite. Weighing 7 pounds 14 ounces, the baby, Greg's 4th son, was named Anthony. Although Veronique had been a career woman, she settled happily into domesticity. As Jean Libman Block observed a few years later in Good Housekeeping, the former reporter had the continental woman's conviction that the home is all. To cook an exquisite meal, create an atmosphere of serenity for her husband, open her children's eyes to beauty, to her, these comprise the ultimate feminine purposes. The need for a harmonious environment became particularly important when Greg was working. As Block noted, when he is before the cameras, the household becomes considerably more tense. His easygoing, relaxed manner disappears, and an obsessive perfectionism seizes him. Veronique and the children hear him walking up and down by the hour, memorizing his script, pacing out the action. Domestic peace, after his stormy first marriage, produced a change in the actor. "In the years I've known Gregory," Luella Parsons wrote in 1958, "I've never known him to seem as contented as he is now. He is that rare thing, a happy man who knows and appreciates the good things in life which he possesses." Years later, he would say that meeting Veronique was the best thing that ever happened to me. I learned from her who I was, and I also learned from her how it is possible to be happy. But he remained a complicated fellow. "Gregory can be as quiet as a meditating monk," Veronique told readers of the Hollywood Citizen News a few years later. "But he can also talk a blue streak. He is very sophisticated. He also is a person of basically simple tastes. He is methodical and also unregimented. He can confound the man who has classified him as a confirmed introvert by breaking out in a surge of joke-telling, elbow-nudging extroversion. He is conservative about financial matters, but he can spend money with reckless abandon. In other words, he is more complex and contradictory than Hollywood shows him. Even more than in the past, he eschewed the Hollywood social scene, preferring to simply talk with his wife, or perhaps listen to records with her, in the comfort of his own living room. To the extent that they entertained, they liked to restrict themselves to 8 or 10 guests. On those occasions, Peck said, Veronique took care of everything. I don't have to do anything but enjoy myself. His circle of friends changed, however. As one of his pals from earlier days noted, when they got married, a lot of the guys he used to see a lot no longer were. I wouldn't say not welcome, but were sort of cut off. I guess that's the way she is. She didn't want him hanging around with his old buddies or something. I had the impression that she wanted a more select group of friends for Greg. Whether it was due to Veronique's influence or not, Peck returned from Europe with broader interests and a more cosmopolitan air than he had known previously, and he sought companions with whom he could share his current pursuits and outlook. One of those was William Wyler. Greg and Willie had become extremely close during the making of Roman Holiday. We spent holidays together at Sun Valley with our families, Peck recalled. We were always dining out together. It would be the Wylers at the Pecks and the Pecks at the Wylers. Veronique and Tully really liked each other. We were a foursome. The director and actor also wanted to work together again. But instead of being hired guns, as they were with Roman Holiday, they decided to produce their own project. Actually, Peck had been thinking about getting into production for several years. Around 1956, he told gossip columnist Sheila Graham, "Everybody is doing it, setting up their own companies. You can incorporate yourself for $25, rent an office, and put your name on the door, and you're in business." That year, he formed just such a company, Melville Productions. His partner was screenwriter Cy Bartlett, the co-author of 12 O'Clock High. Shortly thereafter, Peck and Bartlett announced a two-picture production distribution deal with United Artists. They intended their first project to be Affair of Honor, based on upcoming Broadway play about the American Revolution. But the play failed, and the project was abandoned. Then, Greg and Wyler decided to co-produce Thieves' Market, an adaptation of Edward Anderson's 1937 novel Thieves Like Us, which had been filmed as They Live by Night in 1949. They commissioned the script, but weren't happy with the result, and that project was also dropped. Finally, Peck discovered a Western story by Donald Hamilton called Ambush at Blanco Canyon, which had been serialized in the Saturday Evening Post and later expanded into a novel called The Big Country. Peck liked the story, which dealt with an Eastern seaman who gets caught up in a range war in 1880s Texas after becoming engaged to the daughter of one of the feuding ranchers. Greg saw the piece as sort of a Grand Hotel Western with a whole gallery of characters. Wyler liked the property as well. Instead of using Melville, Peck formed a separate company for The Big Country, which he called Anthony Productions, after his infant son. Wyler set up an entity of his own, Worldwide Productions. Through these two companies, the director and star co-produced the picture in conjunction with United Artists. It was clear from the outset that Willie would have final say in all artistic matters. Peck would have casting and script approval, and, given his experience in the cattle business, would hire the wranglers, rent the livestock, and select the horses. Wyler would also direct, and Peck would play the peace-loving seaman Jim McKay, arguably his most heroic role since Captain Horatio Hornblower. Following the Grand Hotel format, he and Willie went after and got major names for every other principal role. Charles Bickford and Burl Ives as the feuding ranchers, Major Henry Terrell and Rufus Hannessy. Charlton Heston as Terrell's foreman. Chuck Connors as Ives' oldest son. Gene Simmons as Julia Maragon, the schoolteacher who owns the water rights that Terrell and Hannessy need. And one of the hottest new female stars at the time, Carol Baker, as Jim's fiancée, Patricia Terrell. Before finalizing her decision, Baker met with the producers. At the meeting, she recalled in her autobiography, Baby Doll, "Impressed as I was with Wyler and his films, it was Peck who got most of my attention. I couldn't keep my eyes off him. He was so tall, handsome, and immaculately dressed, so charming and funny, and such a perfect gentleman, he would have turned any girl's head." Although the interiors were shot at the Goldwyn Studios in Los Angeles, the company spent the majority of the shoot at two locations in California. One was Red Rock Canyon in the Mojave Desert, where the gun battle between the two old ranchers, Terrell and Hannessy, was filmed. The other was about 30 miles east of Stockton in the central part of the state. On this distinctive flat brushland, Wyler shot the range sequences, using a real working ranch, the 3,000-acre Dray Spread. There, the company constructed a sprawling Victorian house to serve as the Terrell home and a small western village, which Wyler used for the town sequences. As filming around Stockton took place in summer, Greg brought Veronica, baby Anthony, and his 3 older sons with him to the location. Johnny, Steve, and Carrie even earned a bit of money playing extras. They can be seen in the opening sequence, passing disdainful remarks as their dude father arrives in town. Making the big country turned out to be almost as problematic as Duel in the Sun. The screenplay was a major headache. Before filming began, several writers, Jessamine West, Leon Uris, Wyler's brother Robert, and Robert Wilder, had contributed to the effort. But the result was overlong and unsatisfying. As the cameras turned, the author of the original story, Donald Hamilton, worked with Peck on rewrites at night after Greg completed his acting chores. But Hamilton was no screenwriter. Eventually, Cy Bartlett and James Webb, an old hand with westerns, were hired. They and Wilder would share screen credit, and West and Robert Wyler were cited for adapting the novel. In addition to script problems, the remote locations offered the cast and crew few outlets for after-hours fun. And of course, Wyler filmed in his usual methodical fashion, calling for numerous takes. His way of working didn't sit well with some members of the cast, notably Charles Bickford, who had a major blow-up with the director and stalked off the set. He returned only after Wyler threatened to report him to the Screen Actors Guild. There was also tension between Willie and Gene Simmons, and Carol Baker, who was pregnant at the time, was occasionally ill-humored. As if all this weren't bad enough, principal photography ran about a month over schedule and drove the budget from $3 million to $4.1 million. While on location, the production problems took their toll on Peck and Wyler. At one point, they were shooting a scene in which Pat and Jim ride to the Terrell Ranch in a buckboard. En route, McKay is hassled by the sons of Rufus Hannessy, led by Chuck Connors as Buck. When Peck saw the rushes of this encounter, he was unhappy with a close-up, in which he thought he looked like a cretin. He asked Wyler if they could do a retake. "I'll think about it," the director replied. Peck reiterated the request several times as filming progressed, and on each occasion, Wyler remained non-committal. Finally, as the company was about to wrap at the location, Greg again reminded the director of the close-up. At that point, Willie said, "Well, to hell with it. I'm not going to do it. I can cut around it, and anyway, I'm directing this picture." Peck was furious. He felt that as the star of the picture, he was entitled to the courtesy of a retake. But he wasn't just the star. He was Wyler's co-producer and friend. Given their relationship, Willie's attitude was inexplicable. Unable to contain his hurt and disappointment, Greg went to his Winnebago, changed into his civilian clothes, and, without telling anyone, drove back to Los Angeles, about 400 miles away. A few days earlier, Veronique had returned with the kids. When Greg came through the door late that night, she was stunned. "What are you doing here?" she asked. He confessed to walking off the picture. "But it's your own picture," she replied. "How can you walk off your own picture?" "I don't know," Greg said, "but it just seemed like the right thing to do." Shortly thereafter, Wyler and the rest of the company returned to Hollywood for several more weeks of filming. He and Peck went about their business without speaking to one another. "He'd be 6 feet away from me," Greg told Wyler's biographer, Jan Herman, "not looking at me. He'd direct everyone else in the scenes, not me. But I coped. By that time, I was so into the character, I didn't need to be directed. I was all revved up, full of adrenaline. I think I did my best acting in those scenes." The feud continued in post-production, during which Wyler tried to take sole credit as producer, arguing that Peck hadn't earned co-billing. In a letter dated March 27, 1958, he offered the actor 3 alternatives. 1, no credit at all. 2, credit as associate or assistant producer, or 3, the removal of Wyler's name entirely from the film. Peck replied on April 8th, firmly rejecting the first 2 options. In a long iteration of his involvement with the project, he wrote, "I performed for 11 months, from the finding of the original story material through to the completion of the shooting, all the functions of a co-producer." He cited numerous examples of his contributions to the screenplay, supervising one of the screenwriters, Leon Uris, after Wyler refused to do so for personal reasons. Working intensely for several weeks with one of Uri's successors, Robert Wilder, often staying up all night and dictating memos on the phone at 6, 7 and 7 in the morning to my secretary, who would then type up my work and submit it to Wilder when he came to the office, assisting Donald Hamilton in Stockton, and, finally, recommending Webb End. Bartlett, who gave the screenplay its final shape. He also cited numerous specific instances of scenes that he had suggested, labored over, and or fought for, adding, "I did everything I could in my work with the writers to build stronger characterizations for every player in the picture, including Heston, Baker, and Ives." He cited as well his contributions beyond the script, from forming a co-production deal with United Artists before Wyler and he joined forces, to his suggestions regarding casting, publicity, wardrobe, and makeup, the choice of locations, the budget, and the hiring of technical personnel. Encouraging Wyler to share the producer's credit as originally planned, he concluded by acknowledging that the overlapping of director-producer and actor-producer function was, in our case, a serious mistake. If it had not occurred, we would probably still be the best of friends. I am not going to opinionate in this letter on the reasons for our mutual personal resentment. Since it exists, I suggest we finish up our relationship in a businesslike way and resolve this producer credit matter without rancor. Peck got his co-producer's credit. In mid-April, Wyler washed his hands of the Western, announcing that he was leaving for Rome to start work on his next film, Ben-Hur, and would therefore be unable to devote further time to matters pertaining to the big country. He asked that he not be disturbed in Rome for any reason, adding that he had authorized his longtime editor, Robert Swink, to do whatever was necessary to ready the picture for release. The biggest problem Wyler left to his associate was how to end the film. During principal photography, the writers had been unable to come up with a satisfactory resolution. As Carol Baker's contractual stop date neared, Wyler and Peck even halted filming for 2 days in order to work on the final sequence. At the end of that interval, they had yet to solve the problem and had to dismiss Baker without shooting any additional footage. Consequently, in the finished picture, her character just disappears. After Wyler left for Rome, Peck tried to rehire the actress for a day so that her character could be inserted into the final showdown between the two old ranchers, but was unable to do so. Instead, the film winds down with the Hannesses kidnapping the school teacher, Julia. She is rescued by Jim, culminating in a gun battle between the seaman and Buck. Almost immediately thereafter comes another gun battle between the Major and Rufus, after which Julia and Jim survey the land on horseback, suggesting that peace at last has come to the big country. Swink shot this footage of Greg and Gene Simmons. Wyler later wrote the editor from Rome to express his approval. Peck, however, found the ending anticlimactic. The problem, in his view, was that there were too many characters with unresolved conflicts near the picture's end, causing the story to bounce back and forth between Jim and the schoolteacher and the two ranchers. He wanted to eliminate the showdown between the old men. Thus, the saving of Julia would have led directly to the finale. The idea had some merit. Not only would it have eliminated the story's seesaw problem, which is somewhat ragged, it would have prevented the back-to-back gun battles between Peck and Connors and Ives and Bickford, the proximity of which diminishes both. Finally, the deletion would have somewhat reduced the film's substantial running time of 166 minutes. Peck, however, was unable to elicit support for his idea. On October 1st, 1958, The Big Country debuted at the Astor Theater in New York. Despite the myriad production difficulties and the absence of the director at a crucial post-production phase, the Western had much going for it. In addition to the engaging stars in the cast, it was beautiful to look at, having been shot in a widescreen format known as Technorama. It was also highly entertaining, with such memorable set pieces as Peck's determined battle of wills with a wild horse, his fistfight with Heston, much of which Wyler showed in a daring long shot, and his gunfight with Connors. A standout among the stellar supporting cast was Burl Ives, who would win an Oscar for his ornery, self-righteous Rufus Hannessy. Overall, the reviews were respectable, and the audience response was enthusiastic, taking the Western to 11th place among the hits of 1958. But, given its outsized budget, the initial earnings of $5 million barely put the Big Country in the black. The Western was behind them, but the feud between Wyler and Peck continued. Their wives tried to bring them together, to no avail. When the two men saw one another at social events, they maintained an awkward silence. "I missed Willie," Peck confessed. "I don't know whether he missed me." Maybe he did. Nearly 2.5 years later, Greg was standing in the wings at the Academy Awards, waiting to go on as a presenter, when Wyler came off stage, having just won an Oscar as Best Director for Ben-Hur. Peck extended his hand and said, "Congratulations, Willie, you deserve it." Wyler took Greg's hand and said, "Thanks." Then he grinned and added, "But I still won't retake that buckboard scene." That ended the feud. Peck embarked on a second Western while The Big Country was in post-production. Less epic in scope, about $2 million cheaper, and roughly an hour and 15 minutes shorter in running time, The Bravados brought Greg back to Fox. By coincidence, his characters in the back-to-back Westerns were both named Jim. But whereas The Big Country's McKay was a peace-loving man, The Bravados' Jim Douglas was a taciturn small-time rancher out to track down and kill the 4 men who had raped and murdered his wife. Based on a paperback novel by Frank O'Rourke, published by Dell in February 1957, this revenge drama went through several screenwriters, including John O'Hara and Richard Breen. Only a third writer, Philip Yordan, received screen credit. The result was faithful to O'Rourke's story up to the point near the end when Douglas confronts the last of the 4 outlaws, an Indian named Lujan. Originally, the rancher allowed the man to live because he'd lost the thirst for revenge. When asked to direct the picture, Henry King refused, arguing that Douglas's motivation in this scene didn't ring true. "Why did he chase him that far and then not kill him?" the director asked. Eventually, King came up with a far richer solution. In confronting Lujan, Douglas learns that neither the Indian nor the 3 men he's already killed were the ones who butchered his wife. Thus, he himself is a murderer. Stricken with remorse, Douglas goes to church to seek redemption. After working with Yordan on this resolution, King agreed to make the picture. The director and the film's producer, Herbert B. Swope Jr., assembled a solid group of character actors for Peck to track down: Stephen Boyd, Albert Salmi, Lee Van Cleef, and Henry Silva. But for the young woman who falls in love with Jim, Josefa Velarde, they made an unusual choice: the chic British actress Joan Collins. 17 years Peck's junior, Collins had made her American debut in 1954 in Land of the Pharaohs, following appearances in 7 British films in 2 years. The actress campaigned for the part of Josefa. As she later recalled in her autobiography, "Second act, I was totally wrong for the role of a tough frontier woman whose life was only complete when she was roping a horse or striding the dusty plains. But even though horses and I are like oil and water, I still wanted to do it." The studio had wanted to shoot in Arizona, but King insisted they film in southern Mexico, an area that he had flown over and fallen in love with many years earlier. He felt the additional cost was worth the trade-off in fresh visuals. As it turned out, the company saved about $250,000 because the weather was perfect during the 48 days of location filming, while Arizona experienced rain much of the time. The picture wrapped on April 1st, 5 days behind schedule. On May 1, Veronique gave birth to a 6-pound, 8-ounce baby girl, whom she and Greg named Cecilia. "I'm such a lucky fellow," the actor told the press. "It's my first daughter in 5 tries. Less than 2 months after that, on June 25, the Bravados debuted at the Paramount Theater in New York. Although Peck didn't particularly care for his character, which he found unbelievably grim and straight-faced, he was fine delivering another of his patented martinet hero performances. But he was pleased by his work in the film's final scenes, in which Douglas learns he's been hunting the wrong men and seeks forgiveness from God. "I think my realization of the enormity of what I had done," Greg said years later, 3 or 4 minutes on the screen, "was as good as any work as I've ever achieved." The picture wasn't very successful, and it's certainly not seen today. But an actor does have little ornaments hanging on the tree here and there, work that he's proud of that maybe no one really noticed. As Peck observed, The Bravados was not a success. It drew a mixed response from the critics. Some liked the emphasis on action, the lush color photography, and the attempt to grapple with the kind of moral complexities that most horse operas avoid. But others found the pace too slow, the romance between Jim and Josefa tacked on for the sake of a love story, and the characters portrayed by Boyd, Salmi, Van Cleef, and Silva poorly developed. The Western took in only $2.2 million, which didn't cover the costs of production, distribution, and promotion. Peck and C. Bartlett chose to launch their independent production company with a gritty war story focusing on the U.S. Army's confused and costly attempt to capture a communist-held outcropping known as Pork Chop Hill during the waning days of the Korean War. The screenplay by James Webb, co-author of The Big Country, was based on the book Pork Chop Hill. The American Fighting Man in Korea, Spring 1953, by Brigadier General S.L.A. Marshall, described by Saturday Review's Hollis Alpert as the best writer of our time on men of war. Webb, who brought the project to Peck's attention, focused on one chapter of the book, All the King's Men, which followed the exploits of K Company. Under the command of Lieutenant Joseph P. Clemens, Jr., the company was one of several units to take Porkchop during the Seesaw Battle. Peck and Bartlett determined from the outset that they wanted to produce an unvarnished portrait of soldiers in combat, avoiding the typical war movie cliches. Said Bartlett, "We wanted people who saw the picture to say, 'This is the way it was,' and 'these must be real GIs we're looking at.'" To that end, the producers cast, aside from Peck, who would play Clemens, a group of unknown actors. "Say started screening some 640 applicants," said Greg at the time. "When he got less than 100, I sat in on the interviews." Sin insisted on allowing each candidate at least 15 minutes to detail his background and ambitions. "We wanted to give a chance to as many unfamiliar faces as possible." A remarkable number of those cast went on to notable film and TV careers, including Robert Blake, Norman Fell, Harry Gardino, Martin Landau, Gavin MacLeod, George Peppard, Rip Torn, Henry Dean Stanton, and Woody Strode. Casting relative unknowns had a salutary effect on the budget. Having learned his lesson from the excesses of The Big Country, Peck was determined that Pork Chop Hill be produced on a sound economic basis. The extent of his concern can be seen in a memo to Bartlett, Webb, production manager Tom Andre, and the film's director Louis Milestone on May 20, 6 days before the start of principal photography. Oger Basic Story has limited audience appeal, and we cannot gamble on such an intangible as the hope that we will come off with a classic war picture. He insisted that $500,000 be cut. The Melville team members sharpened their pencils and met this objective. It proved to be something of a Pyrrhic victory, however, as the final cost of the picture climbed to $1.75 million. Still, that was remarkably low for a feature in 1958. The producers' cost-cutting measures included filming in black and white and close to home. The few interiors were shot at the Goldwyn Studios, but most of the work took place at the Albertson Ranch in Thousand Oaks, California, about 25 miles from the heart of Los Angeles. Roughly $100,000 was spent to turn a 300-foot outcropping at the ranch into a battlefield, complete with wood and stone bunkers and a network of trenches that zigzagged from the base of the hill to its crown. Track was laid along the side of the mound. This enabled cinematographer Sam Leavitt, utilizing a camera mounted on a wheel-based platform, to move alongside the actors as they pursued their character's objective. As with the makers of any military-related story, Peck and Bartlett were dependent upon support from the Pentagon, which, in this case, came readily. The Army even made Joseph Clemens, Jr. himself a technical advisor. The commander of K Company was then a captain on duty at Fort Campbell, Kentucky. "Clemens taught me how to crawl on my belly under fire," said Peck at the time, "how to cut barbed wire, how to get rid of a hand grenade, and if we weren't in shape before the picture, we were after." He realized how unusual it was for an actor to take on a real-life character with the actual person on hand to offer pointers. As Peck put it, "It's quite a thrill to play a part such as this, and at the end of the scene, turn to the man you are portraying a few feet behind you and ask how it looked." Although K Company's assault on and defense of Pork Chop Hill took place over 3 days and 2 nights, Milestone was accorded 40 days shooting time to replicate the battle, and he ended up going 15 days over schedule. "It was physically tough for everybody," recalled Assistant Director Ray Gosnell, Jr. "It was all-night shooting. We were climbing this hill in Thousand Oaks, and every shot was a monster to do because you had smoke in it, you had night shooting, you had to light everything, and everything was a moving shot going up this hill." Peck relished the experience, particularly working with the relative newcomers who were his co-stars. According to Bartlett, Greg was generous in giving of himself on the set to help those young actors. He was excited over their fresh approach to assignments, lines memorized, well-trained, and continually offering good suggestions. Oscar winner Louis Milestone, age 63, hadn't directed a feature for 5 years, but he was an appropriate choice to take the helm of Porkchop Hill, having been responsible for 2 classic war dramas, All Quiet on the Western Front and A Walk in the Sun. As the former was about World War I and the latter about World War II, the director considered his new assignment the third leg in a trilogy on America's major 20th century conflicts. There were no overt problems between Milestone and Peck on the set, but they disagreed over Greg's performance. At the time of the battle, Clemens had been a recent West Point graduate with virtually no combat experience. In Marshall's book, he came across as, to quote Joseph Millichap, author of a study of Milestone's work, a rather confused individual. A greenhorn officer who makes some rather fundamental military errors. The director wanted to adhere to this interpretation. But Peck, at 42, portrayed the lieutenant in typically heroic fashion, neither indecisive nor prone to mistakes. Peck and Milestone also differed over the film's tone and pacing, which became more obvious after the director delivered his edited version of the picture. Millie had a right to his cut, Peck said years later. But he, Bartlett, and James Webb found it, in Peck's words, a bit self-conscious and artsy. They took over the final editing and, as Peck put it, sharpened it up and speeded it up, which displeased Milestone. Porkchop Hill became a picture I am not proud of, the director stated, because it looked as if it were cut with a dull axe. All that remained was Gregory Peck and a gun. Milestone may have been unhappy with it, but the final cut of Porkchop Hill is certainly true to the producer's expressed intentions at the outset of the project. It offers an unvarnished, unsentimental portrait of the turmoil and folly of war, and at the same time depicts the courage of ordinary individuals in one particular combat setting. When the picture opened in New York on May 29, 1959, just in time for the Memorial Day weekend, critics applauded the result. Variety asserted Hollywood has come a long way to be able to make war films such as Porkchop Hill. The pretense and the heroics have been stripped from this picture. What is left is a grim, utterly realistic story that drives home both the irony of war and the courage men can summon to die in a cause which they don't understand, and for an objective which they know to be totally irrelevant. Although Porkchop Hill was overlooked by the Academy, Time magazine named it one of the year's 5 best pictures. It also became one of Peck's personal favorites. I like it because of the extreme tragic irony, the actor said. But his pre-production estimate of the film's box office potential proved prescient. Focusing on an unpopular war with little to attract women moviegoers, Porkchop Hill, despite the glowing reviews, placed a mere 45th among the hits of 1959, with box office revenues of only $1.7 million, exactly the cost of production. When Melville went into production next, it was in partnership with Universal. That was fine with Peck. I have no wish, he said around 1957, to turn my company into the dimensions of a major studio where operation is concerned. Nor do I wish to be as ambitious as my contemporary and friend, Burt Lancaster, with his vast program of films for Hecht Hill Lancaster. I intend to keep on producing when I find the story that appeals to me, and I'm certain that I can transmit that appeal to the public. In the meantime, he was content to work as a freelance actor, increasingly taking a percentage of his project's profits as part of the deal. Such was the case with his next film, On the Beach, which went into production about 6 weeks after Porkchop Hill wrapped. Where Peck's combat movie demonstrated the devastating impact of ground warfare on a single infantry company, On the Beach considered the result of nuclear holocaust on the whole of humanity. In his best-selling novel, published by William Morrow in 1957, Neville Shute depicted a post-war world in which most of the population has been killed in an exchange of missiles. For the moment, only remote Australia remains, untouched. But scientists expect that wind-borne radioactive fallout will arrive there shortly with devastating results. How the doomed populace confronts its final days is portrayed through the interlinked stories of several characters. Dwight Towers, the commander of an American nuclear submarine berthed in Melbourne. Moira Davidson, an attractive but lonely Australian woman who falls for Dwight. Julian Osborne, a British scientist who fantasizes about being a race car driver. Ensign Peter Holmes, liaison officer between the Australian Navy and the U.S. sub. And Peter's wife, Mary, a young mother who refuses to accept the future they all face. The film's producer-director was Stanley Kramer, known for projects that dramatized important social issues, such as The Defiant Ones and Inherit the Wind. At a time when the United States and Soviet Union had arsenals of missiles aimed at one another and the threat of mass destruction was ever present, the anti-nuclear message of On the Beach ideally suited Kramer's liberal agenda. United Artists, which had a co-production agreement with Kramer, didn't think much of the subject's commercial prospects, but Kramer was optimistic. Still, he hedged his bets by peppering the cast with big names: Peck as the sub-commander, Ava Gardner as Moira, Anthony Perkins, then a hot young actor thanks to films like Friendly Persuasion, Fear Strikes Out, and The Matchmaker, as the ensign, and Fred Astaire in his first dramatic role as the race car driving scientist. Kramer decided to film virtually the entire picture in Australia, with Melbourne as his principal location. The Aussies, having never witnessed the making of a Hollywood film before, turned out in droves to watch the company work. But for the final scene, depicting the city's deserted streets due to radioactive fallout, Kramer needed the locals to leave them alone. Using the newspapers and radio, the director asked everyone to stay off the streets for a designated hour on a designated day, and they did. Bearing in mind that this was a very real, very large, and very busy city, he recalled, it was a huge favor to ask, a huge operation, but it went off without a hitch. The producer-director's base of operations was the Royal Showgrounds, a 72-acre facility normally used for an annual agricultural fair and the occasional sporting event. A soundstage was erected in the mammoth agricultural hall, and there the company filmed the picture's interiors, including that of the submarine, which was designed from photos of the real thing and constructed at a cost of $100,000. For exteriors of the sub, Kramer, unable to obtain cooperation from the Pentagon due to the picture's anti-nuclear message, borrowed the HMS Andrew from his Australian hosts. Rather than stay at a hotel during principal photography, Greg and Veronique rented a large Victorian house owned by a former tennis star, Sir Norman Brooks. The Pecks also brought their French cook and Greg's secretary, Bella Rakoff. The star and his wife were invited to dozens of local parties and events, but they declined to attend most of these affairs. On his few days off, Greg took Veronique to Melbourne's numerous antique shops. They also attended the races whenever possible. Melbourne lacked the cosmopolitan air of its Northern Hemisphere counterparts. Pubs shut down promptly at 6 p.m. Moreover, the months of filming, January, February, and March, coincided with Australia's summer, and Melbourne experienced a 17-day hot spell, during which temperatures exceeded 100 degrees. Uncomfortable and bored, the company's principals tended to gather at the Peck residence, enjoying good French food, free-flowing liquor, lively conversation, and spirited card games. Fred Astaire spends many evenings here, Bella Rakoff noted in a letter to Sib Bartlett, and they have hot gin rummy games. Greg and Fred, who hadn't known one another beforehand, formed an enduring friendship down under. Ava Gardner also spent much of her free time with the Pecks. Since the snows of Kilimanjaro, she had divorced Frank Sinatra and moved to Madrid, where she had become part of the international jet set. She found staid, hot Melbourne particularly stultifying. Miserable though she was well suited to her role, and Peck enjoyed working with her again. Looking back, he considered Moira Davidson one of her finest performances. The reunion was marred only by his disagreement with Stanley Kramer over the nature of the sub-commander's relationship with the Aussie woman. Kramer insisted that the Dwight-Moira affair be consummated, whereas in the book, Towers abstains out of respect for his deceased wife. Peck argued that the change was out of character and that self-denial on a matter of principle was romantic. But the director wanted to give the audience some relief from the story's downbeat theme, and the romance between Towers and Moira provided such an opportunity. Reluctantly, Peck acquiesced. Otherwise, the star and director got along extremely well. Peck shared Kramer's hope that the film might alert the public to the dangers of the arms race. "I think we all became somewhat imbued with Stanley's mission," the actor said. "We all wanted to help him do it." For his part, Kramer admired Greg's discipline and dedication. "The precision and thoroughness of Peck is well known," the filmmaker asserted. If he played the commanding officer of a nuclear submarine, he demanded complete background knowledge of what was then top secret information. How fast could the vessel travel? How much fuel was necessary? How long could it stay beneath the surface? I passed on to him the details that had been furnished me by the Navy. They were approximate figures. That made Peck uncomfortable. He needed to know the exact implication of each order he issued. Fortunately, a confidential talk with the Navy technical advisor settled the situation. I must say, I admired his tenacity and insistence on total accuracy in the preparation for his role. Principal photography wrapped on April 2nd. Given the picture's theme, Kramer decided to open it simultaneously in 17 major world cities, including New York, Berlin, Caracas, Johannesburg, Lima, London, Melbourne, Paris, Rome, Tokyo, Toronto, and Zurich. Although Moscow wasn't on the list for obvious reasons, Kramer pulled off a diplomatic coup by arranging a screening in the Soviet capital on the same December evening. He dispatched the Pecks as his representatives for the occasion. "We flew to Moscow in a blizzard on December 17, said Greg, and the policemen at the airport were on horseback, dressed as though they were going to the North Pole, fur hats and fur collars. I don't know what the temperature was, but it was certainly maybe 20 or 30 below zero. It was a strange experience. The sky was very dark, the blizzard was blowing, and it was freezing cold." Knowing that their time in Moscow would be brief, the Pecks asked if they could possibly catch a performance of the Bolshoi Ballet that evening. They were driven directly from the airport to the theater, and within moments were seated in one of the boxes reserved for government officials, watching Romeo and Juliet. Afterward, they were taken to their hotel, a large suite at the National on Red Square. Too excited to sleep, they asked their in-tourist guide if they could take a walk outside. Permission granted. They strolled for about 2 hours. Peck described the whole evening as a marvelous, glamorous experience. The Moscow screening was held under tightly controlled circumstances in the auditorium of a workers' club before an invited audience of 1,000. 200 Soviet officials, the International Press Corps, and foreign diplomats, including U.S. Ambassador Llewellyn Thompson. Unlike the other premieres, it wasn't the kickoff for a regular commercial engagement. Ordinary Soviet citizens would never see the picture. Still, the event was a success. "They loved us in Moscow," Greg told Variety. "It was the best reaction I've seen in the showings I've attended. They laughed in all the right places and applauded after many dramatic sequences." The American critical response was almost as enthusiastic. Although Time magazine called the picture a sentimental sort of radiation romance, most critics sided with Saturday Review's Arthur Knight, who asserted that On the Beach aims at something big and emerges as something tremendous. Peck, donning a military uniform for the second picture in a row, brought his usual dignified brand of heroism to Captain Towers. But Ava Gardner and Fred Astaire in flashier roles were the standouts among the cast. Somewhat surprisingly, On the Beach earned only one Academy Award nomination for its editor, Frederick Knudsen, who lost. But it scored well with the public, taking in $6.2 million in its initial release to become the 8th highest-grossing film of 1960. It was the first of Peck's films to rank in the top 10 since Moby Dick 4 years earlier. Although the majority of people who have worked with Gregory Peck over the years describe him as a consummate professional, a gentleman, and a friendly, if somewhat remote human being, he is a passionate advocate for his ideas about a project. Ask Gottfried Reinhardt, who tangled with him over the editing of The Great Sinner. Or Nunnally Johnson, who called him stubborn. Or William Wyler, who said after the making of The Big Country, "I wouldn't direct him again for $1 million, and you can quote me." Aside from the Wyler-Peck Western, the two projects that put Greg at the greatest odds with his colleagues were biopics, one based on the life of E.F. Scott Fitzgerald, the other the story of General Douglas MacArthur. About 20 years separated them. The story of the writer came first. Actually, Beloved Infidel was as much about gossip columnist Sheila Graham as it was about the author of The Great Gatsby, This Side of Paradise, and Tender is the Night. Graham was romantically involved with Fitzgerald during the last 4 years of his life. In fact, he died in her home shortly before Christmas 1940. To portray Graham, independent producer Jerry Wald chose British actress Deborah Kerr, the popular star of From Here to Eternity, The King and I, Tea and Sympathy, and An Affair to Remember. Kerr had one film left in her contract with 20th Century Fox, and Wald had a co-production agreement with the studio. Peck, who still owed Fox 3 pictures, was impressed, somewhat reluctantly, into playing the writer. He bore no resemblance to Fitzgerald, but relatively few people in 1959 even knew who the author was, let alone what he looked like. To direct, Wald went with Greg's favorite, Henry King. Filming began about 2.5 months after On the Beach wrapped. But the project's origins dated back to 1956, when Jerry Wald was considering a film of Fitzgerald's unfinished novel about Hollywood, The Last Tycoon. Writer John O'Hara suggested that the producer contact Graham on the theory that she might know how Scott would have completed the story had he lived. Until O'Hara mentioned Sheila's relationship with Fitzgerald, Wald was unaware of any connection between the two of them. Then he met with the gossip columnist, and as he listened to her reminisce about Scott, he became fascinated. He urged her to write a book about the author, promising to produce the film version. At first, she demurred, but Wald persisted, and eventually she consented to do it. Published by Henry Holt in November 1958, the memoir, co-written by Gerald Frank, detailed the columnist's life prior to meeting Fitzgerald, as well as their stormy years together. Many of those who knew the poised, self-confident Hollywood insider were surprised to learn that she had been born in a London orphanage, worked as a maidservant at 16, then became a saleswoman, and later a chorus girl. An article she wrote about stage door Johnnies led to her career in journalism. In time, she landed a job in New York, eventually becoming a syndicated columnist carried in 150 American papers. It was on Bastille Day, July 14, 1937, that she met Fitzgerald. He was a guest at her engagement party to a British lord. At that point in his life, Scott, an alcoholic burdened by debts due to the institutionalization of his wife Zelda, was trying, not very successfully, to earn a living as a Hollywood screenwriter. He not only became Sheila's lover, but also her teacher, introducing her to literature, music, and other cultural achievements that her orphanage education had overlooked. Alfred Hayes incorporated much of Graham's background into his screenplay, completed in April 1959. In essence, he created a Cinderella story, chronicling the columnist's rise from rags to riches, thanks, in part, to the love and support of a once famous novelist. Peck wasn't at all happy with this concept, which relegated Fitzgerald to a secondary character. Shortly thereafter, Robert Allen Arthur replaced Hayes, but he too failed to solve the script's problems. So Wald brought in Sim Bartlett for another rewrite. Greg's Melville partner dropped the scenes depicting Graham's developmental years, opening with her arrival in New York. In the final cut, Fitzgerald would make his first appearance about 15 minutes into the story. Otherwise, Cy's version also failed to satisfy. The scenes were plodding, and the characters remained paper-thin. Finally, Wald asked for input from Henry King, who often doctored the screenplays of his films. But even King was unable to breathe life into Beloved Infidel. Peck favored postponing principal photography until the screenplay was satisfactory, but the window of opportunity on Kerr's contract was drawing to a close. She was supposed to be released on September 4, because she was due to begin shooting her next feature, Warner Bros. The Sundowners, shortly thereafter. Since the studio didn't want to lose her as Graham, a start date was set for July 22nd. Making the film was not a happy experience. Tensions always run higher when scenes are being reworked from day to day. Moreover, Kerr was going through a divorce. She received her interlocutory decree the day before she started work on the picture. Given her personal situation, she would have preferred to pass on Beloved Infidel, but she was advised by her agent to cooperate rather than face suspension. Trying to complete the actress's scenes in time for her stop date exacerbated the difficulties. When Wald agreed to the commitment, the screenplay was about 130 pages long, which allowed for a decent, if not comfortable, shooting schedule. As Bartlett continued to rewrite, however, the script grew to nearly 180 pages. Clearly, Wald would be unable to release Kerr on time. Thereafter, the actress graciously told the producer that she wouldn't hold him to the original target, arranging to postpone her Sundowners commitment with the picture's director, Fred Zinnemann. Deborah was also caught between the forces who wanted Beloved Infidel to focus on Fitzgerald, namely Greg, and those who felt it should be about Graham. She understood her co-star's motivations, but was disappointed that the result left with her with little opportunity to convey the full spectrum of Sheila's background and personality. Nevertheless, she was a model of cooperation on the set. Wald told Fox executive Lou Schreiber shortly after the picture wrapped, she has had to put up with a great deal of guff, more than many an actress in her position would do. The producer was referring, at least in part, to the behavior of her co-star. Indeed, Peck was not himself during filming. I had never seen him going through such an internal combustion about anything, Veronica said shortly thereafter. Aside from the script problems, he felt that the rush caused by Kerr's scheduling conflict was forcing him to give less than his best. On August 7, he protested in writing to King, Wald, and Buddy Adler, informing them, "I must have more careful rehearsal and more takes until I am able to put across the character and story values I see in each scene. With more rehearsing, I become less mechanical, more spontaneous. If I can't be allowed to do my best, then I want you to replace me. I will not go on this way, doing half-baked scenes." He was also displeased by what he considered the film's shoddy production values. On September 17, 8 days before the end of Principal Thompson, photography, he wrote Wald again, requesting that 4 scenes be refilmed before Kerr was released. These included a sequence set in Tijuana, Mexico, which was done on a studio soundstage. Not only was the set tacky in his opinion, it was so small that it severely restricted his and Deborah's movements and, by extension, their spontaneity. He urged that they go to a Hispanic area of Los Angeles, hire some extras to create a crowd, and use a crane for an overview shot. As he put it, "We have had every production number planned for the picture taken away from us. My fear is that the audience doesn't get a chance to breathe, get away from us, and look at something else now and then." The scene wasn't reshot. Although Peck's inputs and suggestions made life difficult for Wald, King, and Buddy Adler, it must be said that his motives were pure, to make his performance and the film as good as possible. As Henry King later put it, he knocked himself out from one end of the picture to the other to try to be Fitzgerald. He worked particularly hard on the several scenes in which the writer becomes drunk and abusive. He even prepared for one of the drunk scenes by getting inebriated. It didn't work too well. "He scared Deborah Kerr half to death," recalled Henry King. "You would think he was a drunken demon." Another sequence, which called for an inebriated Scott to assault Sheila, required 2 days to film. It left Greg hoarse and Kerr black and blue. "I'd rather fight 10 men than lay a hand on a lady," Peck said shortly thereafter, but Deborah had encouraged him to play the scene full out. The picture wrapped on September 25, but the star continued his fight for the best possible product into the post-production period, peppering Wald with memos in response to the rough cuts that he viewed. In the end, all of the wrangling and hard work amounted to relatively little. Opening on November 17, 1959, 1 month before On the Beach, Beloved Infidel earned a mere $1 million at the box office, making it one of the least successful features of Peck's career. In his critique, Saturday Review's Arthur Knight offered a cogent diagnosis of the picture's problems. Gregory Peck, and especially Deborah Kerr, moved through the piece with superhuman loftiness, groomed and coiffed and costumed to storybook perfection. Despite the names, despite the fact that Cy Bartlett's script hews fairly close to the line of Miss Graham's disarmingly frank autobiography, these people have been drained of life. They speak the language of romantic novels. They live in a technicolored dream world. The fault, I should say, is only partially in the performances. It is because that is the way the roles were conceived in the writing and direction. Even Henry King wouldn't have disagreed. "After I got it finished," said years later, "it sort of left me a little flat." Although he and Peck continued to like and respect one another, the biopic would mark the last of their collaborations. Meanwhile, Greg was so disheartened by the experience of making Beloved Infidel that on the last day of filming, he hurried home and without a word dropped 2 airplane tickets on Veronica's dinner plate. They were for Hawaii, and the plane was leaving that very night. "With barely time to throw a few things together," Mrs. Peck recalled, "we were off to the airport and away on 3 of the most exhilarating weeks of our lives." When Peck left Fox for Hawaii, he kept his belongings in his studio dressing room. He expected to return shortly thereafter to begin pre-production work, costume fittings, makeup tests, and so forth on his next picture, The Billionaire, a comedy about a wealthy man who pretends to be an entertainer in order to woo a showgirl. As Fox had only 1 contractual claim on Peck's services per year, and it had used that for Beloved Infidel, he was doing The Billionaire under a separate and more favorable agreement that called for him to receive a $250,000 guarantee against a percentage of the gross. Peck liked the project's earnings potential as well as the chance to do another comedy. He also wanted to work with Milton Berle, Bing Crosby, and Gene Kelly, who, as themselves, would instruct the billionaire in the arts of comedy, song, and dance, respectively. Nevertheless, Greg withdrew from the project shortly before the start of principal photography. The official reason was that a postponement in its start date made it impossible for him to complete his scenes in time to be in Greece for the beginning of his next project, The Guns of Navarone. That wasn't the real reason, however. What happened was that Fox assigned the role of the billionaire's love interest to Marilyn Monroe, the blonde bombshell who had replaced Susan Hayward as the hottest actress on the lot. Unhappy with the size of her part, Monroe insisted upon a rewrite. Peck, who had script approval, agreed to some changes, but he got much more than he bargained for. My part began to diminish, he recalled. Marilyn's part kept getting bigger and bigger, and the whole thing stopped being funny. When he went to the film's director, George Cukor, to find out what had happened, he learned that Monroe's husband, Arthur Miller, had done the rewrite. "I've always wanted to work with Arthur Miller," Peck told the director, "but he's hardly the man for this piece of fluff." Not only had Miller reduced the size of Greg's part, he'd transformed. The billionaire from a rogue who could buy anything to a stuffed shirt. Greg decided that the best thing to do was part with Monroe and Company. French actor Yves Montand took Greg's place, and the film was released as Let's Make Love in 1960. Peck's assessment proved correct. It wasn't very funny. On this disappointing note, the actor's creative output during the 1950s came to an end. Looking back over the 17 films he made during the decade, one finds a narrower array of roles than those he essayed in the 40s. Mostly professionals and rugged individualists from America's past, they included 5 military figures, 4 writers, 3 sailors, and several Western archetypes. Except for the tragic E. Scott Fitzgerald and Moby Dick's Captain Ahab, the characters shared a decidedly heroic bent. In some cases, such as King David, the bravado's Jim Douglas, and Roman Holiday's Joe Bradley, the men had significant flaws. In other instances, notably Horatio Hornblower, Night People's Colonel Steve Van Dyke, and the Big Country's Jim McKay, they were downright admirable. But flawed or not, they played to Peck's strengths, allowing him to convey dignified, intelligent, intensely inner-directed people who basically keep their emotions in check. Thanks to such vehicles, his screen persona came into sharp relief in this decade. It was hardly a coincidence that Peck chose most of his own projects in the 50s. That hadn't been the case when he was under contract to others. Viewed another way, Peck's 50s oeuvre included mostly middle-of-the-road commercial fare, among them 3 westerns, 2 comedies, and a number of period costume dramas. Overall, there were fewer blockbusters commercially or critically. Out of the releases between 1951 and 1960, only 4 were top 10 box office hits, and only 1, Roman Holiday, earned an Oscar nomination for Best Picture. By contrast, 4 of the 13 Gregory Peck pictures released between 1944 and 1950 landed in the top 10, and 4 were Academy Award nominees. Peck personally earned 4 nominations for Best Actor during this partial decade. He was overlooked entirely during the 50s. These statistics shouldn't be taken to mean that his popularity was in decline. As one Los Angeles theater manager observed in 1956, Peck's name on our marquee is the best box office insurance we can have. Moreover, Peck wasn't necessarily looking to be the biggest draw in town. "I'd rather do a small picture," he told Hedda Hopper in 1954, "with a well-written, interesting, up-to-date part, and get satisfaction out of it, even if it doesn't gross enough to make me number box office boy of the month." That only means that your picture grossed more than any others. It has nothing to do with you, really. As the new decade dawned, he was approaching 44 years old. One had to wonder how long he could count on the kind of romantic leads that were at the core of his popular appeal. To be sure, the gap between his age and the ages of some of his leading ladies was starting to widen. Audrey Hepburn, Carol Baker, and Joan Collins were 13, 15, and 17 years younger than he, respectively. But there was no immediate worry. At the outset of the 1960s, he still looked fabulous. Moreover, he was about to embark on several films that would have more in common in terms of quality and popularity with his 40s fare than with those of more recent vintage. These would keep him at the top of his profession, perhaps even take him to an even higher plateau. Little Fish. 55. B. Ready Vey Fa. 4. Aphis ebb. Buena. Bien D10. CA.
Haidut ay oy. Este otto ley.
A. 0. Commercial. In 1957, Columbia Pictures scored a smash hit with a high-adventure drama entitled The Bridge on the River Kwai. Directed by David Lean, this World War II thriller won 7 Oscars, including the awards for Best Picture, Director, and Actor. Eager to duplicate its success, Columbia seized on a 1957 novel, The Guns of Navarone by Alistair MacLean, which producer-screenwriter Carl Foreman brought to the studio. A victim of the blacklist, Foreman had scripted such celebrated dramas as Champion, The Men, and High Noon, and he co-authored the Kwai screenplay without credit. So confident was production chief Sam Briskin of the project's commercial potential, he gave Foreman a budget that exceeded even Kwai's, $5 million, the most money ever for a Columbia film to that point. Like its epic predecessor, The Guns of Navarone involved the exploits of a small commando squad during World War II. In this case, the unit's mission was to blow up 2 gigantic, state-of-the-art Nazi weapons blocking traffic through the Aegean Sea, so that a fleet of destroyers could rescue 2,000 British soldiers trapped on a nearby island. Thanks to a traitor in their midst, the commandos are dogged by German troops every step of the way. In keeping with the Anglo-American casting of The Bridge on the River Kwai, Foreman wanted to people his commando unit with an international array of stars. In addition to Peck, the team members would be played by David Niven, Greg's World in His Arms co-star Anthony Quinn, Stanley Baker, Anthony Quayle, and, for the younger viewers, teenage heartthrob James Darren. Although Foreman adhered to the basic tenets of MacLean's suspenseful plot, he tinkered in significant ways with the novelist's characters. For starters, he turned the book's 2 male Greek partisans into females, linking them romantically to the commandos portrayed by Peck and Quinn. He also turned Niven's explosives expert, Corporal Miller, from a gung-ho Californian into a much more diffident Englishman. MacLean's Andy Stevens, the young son of a British lord who was badly injured early on, was scrapped in favor of a more mature major named Roy Franklin. Moreover, Franklin became the team's leader, a role performed in the novel by Peck's character, Captain Keith Mallory. Foreman's thinking, which he explained in a letter to Peck on February 23, 1960, was that Mallory would be more interesting if he started out in a non-leadership capacity and was then forced by circumstances to take command. In deference to Peck's casting, the New Zealand mountain climber became an American. Foreman also introduced another layer of tension in his handling of Quinn's character, Andrea. In the novel, the Greek commando and Mallory are best friends. Foreman made them former friends, now enemies bound together solely by the mission. Peck, who consulted regularly with Foreman during the project's pre-production phase, objected to this alteration. He considered the enmity between the commandos tacked on. Finally, the screenwriter created a strong bond between Quayle's and Niven's characters, Franklin and Miller, which produced further tensions between the latter and Peck's Mallory. Greg jokingly described the complications thus: David Niven really loves Tony Quayle, and Gregory Peck loves Anthony Quinn. Tony Quayle breaks a leg and is sent off to hospital. Tony Quinn falls in love with Irene Pappas, and David Niven and Peck catch each other on the rebound and live happily ever after. To direct his international band, Foreman chose Alexander McKendrick, a British filmmaker better known for his intelligent comedies and hard-edged dramas than for action-driven fare. One of his few American films was the 1957 cult favorite Sweet Smell of Success, a cynical look at the underbelly of Manhattan's celebrity journalism. Foreman chose to shoot the thriller on Rhodes, an island in the eastern Aegean about 225 flying miles from Athens. An enthusiastic Greek government provided the production company with tanks, planes, helicopters, ships, technical advisors in the form of generals who had fought in World War II, and more than 100 soldiers to portray Nazi Alpenkorps troopers. In anticipation of the start of principal photography, Peck arrived in Athens on March 7, 1960. He was scheduled there for 2 weeks of pre-production press interviews. Meanwhile on Rhodes, McKendrick commenced filming second unit footage, but after only a couple days' work, the director left the production. Although a serious back ailment was given as the official explanation, he was fired. Foreman told Peck at the time that McKendrick was suffering from personal emotional problems. Initially, Foreman considered taking over the picture himself. Peck, who had director approval, wasn't comfortable with that idea. He respected Foreman, but the producer-screenwriter had never directed a film before, and Navarone was a big, complicated job. Quinn and Niven, with whom Greg consulted, shared his concern. Peck tactfully communicated his feelings to Foreman, who deferred to the star's wishes. The producer quickly settled upon 3 alternative candidates, British directors all, Michael Anderson, Guy Hamilton, and J. Lee Thompson. He arranged for samples of their work to be sent to Athens so that Peck could draw his own conclusions about their talent. Based on what he saw, Greg opted for Thompson, who was a few years older and somewhat more experienced than the other 2. Lee was the producer's first choice as well. Thompson arrived at the end of the following week, just a few days before he had to take the helm of the picture. When the time came for the cameras to turn on March 21, the 46-year-old former actor was obviously, in Peck's words, frightened to death. Not only was Thompson a highly strung individual, to quote Greg, he had a fondness for drink. Still, he dug in, determined to master the production. That didn't mean that he became conversant with the script, however. According to Anthony Quinn, he seemed to approach each shot on a whim. Still, his spontaneity helped keep everyone else fresh. The company spent 5 months on roads, where some locations were so remote they needed donkeys to transport the equipment and personnel. The base of operations was the Hotel Miramare, a series of detached bungalows with a restaurant, a bar, and a swimming pool. The amenities came in handy, for, as one British journalist told his readers, nothing much happens here at night. The food is awful, everything shuts up early, and unlike most Greeks, the islanders tether their daughters and let the goats wander free. So the chief divertissement among the stars is playing chess. Quinn was credited with introducing the game by means of several portable sets that he brought from home. Not only did chess help the stars kill time, it served to lessen the tension among them. Not that there were major personality conflicts, but before the start of the game playing, Peck, Quinn, and Niven were, in Lee Thompson's words, all eyeing each other warily and wondering which of them was going to come out ahead. Thereafter, Peck and Niven became good friends. Hard as the filming was in Rhodes, one of the most difficult scenes was shot at the Shepperton Studios in London, where work commenced in August. This lengthy sequence featured a raging storm that causes the destruction of the commandos' fishing boat. Here, on an indoor marine set, reported Jan Whitcomb in Cosmopolitan magazine, the actors were buffeted by wind machines, slugged with tons of water from overhead chutes, and battered by the heaving decks of a studio-built boat. Before they were through, Peck sustained a 3-inch gash on his forehead. Quinn and Niven twisted their spines. Baker wrenched his neck, and Darren was completely knocked out by a wave and almost drowned. One of the still photographers suffered 3 crushed toes, another broke his arm. As if this weren't punishment enough, the tank wasn't heated and the water was freezing. We were in it for many hours, Peck recalled, and David Niven took deathly sick. He was out for a week at one time with the flu. To keep warm, the actors imbibed brandy. By afternoon, some found themselves barely able to function. But Greg, Niven asserted, would match anybody drink for drink and never so much as stagger or muff a line. Really quite disgusting to see a man able to handle liquor like that. While in London, Peck rented a home on Burley Road in Ascot, about 45 minutes outside of London. Thus, he and Veronique could catch the races whenever his schedule permitted. Niven recalled that for Ascot's opening day, Greg was fully prepared with the customary outfit, a pearl gray tailcoat, striped pearl gray trousers, and a top hat, all of which he had custom made, plus gloves and a walking stick. Initially, the picture had been scheduled to wrap by July. Anticipating a vacation thereafter, Greg rented a villa in Cap Ferrat in the south of France. However, the shoot continued throughout the summer, so he was able to visit only on weekends. He had also arranged for his 3 oldest sons to attend the Olympics in Rome, but an assistant and his mother had to accompany them in his stead. He didn't fault Thompson for the delays. As he put it, they were not due to anything but the fact that it was a big, big picture with a lot of stuff to be covered. Finally, after 7 months, the picture wrapped. While the thriller lacked Kwai's sharply etched characterizations and thematic overtones, no one denied that it was exciting. Archer Winston of the New York Post wrote, "The picture grips you in its vice of daring action and danger with an astonishing tower." Winston's colleague, Paul V. Beckley of the New York Herald Tribune, agreed, calling the film a textbook example of how to manipulate the elements of suspense. The Guns of Navarone didn't match the earnings of The Bridge on the River Kwai, but it was a great success, grossing $12.5 million to become the biggest hit of 1961. As Peck had a share of the profits, it was his most financially rewarding project to that point. He used some of his earnings to purchase a vacation house in Cap Ferrat, a bit of poetic justice, considering the disruption to his vacation plans during filming. In addition to its box office take, The Guns of Navarone earned 6 Oscar nominations, including those for picture, director, and screenplay, but it won only for special effects. The competition was particularly strong in 1961, with the musical West Side Story dominating the field. In April 1967, 6 years after the picture's world premiere, Carr Foreman announced a sequel, Force 10 from Navarone, which would reunite Peck, Niven, Quinn, and J. Lee Thompson with a screen treatment provided by Alastair MacLean. It was supposed to start shooting in the spring of 1969, but the project failed to materialize. When it finally went into production in 1977, Robert Shaw had replaced Peck, and Edward Fox took over from Niven. Guy Hamilton, one of the choices to succeed McKendrick, was the director. The sequel was not a success. Peck had been unable to attend either the world or the American premiere of The Guns of Navarone. At the time, he was hard at work on his next film, the second feature from his own Melville Productions. This time, he and Cy Bartlett opted for more commercial fare than Pork Chop Hill. They chose a 1958 paperback thriller called The Executioners by John D. MacDonald, best known today as the creator of Florida Private Eye, Travis McGee. Again, they engaged James R. Webb to turn a book into a viable screenplay. He fashioned a creepy suspenser in which a clever ex-con, Max Cady, terrorizes an attorney named Sam Bowden and his family as payback for Bowden's eyewitness testimony at the psychopath's trial for sexual assault. Peck was ideally suited to play the upstanding family man and lawyer, another white-collar professional to go with his myriad writers and military figures. But the cunning ex-con was the flashier role. It was originally offered to Ernest Borgnine. After the Oscar-winning actor declined, it went to Robert Mitchum. The sleepy-eyed star, a year younger than Peck, usually portrayed leading men, but once before, in 1955's Night of the Hunter, he had tackled a psychopathic killer with chilling results. On the order of been there, done that, Mitchum initially passed on Caddy. He changed his mind based on Peck's willingness to make him a co-producer of the picture. Thus, Cape Fear, as the film was ultimately called, became a Melville Talbot co-production. It was released in association with Universal International, with which Peck and Bartlett had signed a 2-picture deal following their departure from United Artists. The company utilized a variety of sites, including Grove Point Plantation, which served as the exterior of Sam's home. It is hard to imagine 2 more contrasting personalities than Cape Fear's co-stars. Peck took his craft as seriously as anyone in Hollywood, investing countless hours in preparation. Mitchum was as cavalier about acting as one could be. He liked to work fast and go home, earning as much money along the way as possible. He didn't even need to spend time memorizing his lines. Blessed with a photographic memory, he could scan his dialogue just before a scene was shot and be word perfect. The difference between the stars was manifest in their behavior in Savannah. Each evening, Greg returned to his rented home, spending most of his free time quietly with Veronique. Mitchum stayed in a hotel and was out every night. We had one assistant director who was sort of assigned to him to go out drinking with him, recalled assistant director Ray Gosnell Jr., to keep track of him just so we knew where he was. The last time Mitchum had been in Savannah, before he became a movie star, he'd been arrested for vagrancy and sentenced to hard labor on a chain gang. He wasn't happy to be back. Peck, by contrast, enjoyed the town's sultry southern ambiance and its amiable citizenry. Although the location was pleasant for all but Mitchum, the company cut short its stay for financial reasons. Scenes scheduled for filming in Savannah had to be done in Hollywood, to which the cast and crew repaired on May 20. The shoot continued, primarily at Universal, through July 5, well beyond the original wrap date, June 8. At the studio, the differences between the 2 stars continued to manifest themselves. According to Ray Gosnell Jr., Greg quite reasonably asked that there be no offstage distractions in his sightlines when he was working. On one occasion, Mitchum stood just to the side of the camera and stripped naked while his co-star played his scene. As far as I know, Gosnell added, Peck never commented upon it. We did another take, of course. Mitchum's prank was atypical. When not working together, the stars mostly avoided one another. I don't remember seeing them have a lot of contact, recalled Polly Bergen, who played Peck's wife in the film. With Bergen herself, Greg was far more accessible. The 29-year-old singer-actress hadn't made a film in 8 years, having spent the interim performing on the New York stage and in TV, and she was very nervous about her return to the big screen. Greg spent an enormous amount of time with me, she said. He was wonderful, and he was very, very supportive. Wouldn't have let anyone know how insecure and frightened I was. But he, I think, knew that instinctively and was there to set me at ease and to help me and to be nurturing. Greg also spent considerable time with the film's director, J. Lee Thompson, the Englishman who had just saved the guns of Navarone. Said Ray Gosnell Jr., I always had the feeling that he was Peck's man, that he was shooting what Peck wanted to have shot. Polly Bergen added, they appeared to be very close. The tight collaboration continued during post-production when Peck, like most producers, supervised the film's editing. To his credit, he didn't want the picture weighted in his character's favor, which he certainly could have done. On the contrary, he combed through Mitchum's footage, making sure that, in his words, Bob's best moments were on the screen. Peck did his job well, for when Cape Fear opened in New York on April 18, 1962, Mitchum drew praise from most quarters. Greg held his own, however. Saturday Review's Arthur Knight lauded Mitchum, but found Greg equally commendable in a role that is, I suspect, far more difficult, that of the man who is acted upon. In contrast to the performances, the picture drew a surprising amount of vituperation. Paul V. Beckley of the New York Herald Tribune called it a masochistic exercise, while Brendan Gill told readers of the New Yorker, in case you were thinking of dropping in on Cape Fear, don't. It purports to be a thriller, but is really an exercise in sadism, and everyone concerned with this repellent attempt to make a great deal of money out of a clumsy plunge into sexual pathology should be thoroughly ashamed of himself. What on earth is Gregory Peck doing in such a movie? These comments suggest something akin to a B-movie exploitation film, but this wasn't the case. Cape Fear was well made, arguably on a par with The Desperate Hours, William Wyler's 1955 depiction of 3 escaped convicts terrorizing a middle-class family. Moreover, the thematic question it raised, what does a law-abiding citizen do when society's instruments can't protect him from a diabolical terrorist? Neatly anticipated the angst of many modern suburbanites. Arguably, what made Cape Fear unpalatable was Caddy's repulsive nature. Watching him maintain the upper hand through most of the picture made critics and moviegoers alike distinctly uncomfortable. Cape Fear performed terribly at the box office. Even though Peck and Bartlett had one more film commitment from Universal, the partners channeled their energies into separate ventures thereafter. Times change. What seemed repugnant in 1962 was welcomed by audiences 30 years later. A 1991 remake of Cape Fear, directed by Martin Scorsese, with Robert De Niro as Caddy and Nick Nolte as Sam, was a smash hit, taking in more than $77 million in just 150 days. As the owner of the original property and a featured player in the remake, Peck reaped the benefits of this success. Greg enjoyed a 3-month vacation after Cape Fear wrapped, which he mostly spent with his family in the south of France. We completely relax down here, the actor said a few years later. We golf, swim, lie in the sun, have a few friends in. It's all very casual and idyllic. I spend a lot of time gardening because that's one of my favorite hobbies. Veronique cooks while I garden. We are a great combination. She makes great fish casseroles, marvelous salads, and my favorite of favorites, Boston cream pie. He also liked to stroll around the nearby village, where the locals quietly accepted his presence. That didn't mean, however, that life at Villa Doma Alice de Brise, as the Peck home was called, was ordinary. Among Greg and Veronique's friends were the Prince and Princess of Monaco. The Peck youngsters, Anthony and Cecilia, even went to the palace to play with Albert and Caroline, the children of Grace and Rainier. One day, Greg recalled, Anthony punched Albert in the nose. Like any parent, he was concerned about his kids' fisticuffs, but the stakes were naturally a bit higher when one of the combatants, and the loser at that, was of royal blood. Grace, however, alleviated Greg's concern, saying, "Don't be silly. It was the best thing that ever happened to him. It was the first bloody nose he's ever had and the first time anyone has ever punched him." Eventually, the boys became friends, even attending Amherst at the same time. Peck's idol in Cap Ferrat provided a wonderful restorative, but for him, the greatest pleasure was work. In September, he returned to the USS for his next film, a Western. Indeed, the biggest Western of them all. If Peck had embarked on The Guns of Navarone and Cape Fear in the hope of personal financial gain, he agreed to participate in How the West Was Won because a portion of its profits were earmarked for St. John's Hospital. Many members of the motion picture industry, including Greg and Veronique, patronized the Santa Monica facility. St. John's unlikely involvement in the making of a feature film came at the behest of Bing Crosby. The singer-actor had acquired the rights to a series of pictorial essays on the settlement of the western United States that ran in Life magazine in 1959. Crosby had been planning on turning the series into a television special to benefit St. John's, but agreed to sell his option to MGM, providing the studio honored his commitment to the hospital. Sol Siegel, who had replaced Dor Sherry as Metro's studio chief, readily agreed. Siegel had been looking for just such a property, something spectacular with which to launch a 4-picture deal with the Cinerama Company. Introduced at the 1939 New York World's Fair as Vitarama and perfected in the early 50s, Cinerama was a widescreen process that dwarfed even CinemaScope and its competitors. It utilized 3 cameras, one facing center, one pointing slightly to the left, the other pointing slightly to the right. Likewise, 3 projectors were required to show the result, a giant image interrupted by thin vertical spaces, reflecting the gaps between what each camera could capture. To give the image a greater sense of depth, the screen was curved at an angle of 165 degrees. The first 5 Cinerama features had been travelogues. They were enormously popular, but by the beginning of the 60s, the novelty was wearing off. MGM's idea was to use the format to tell a story. Hence, Siegel's enthusiasm for the Life series. This is good news. He turned the project over to producer Bernard Smith, who in turn engaged one of Peck's favorite writers, James R. Webb, to fashion a screenplay. Breaking up the story into 6 segments, each introduced by voiceover narration, Webb focused on the eras of the riverboat, the covered wagon, the Civil War, the railroad, the cattle drive, and the gunfighter. As Smith planned to shoot the $15 million epic at a host of locations with a veritable cast of thousands, he chose 3 directors. John Ford was assigned the segment covering the Civil War, George Marshall the episode depicting the coming of the railroad, and Henry Hathaway the other 3. Once the concept was set, a committee of St. John's boosters, including Luella Parsons, Mrs. James Stewart, Mrs. Clark Gable, and actress Irene Dunn, endeavored to entice the biggest stars in Hollywood to. They were extremely successful advocates. In addition to Greg, who was corralled by Irene Dunn. The participants included Carol Baker, Lee J. Cobb, Henry Fonda, Carolyn Jones, Carl Malden, George Peppard, Debbie Reynolds, James Stewart, Eli Wallach, Richard Widmark, and John Wayne, with Spencer Tracy providing the narration. When Peck heard the lineup, he told Dunn that she should ask MGM to increase St. John's profit participation from 5% to 10%. She took his advice, and the studio complied. Filming began in May 1961 with the first episode, The River, which was shot in and around Paducah, Kentucky. It was followed in September by the segment involving Peck, for which the company, helmed by Hathaway, set up shop in Montrose, Colorado. Known as The Plains, it featured Greg as a tin horn gambler, Cleve Van Vallen, who pursues one of the Prescott girls, saloon singer Lilith, on a wagon train bound for California in the hope of getting control of a gold mine she's inherited. His rival for her affections is the wagon master, played by Peck's Macomber Affair co-star Robert Preston. A former child actor, Hathaway's directing career dated from 1932 and encompassed a variety of genres, but horse operas were his specialty. Peck found the director a charming fellow at dinner, but hell on wheels at work. Said the actor, he just yelled and screamed and foamed at the mouth and chewed cigars all day long, the terrible-tempered Mr. Hathaway. But, like William Wellman, Raoul Walsh, and Henry King, Hathaway knew how to tell a story. Peck admired the director's use of the camera, his sense of where people ought to move, where they should stand, his visual sense, his kinetic sense. Everything just dovetailed. Hathaway was about all that Greg respected about How the West Was Won. He later described the picture as cornball, adding, "I didn't even like my role particularly." He also hated Cinerama. As he put it, "I found it impossible to act realistically in front of that giant machine with 3 lenses. Particularly disconcerting was that, for technical reasons, an actor couldn't look directly at someone in a scene with him. In order for the result to look normal, he had to gaze off to the side a bit. Consequently, Greg couldn't see anything in the eyes or take anything from the facial expression." He likened the result to talking to a fire plug. A number of his co-stars, including Carol Baker, Carl Malden, and Thelma Ritter, felt the same way. Peck had hoped to complete his assignment in 5 weeks, but it took a bit more. He was released on November 10. But principal photography continued on the rest of the picture until the beginning of January 1962. Encompassing, in total, location filming in 9 states. How the West Was Won finally opened at New York's Loews Cinerama on March 28, 1963, following the world premiere in London the previous November and the Los Angeles premiere in February. The critics were equally divided between those who found it a compendium of Western cliches and those who enjoyed the all-star cast, the stunning photography, and the story's epic sweep. Most agreed that whatever level of success the film achieved, it was due not to the acting, which was merely serviceable, but to the spectacular scenery and to such action sequences as a flatboat caught in the rapids of a raging river, a buffalo stampede, and a train robbery. Despite the mixed critical response, the public loved How the West Was Won. With domestic box office earnings of $17 million, the Western became the biggest hit of 1963, besting such other epics as The Longest Day and Lawrence of Arabia, as well as lavish remakes of Cleopatra and Mutiny on the Bounty. It also earned 8 Oscar nominations, including those for Best Picture, Original Screenplay, Color Cinematography, Sound, and Editing, and it won 3. Although Peck didn't care for the picture, and in fact regretted having done it, it gave him another box office smash and Best Picture Oscar nominee to go with The Guns of Navarone. But neither of these narrative-driven epics challenged him as an actor. Nor, for that matter, did the picture in between, Cape Fear. His next assignment, however, would not only offer him a wonderful role, but also the film would prove hugely popular. Indeed, it would become the defining performance and the best-remembered picture of his career. In 1961, Peck received a copy of To Kill a Mockingbird, a recently published novel by an Alabama woman named Harper Lee. It came to him by way of producer Alan J. Pakula and director Robert Mulligan, associates in an independent production company that was, like Peck's Melville Productions, partnered with Universal. Pakula and Mulligan wanted to know if Greg would be interested in playing the principal adult character in Lee's novel, a widower and attorney by the name of Atticus Finch. The story was narrated by Finch's adult daughter, Scout, who looked back on her Depression-era childhood in the fictional town of Macomb, Alabama. The narrative encompassed her adventures with her older brother, Jem, and a visiting friend, Dill Harris. Scout and Jem's loving relationship with their widowed father, and their father's controversial defense of a black man, Tom Robinson, for the rape of a white woman. After reading To Kill a Mockingbird straight through in one night, Peck knew that the role of Atticus was very special indeed. As he later put it, God was smiling on me. Beyond the opportunity to address American race relations, he identified with the attorney, saying, "I felt I could climb into Atticus's shoes without any play acting, that I could be him." Moreover, the story's milieu reminded him of his youth in La Jolla. It wasn't in the South, but it had afforded him the same kind of small-town childhood where kids make their own fun and everyone knows everyone else. He could even relate to growing up in a single-parent household with his grandmother. As soon as he finished reading the book, he phoned Pakula and Mulligan to say, "If you want me, I'd love to do it." With their star in place, the producer and director set about acquiring the novel. At that point, it had been a New York Times bestseller for about 6 weeks, spurred by its subsequent receipt of the Pulitzer Prize. To Kill a Mockingbird would remain on the list for more than a year and a half. Garnering sales in excess of 3 million hardcover copies. Major studios were in the bidding as well. But Mulligan and Pakula prevailed. Peck formed a new production company called Brentwood to make the venture a three-way partnership. Initially, the hope had been to have Harper Lee write the screenplay, but she demurred. A very suitable replacement was found in another Southern writer, playwright-novelist Horton Foote. Within the obvious scope of translating a work from one medium to another, Foote remained faithful to the novel. Like the book, the action of the film would primarily unfold from the kid's point of view. It would also seek to preserve the gentle quality of Lee's memory piece. Given Peck's popularity and that of the novel, the producer and director cast the rest of the picture with unknowns, primarily from the New York stage. These included Frank Overton as the local sheriff, Brock Peters as Tom, and Robert Duvall as the Finch's gentle but reclusive neighbor, Boo Radley. An extensive search was conducted to fill the demanding roles of Scout, Jim, and Dill. Eventually, they went to 9-year-old Mary Badham, 13-year-old Philip Alford, and 9-year-old John Magna. Magna had been on Broadway in All the Way Home, but Badham and Alford, both of Birmingham, Alabama, were novices. They had only acted in school and community theater productions. As Lee had based her novel on her own youth, Peck visited her hometown of Monroeville, Alabama, before filming began. There, he met the prototype for Atticus, Amasa Lee. "He was a fine old gentleman of 82, Peck said, and truly sophisticated, although he had never traveled farther than a few miles from that small southern town. I studied him intently." Pakula and Mulligan also visited Monroeville, hoping to film the picture in its real-life setting. After considering other locations, with similar results, they decided to shoot entirely at Universal. Based on sketches and photos of Monroeville, art directors Alexander Gollitzen and Henry Bumstead spent $225,000 to erect 30 buildings over 15 acres on the studio's backlot. Some of the structures were wooden turn-of-the-century Los Angeles homes targeted for demolition due to freeway construction. One became the Finch House. As set construction progressed, Mulligan worked closely with his young charges, Mary Badham, Philip Alford, and John Magna. "It was about 4 or 5 weeks of rehearsal," recalled Magna, "and mostly what we did was play together. My recollection is that they observed what we did very closely and then crafted the scenes around the chemistry." Eventually, Mulligan brought a camera into the rehearsals, stationing it far away from the kids and then moving it closer and closer until it was right on top of them. By then, they took it for granted. Harper Lee was on hand to watch as the cameras rolled. The first setup was simple. Peck, as Atticus, is walking home from a day's work and is greeted en route by his exuberant kids. "While we were walking along," Greg recalled, "and playing the scene, I caught a glimpse of Harper across the street, standing there watching, and even though it was the middle of the scene, it registered on me there were tears on her cheeks." When the take ended, Peck walked over to the novelist, thinking to himself, "Oh, we just killed her. We just got to her something terrific." Instead of praising his performance, however, she said, "Oh, Gregory, you've got a little pot-belly just like my daddy." Mulligan's pre-production work with his young actors paid off. "Acting with Mary and Phil is like living the part," said Peck. "They believe in their portrayals, and they don't pretend. They play themselves no matter what the dramatic situation. It is the most refreshing experience I have had in a long time." The pleasure was mutual. Years later, as an adult, Mary Badham called Peck every little girl's dream of a father, kind, considerate, patient, a total delight to work with. To which Mulligan added, "Gregory Peck brought the kids into him." Within several days, I would see Mary Badham go over and crawl up and sit in his lap. There was no plan for this to happen. Greg just behaved like the decent man that he is, and both the children sensed that. There were occasional problems, however. Alford liked to tease Badham, and Magna followed his lead. Today, Philip attributes his behavior to the difference in their ages. He was a teenager, Mary was only 9. Moreover, Badham had the habit of silently mouthing the lines of her co-stars, including Peck's. "Mary never could get used to what, I suppose, is my slow and deliberate way of speaking," the actor said. "In our scenes together, her mind often raced ahead, and her lips would silently form my words ahead of me." Although more restrained in their reaction, others also noticed the star's considered delivery. Assistant director Terry Morse remembered the scene in which a judge asked Atticus to represent Tom Robinson. "I think it took Peck 15 to 20 seconds to answer," said Morse. He just sat there and pondered and pondered. Everybody on the crew was wondering, was he ever going to answer? Peck's deliberate pacing wasn't restricted to Mockingbird. While never exactly speedy, he'd been injecting a slower, more thoughtful, and arguably more stylized process of reaction and delivery into his performances for some time. It can be seen in such diverse roles as Jim McKay in The Big Country, Keith Mallory in The Guns of Navarone, and Sam Bowden in Cape Fear. The Robinson trial, which serves as the centerpiece of To Kill a Mockingbird, took about 2 weeks to shoot. For Greg, questioning Atticus's client on the stand proved particularly difficult. As the scene played out, Brock Peters, as Tom, started to cry, as did the African-American extras. It caused Peck to choke up as well. That was one of my toughest moments as an actor, he recalled, fighting back the tears. The sequence climaxes with Atticus's closing argument. Actors relish the opportunity to perform a passionate speech, and Peck was no exception. It's like getting back on the stage, he said years later. I'd rehearsed a lot at home. Would you believe 200 or 300 times? Sure, I was ready and everybody was ready, and we just started rolling. I don't know how many times we did it from different angles and points of view, but I enjoyed it. By the time the courtroom scene was in the can, many members of the Mockingbird Company believed they had witnessed an Oscar-winning performance. The last scene to be shot was that in which Atticus spends the night before the trial outside the jail, guarding Tom from a would-be lynch mob. As Peck later admitted, he didn't really know what his character should be feeling in that sequence, so he simply fell back on technique. I know, if nobody else does, he said, that I played that scene without understanding it, and I can see the flaws in the acting. Once you understand a part, then everything falls together without any effort, voice, expression, gestures. When you don't understand it, you bluff through. Mary Badham, whose long speech in the scene diffuses the anger of the mob, didn't help matters. Not wanting filming to end, she kept muffing her lines, thereby delaying the inevitable until, finally, her mother told her, "Look, enough is enough. Let's get this done and get it over with. You're a professional now." Principal photography ended on May 3rd, 8 days behind schedule. Peck was pleased with the way the shoot had gone. It felt good while we made it, he recalled. It seemed to just fall into place without stress or strain. His confidence ebbed, however, when he viewed a rough cut. In a lengthy memo to his agent George Chasen and Universal executive Mel Tucker, dated June 18, 1962, he cited 44 points of concern, the essence of which suggested that, in the effort to preserve the kids' point of view throughout the film, there was too much footage of Scout, Jem, and Dill, and not enough of Atticus. At one point, he wrote, Atticus has no chance to emerge as courageous or strong. Cutting generally seems completely anti-heroic where Atticus is concerned, to the point where he is made to be wishy-washy. Don't understand this approach. Thereafter, Robert Mulligan and the film's editor, Aaron Stell, undertook another cut, which left Peck feeling better, but he wasn't completely satisfied. On July 6th, he wrote Tucker, I believe we have a good character in Atticus, with some humor and warmth in the early stages, and some good emotion and conflict in the trial and later on. In my opinion, the picture will begin to look better as Atticus' storyline emerges and the children's scenes are cut down to proportion. Once more, Peck's criticisms were given due consideration by Alan Pakula and Robert Mulligan, and did nothing to tarnish his relationship with them. In fact, Peck considered Mulligan one of the best directors with whom he'd worked, and he wanted to do another picture with the duo. In order to qualify for Academy Award consideration, To Kill a Mockingbird opened at a few theaters in Los Angeles on Christmas Day, 1962. The official premiere came at New York's Radio City Music Hall on February 14, 1963, Valentine's Day, about 6 weeks before the Manhattan opening of How the West Was Won. A few critics, including the New York Times' Bosley Crowther and a Newsweek critic, argued that the picture was at its most appealing when focusing on the children, and that the trial sequence dragged the story down. But on the whole, the reviews were quite enthusiastic. Variety called it a major film achievement, a significant, captivating, and memorable picture that ranks with the best of recent years. There was also universal acclaim for Peck's performance. Leo Mishkin of the New York Morning Telegraph spoke for most of his colleagues in writing. As Atticus, Mr. Peck creates a remarkable figure of innate strength and nobility, one far removed from some of his more recent swashbuckling screen appearances. It wasn't that the Southern lawyer took Greg into fresh territory. Aside from the lack of any romantic involvement and Peck's use of round, black spectacles, which both softened and de-glamorized his features, Atticus was, in fact, a synthesis of much that he'd explored before, the wise, understanding father of the yearling, the staunch opponent of prejudice in gentlemen's agreement, the ordinary citizen wanting to make a positive, dove contribution in the man in the gray flannel suit, the skilled litigator in the Paradigm case and Cape Fear, and the soft-spoken man of peace in the big country. But all of these elements combined in Mockingbird to create something more genuine, more human, more sympathetic than anything that he'd done before. The best distillation of the persona Gregory Peck had been developing for nearly 20 years. As Harper Lee put it, in that film, the man and the part met. Over the years, To Kill a Mockingbird has remained the star's favorite of his films. He has also stayed close to many of those involved in its making, including Harper Lee, Mary Badham, Philip Alford, and Brock Peters. Moreover, it is the picture with which he is most closely associated. The enduring popularity of the novel is, of course, a contributing factor. Students read the book for school and then watch the film. As Peck put it, the movie is my little pipeline to an entirely other generation. To Kill a Mockingbird performed extremely well in its initial release, coming in 8th place for the year with earnings of $7.5 million. This was no small feat for an intimate black and white drama, considering the number of large-scale, high-budget widescreen epics competing for audience attention in 1963, not the least of which was Peck's own How the West Was Won. The picture also earned 8 Academy Award nominations, including those for Best Picture, Director, Supporting Actress, Screenplay, Black and White Cinematography, Musical Score, and Black and White Art Decoration, Set Decoration. Peck was nominated as well, for the first time in 13 years. Having been so recognized on 4 previous occasions without a single win, he didn't rate his chances very highly this time. After To Kill a Mockingbird wrapped at the beginning of May, Peck took the rest of 1962 off. The year brought several significant developments. First, in July, he found himself without professional representation. Having purchased Universal Studios, MCA could no longer operate as a talent agency, which would have been a conflict of interest. At the end of the year, Greg signed with the William Morris Agency. He and MCA hardly parted company, however. 3 out of his next 4 films would be Universal productions. Another professional divorce came at the end of the year. Peck hadn't made a film at Fox since Beloved Infidel wrapped more than 3 years earlier. Since then, the studio had fallen on hard times due to one mammoth production, Cleopatra. The epic starring Elizabeth Taylor became so expensive it nearly bankrupted the studio. In an effort to save the company, Darryl F. Zanuck took over as president earlier in the year. He shut down production entirely while he reorganized the studio and evaluated the properties in the pipeline, a process that took 9 months. By then, Peck wanted out, even though he was contracted to Fox for 2 more pictures. What allowed him to abrogate the agreement was a stipulation in the Federal Labor Code, Section 2855, which declared that personal service contracts couldn't extend beyond a 7-year limit. He had signed the contract with Fox in 1953, but it didn't take effect until the beginning of 1955. Zanuck acknowledged that Greg had a legal right to end his relationship with the studio, but urged him not to do so, reminding him of the role that their first venture, The Keys of the Kingdom, had played in his career. Zanuck had a good reason to want to hold on to Peck. For on November 10, 1962, the Theater Owners of America had named him the most popular actor of the year, indicating that his films had been more profitable financially than those of any other star. Peck, however, was not swayed by Zanuck's appeal. By 1962, the 7-year studio contract was essentially a thing of the past. Actors in demand, like Greg, could make more money per project with more control over their creative choices by co-producing pictures through their own independent companies or by freelancing on a combined salary-profit participation basis. Peck was doing both. Although Greg's career was in high gear in 1962, the passing of his father on August 25 marred his elation. While Doc had initially opposed his son's chosen field of endeavor, he was proud of what Greg had accomplished, and the two remained close over the years. Even as a white-haired, elderly man, Peck Sr. retained a lively sense of humor. Popping into stores and gas stations, he'd present his credit card to pay for his purchase, relishing the moment when the salesperson would look down and catch the name on the card. "You're Gregory Peck?" the astonished clerk would usually ask, eyeing the senior citizen with suspicion. "Ah, yes," Doc would reply, his voice still carrying a hint of an Irish brogue, "but I've not been at all well lately." Greg asserted with a chuckle. He must have done that 100 times, never got tired of it. Doc was 76 when he was felled by a heart attack at his home in San Diego. He had been suffering from cardiac trouble for a number of years. He was once again in military uniform. But Captain Newman, M.D., set in a 1944 Southwestern Air Corps mental ward, was different from his previous service-related fare. Greg played the head of the ward, Josiah Newman, an amiable psychotherapist willing to bend the hospital's rules when it comes to his duties as an administrator, but totally dedicated to his troubled patients. Like the 1961 Leo Roston novel on which it was based, the screenplay featured dollops of zany humor. These were borne primarily by a Sergeant Bilko-like orderly named Jackson Leibowitz and his hapless foil, Orderly Pepe Gavoni. But the film also had a serious side in its depiction of Newman's treatment of 3 seriously ill patients coping with the horrors of combat. Sandwiched between the laughs and the pathos was a gentle romance between Newman and Lieutenant Francie Coram, a caring nurse whom he steals from another ward. Having discovered the book initially, Peck took Captain Newman to Universal, which produced the film in association with his Brentwood Productions. Unlike most of its competitors, the studio continued to maintain a large roster of contract players, 2 of whom were assigned to principal roles in Captain Newman: Angie Dickinson, 15 years Peck's junior, as Francie, and Tony Curtis as Leibowitz. Curtis, who customarily played dashing leading men, had demonstrated a deft comic touch in Some Like It Hot and Operation Petticoat. Rounding out the cast as Newman's 3 principal patients were Eddie Albert, singer Bobby Darin, and Robert Duvall in his follow-up to To Kill a Mockingbird. To direct, Universal turned to David Miller. Miller worked in a variety of genres, as evidenced by his 3 prior productions for the studio: Midnight Lace, a thriller starring Doris Day; Backstreet, a sudsy drama based on a Fannie Hurst novel; and Lonely Are the Brave, a western featuring Kirk Douglas. As usual, Peck prepared carefully. He read numerous articles and journals pertaining to mental health, conferred with several psychiatrists, and visited the wards of a nearby mental institution. He also utilized the film's technical advisors, including a Beverly Hills shrink named Barney Greensom, whose wartime experiences had inspired Roston's novel. Poring over his script with customary thoroughness, he made frequent comments, cautioning himself not to be sharp and not to rush. He also reminded himself to relax and to show concern for Newman's patients, but not play a saint. "Find the spots for a bit of anger and variety," he noted. On April 1st, after filming at Universal for about 6 weeks, the company moved to Arizona. There, the U.S. Army Hospital at Fort Huachuca stood, in for the fictional Camp Colfax. The fort, established in 1877 to protect white settlers against Apache Indians, extended over 74,000 acres of barren desert. That spring, Peck had a horse, Owen Sedge, in the Grand National in England. The race was held just as the Newman Company's stay in Arizona was drawing to a close. 2 days thereafter came the Oscar ceremonies. Juggling his work, the sporting event, and the awards gala required precision timing, but Peck was determined to do all 3. First came the race. Arriving in London at around 1 o'clock in the morning, Greg and Veronique had sufficient time to attend the ball customarily held the night before. After about 2 hours' sleep, they were up for the traditional walk around the racecourse. The day was rainy and misty, and Owen Sedge finished a disappointing 7th in a field of 43, but the Pecks enjoyed themselves nonetheless. As the sun set, they flew to Tucson, and from there took a helicopter to Fort Huachuca, thus enabling Greg to check in for the final day of location work. The next day, Monday, April 8th, the Newman cast and crew were back in Los Angeles, just in time for the Oscar telecast that evening from the Santa Monica Civic Auditorium. Earlier in the day, Greg had received a gift from Harper Lee, her father's gold watch and chain, Amasa Lee having died while Mockingbird was in production. Greg carried the watch with him to the ceremony, along with a rabbit's foot given him by his daughter, Cecilia. Even with these good luck talismans, he didn't expect to win the statuette. His competition was formidable. Burt Lancaster as a real-life convict avian expert in Birdman of Alcatraz. Jack Lemmon as an alcoholic in The Days of Wine and Roses. Marcello Mastroianni as a scheming, unfaithful husband in Divorce Italian style. And Irish newcomer Peter O'Toole as the World War I hero Lawrence of Arabia. Peck was betting on either Lemmon or O'Toole. As the evening progressed and Lawrence of Arabia garnered a number of wins, including those for editing, color cinematography, and direction, it looked as though O'Toole might indeed be swept along in the groundswell. Then came the big moment when Sophia Loren, the previous year's Best Actress, announced the names of the Best Actor nominees in alphabetical order. A hush fell over the house as she looked at the audience and announced the name of the winner, Gregory Peck. I wasn't nervous until I heard my name, Greg told the Associated Press's Bob Thomas the next day. Then I fell to pieces. I don't know how I got on the stage. He hadn't prepared any remarks, but on his way up the aisle, he told himself not to say anything mushy or foolish. Clutch. In thanking Amasa's watch, he thanked, among others, the press for their reviews of the picture and got off quickly. On their way toward the wings, Sophia Loren asked him, "Now, when are we going to do a movie together?" Earning the ultimate recognition from one's peers is bound to affect any actor, and Peck was no exception. As he put it a few years later, having won it makes you feel at home with yourself. He knew that it wouldn't change his career in fundamental ways. His asking price was already on a par with that of the industry's other major stars, and he would continue to receive the same spectrum of material, good and bad, that he'd received before. But the award was kind of a demarcation, representing membership in an exclusive club, or, in his words, a landmark. You know it's going to be in your obituary. The day after the ceremony, he was back on the set of Captain Newman, even though he'd partied until 4/4. A month later, on May 7, the picture wrapped. He had enjoyed the shoot, particularly, he said later, for its comic aspects, the scenes with Tony Curtis, and some of the wild comedy with the patients. He also liked working with Angie Dickinson. The critics were somewhat less enthusiastic upon the picture's debut on February 20, 1964. Several argued that the mix of comedy and drama prevented the film from operating successfully in either genre. Some also found the depiction of psychiatry rather superficial. Q, on the other hand, called the film a continually interesting, frequently absorbing, and often very funny comedy in which the mixture of fun, frenzy, and solid drama is neatly balanced. Peck's performance drew adjectives like restrained and intelligent, but he was better than that. He brought an unusually relaxed quality to the psychologist, often getting the best of Tony Curtis in their running banter, while at the same time conveying confidence and maturity with Newman's patients. Not only did he handle the humor nicely, he was effective in the heavier moments, as in his controlled but heartbreaking reaction to the combat death of a former patient. Caught in the large shadow cast by To Kill a Mockingbird, Captain Newman, M.D., is often overlooked in Peck's oeuvre, although it managed to place a respectable 21st among the year's box office champs. Still, it is a pleasant comedy drama with one of the actor's most well-rounded performances, certainly his best attempt at humor. In the 60s, Peck was asked if he ever got tired of playing the good guy. "Not exactly," he replied. "I know that I'm usually the solid, dependable one who carries the plot along, while the other actors dash in and out with their big scenes. But there seems to be money and billing in what I do, and I'm not yearning to play a crook or stab somebody in the back or punch an old lady in the nose. Also, I don't think I could stay interested for a couple of months in a character of mean motivation. I would avoid such a fellow in my private life, and I don't like to find myself playing one." Yes, a warm, expressive, and engaging sound. But a character of mean motivation is precisely what Peck agreed to play in his next film, Behold a Pale Horse. The role was that of a cold, autocratic Spanish Civil Guard officer, Captain Vinolas. This glorified policeman is determined to capture Manuel Artiguez, a one-time hero of the anti-fascist forces during the Spanish Civil War, now retired to a mountain village across the border in France. Set in 1959, J.P. Miller's screenplay was loosely based on the novel Killing a Mouse on Sunday by Emmerich Pressburger, which, in turn, was based on the exploits of a real-life Civil War revolutionary named Zapater. It's so engaging? Peck had several reasons for accepting this unusual assignment. First, his co-stars would be Anthony Quinn as the revolutionary and the hot Egyptian co-star of Lawrence of Arabia, Omar Sharif, as an idealistic priest. Second, he wanted to work with the film's director, Fred Zinnemann, one of the leading filmmakers of the post-war period and winner of 2 Academy Awards, for High Noon and From Here to Eternity. The film would be co-produced by their companies, Brentwood Productions and Highland Productions, in association with Columbia Pictures. Then, before filming began, something odd happened. The casting changed. Peck may have reconsidered the implications of playing a villain, or, as J.P. Miller would have it, Zinnemann had an epiphany. In any event, the director decided to switch the hunter and the hunted so that Peck became the revolutionary and Quinn the policeman. Miller hated the idea. He saw Vinolis as very self-contained, very icy and controlled, and Artiguez as a passionate, emotional, violent man who would scare the living hell out of you. In his opinion, Peck lacked the emotionality for Artiguez. In point of fact, Greg wasn't really right for the cop either. Who, in 1964, wanted to see Gregory Peck as a Spanish Inspector Javert? In any event, Peck was satisfied with the reversal. "I've got a real juicy character here," he told 17 magazine. "They're graying down my hair, adding lines to my face, putting circles under my eyes. I don't have to worry about staying slim, so I can eat all the French food I want to." His character was also a smoker. Anticipating today's social service announcements on TV, he made a point of telling the press, "Except for film roles, I never smoke. I quit smoking years ago. One of my boys had the habit of chewing his fingernails. We made a pact that if I would quit smoking, he would quit biting his nails." Zinnemann had hoped to shoot the picture in Spain, but the Franco government vehemently opposed the project. Not only did it refuse to grant the necessary work permits, it also placed a ban on all of Columbia's pictures and froze the studio's Spanish assets. Left with little choice, Zinnemann set up shop across the border in Basque, France. With principal photography scheduled to begin in the town of Paul on June 13, 1963, about 5 weeks after Captain Newman MD wrapped, Peck stopped at the Cannes Film Festival in May for a screening of To Kill a Mockingbird. The following day, he held a press conference at which several French reporters questioned him about American race relations. One asked rather baldly, "Do you like Negroes as you did in the film?" The actor thought for a moment and then said, "For one reason or another, I have never felt intolerance. I judge Negroes on personality, intelligence, and quality, as I would anyone else. I'm thankful that I was born in an area where this type of prejudice doesn't exist." After the press conference, screenwriter Alan Rivkin, head of the American delegation to the festival, said, "I was proud of Peck." This was the first time an American performer has been questioned by the European press on the U.S. race question that has been pointed up recently by Birmingham. Budgeted at a modest $3.9 million, Behold a Pale Horse was shot in black and white on a relatively brisk 76-day schedule, which Zinnemann exceeded by about 30 days. With Pa and Biarritz as their bases, the Pale Horse cast and crew worked in a variety of locales, including several picturesque towns at the foot of the Pyrenees, in the mountain area around Col d'Aubisque, and in Lourdes, where they became the first motion picture company to photograph the religious center. In mid-July, the cast and crew moved to Studio Saint Maurice, outside of Paris, for the film's interiors. Because Anthony Quinn had to start work on another picture in early September, the schedule was adjusted to complete his scenes first. "It was a marvelous experience," Peck said of the making of Behold a Pale Horse. He found his role a challenge, and he loved working with Zinnemann. He considered the director a master technician whose penchant for planning and precision exceeded even that of Hitchcock. When Columbia previewed the picture in February 1964, it became apparent that American moviegoers lacked a clear understanding of the dynamics of the Spanish Civil War. To help them place the story in its historical context, Zinnemann asked J.P. Miller to write a short prologue explaining the issues at the root of the conflict. Images from a French documentary, To Die in Madrid, were blended with Miller's words, and a brief news scene was shot, showing the refusal of Peck's Artigas to lay down his arms in defeat. With this adjustment, Behold a Pale Horse debuted at the Sutton and Victoria Theaters in New York on August 13, 1964. Columbia opened the picture with considerable fanfare and a generous publicity budget, but the film took in a mere $900,000 between its opening day and the end of December. If moviegoers lacked interest in the drama with the strange title, drawn from chapter 6, verse 8 of the Book of Revelation, the critics were disappointed by it. Although Newsweek called it a handsome, impressive picture, some argued that the adversaries played by Peck and Quinn should have met in a face-to-face showdown. Others felt the filmmakers failed to take a sufficiently strong stand on the politics and personalities behind the drama, an opinion Peck shared. Finally, some believed, like J.P. Miller, that the casting was off. Richard Schickel noted in Life magazine, "What is needed is the internal stimulus of a powerful performance from Artigas. The role cries out for the crude energy of an animal caged by circumstances he cannot understand. What we have instead is gentle, attractive, intelligent Gregory Peck, an actor who sometimes smolders but is quite incapable of bursting into angry flame." Naturally, Peck was disappointed by the failure of Behold a Pale Horse, if for no other reason than his profit participation in the outcome. But he looked at the experience in a positive light. Telling reporter Leonard Harris, "I think I managed to change my American boy image. You know, I'm usually the commander of an American sub, without tricks or gimmicks like an accent or external mannerisms. I can do those tricks as well as the next man, but I wanted to do the character from the inside." Having starred in 4 pictures in little more than 2 years, Peck took a break. "I felt I needed a good rest," he explained. "I also felt I wanted to spend more time at home enjoying my family, so that's what I did." But he was hardly idle during this interval. For one thing, he narrated 2 documentaries for the United States Information Agency. Then, under the purview of journalist Edward R. Murrow, the federal agency produced pro-American films, radio programs, and other material for dissemination abroad. The larger and more significant of the documentaries was an 85-minute portrait of President John E. F. Kennedy, who was assassinated about 6 weeks after Behold a Pale Horse wrapped. Ironically, Greg and other members of the motion picture community had been scheduled to lunch with the president in Washington, D.C. on December 10. According to George Stevens, Jr., then chief of the USIA's motion picture section, Murrow proposed a short 10-minute portrait of the new president, Lyndon B. Johnson, in order to win Johnson's support for the film on JFK, which at $100,000 would be the most expensive in the agency's history, and its first feature-length project. Peck also narrated this short film, entitled The President. The result so pleased LBJ, it marked the start of a friendship between Greg and the chief executive. One immediate consequence of their relationship was the actor's invitation to the White House on September 3, 1964, to watch Johnson sign the National Arts and Cultural Development Act, a major piece of legislation that established for the first time in U.S. history direct federal financial support for extant nonprofit arts and cultural institutions. 2 months later, on November 16th, the Kennedy film, called John F. Kennedy, Years of Lightning, Day of Drums, was unveiled in an auditorium in the Department of State before an invited audience of diplomats and government officials. Screenings were held that same evening in Rome, Beirut, and Mexico City. By statute, USIA films could not be shown domestically. But so many American citizens petitioned for the right to see Years of Lightning, Day of Drums, that Congress waived the regulation, and the feature was commercially released in the spring of 1966, with all the profits benefiting Washington, D.C.'s newly established Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts. The documentary, directed by George Stevens, Jr., was extremely well received. Bosley Crowther of the New York Times called it a magnificent motion picture tribute. Peck was not paid for his services for the USIA. In the case of the documentary on JFK, he received, by way of thanks, a 16mm print of the picture and a 3-volume set of Kennedy's public papers issued by the government. By the time Years of Lightning premiered, Peck was immersed in another project. As the 1964 California fundraising chairman for the American Cancer Society, he used his celebrity for the first time to actively promote a charitable endeavor. He had taken the job at the urging of 2 friends, actors William Lundigan and William Gargan, the latter a victim of cancer of the larynx. Greg was no stranger to the disease, having witnessed his grandmother's agony when he was in college, and the final horrific days of Humphrey Bogart in 1957. Moreover, his stepmother, Harriet, was suffering from cancer at the time he took the job. Beyond combating something that had impacted him directly, he wanted to make a positive contribution to the community. As he neared 50, he had begun to reflect on what he had accomplished and what he still wanted to do, and while he loved acting, he didn't want just to drift from picture to picture. During his California ACS chairmanship, Greg toured the state, making 35 speeches in 18 communities. Throngs of fans attended his rallies, and the organization's volunteers told him how much his participation meant to them. "This is the most rewarding work I've ever done," he told friends. "I don't care how much time it takes, I have to do it." In addition to his work for the ACS in 1964, he was elected to the Board of Governors of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. This nonprofit organization was founded in 1927 to promote the quality of films, provide a meeting ground for the various disciplines engaged in the motion picture industry, encourage technical innovations, and other related objectives. Of course, the Academy is best known for its annual awards for excellence, commonly known as the Oscars. Directing the ceremonies and the organization's other activities is its Board of Governors, which consists of 2 members from each of the 13 areas of film craftsmanship: actors, art directors, cinematographers, directors, executives, film editors, composers, producers, public relations, short film and feature animation, sound, visual effects, and writers. Elected by the actors branch, Peck became the board's first vice president in 1966. Despite his busy schedule, Greg fulfilled his primary goal for his hiatus, spending time with his family. That August, he told one reporter that he had enjoyed wonderful weeks of leisure, with Veronique and the children at our home and the ranches. In October, a year after he finished Behold a Pale Horse, he went back to work. Most actors spend their entire careers without ever portraying an amnesiac. Peck explored the terrors of this condition twice. Like Spellbound, Mirage was a thriller. But where the Hitchcock Selznick film was inner-directed, using traumatic memory loss to portray the psychoanalytic method at work, Mirage was outer-directed, underscoring a principal concern of the early 60s, the ever-present threat of nuclear holocaust. The social message came wrapped in a tantalizing puzzle. The picture opens during a blackout in a Manhattan skyscraper. Peck is David Stilwell, a cost accountant whose office is in the building. Descending 27 floors to the ground, he encounters a beautiful woman named Sheila who seems to know him, but he doesn't recognize her. Outside, he learns that the head of a world-famous foundation for peace has just plummeted to his death from an office window in the building. Later, at his apartment, he encounters a pudgy man who holds a gun on him and tells him he is expected to board a plane to Barbados to meet someone known as the Major. Stilwell eludes the man, but gradually begins to realize that he has no memory of the last 2 years. As the rest of the film plays out, he tries to piece together the elements of his lost identity. Eventually, he comes to realize that he isn't a cost accountant, but a physiochemist working on a way to neutralize nuclear radiation, and that the man who plummeted from the skyscraper was a close friend. Along the way, he's pursued by several very dangerous men and gets some badly needed assistance from a novice private eye and the mysterious Sheila. Peter Stone, the author of Charade and the Oscar-winning Father Goose, crafted the screenplay in a style somewhat reminiscent of a Twilight Zone episode. It was based on the novel Fallen Angel by Walter Erickson, a pseudonym for Howard Fast. Produced by Universal, Mirage was shot in black and white in 44 days, quite a short schedule for the 1960s, including 15 days on location in New York. Cast as Sheila was Diane Baker, who had just signed a non-exclusive multiple-picture contract with Universal. Nearly 22 years younger than Peck, the pert brunette had made her screen debut in The Diary of Anne Frank and gone on to noteworthy roles in The Best of Everything, The Prize, and Alfred Hitchcock's Marnie. She genuinely liked working with her leading man, whom she called Mr. Peck off camera. Not only did he amuse her with the occasional joke, he was always eager to rehearse, as was she. And, unlike some major stars, he didn't need to dominate every scene. As she put it, he was a sharing actor. He liked the joint effort of making the scene work. Edward Dmytryk, one of the Hollywood 10, was at the helm of the production. Before the blacklist, he'd established himself as a skilled stylist with such dark films as Murder My Sweet, Cornered, and Crossfire. After cooperating with Walk, a move that infuriated many Hollywood liberals, he was allowed to resume his career. His ensuing output included commercially successful, albeit more mundane fare, including Raintree County, A Walk on the Wild Side, and The Carpetbaggers. According to Diane Baker, he was a really bright man and very talented, but he was very calm and quiet during the making of this. It was almost as if he was subdued. Peter Stone went a step further, asserting, "I don't think he was concentrating on the picture. It doesn't have any directorial style."
The lack of panache was Peck's biggest criticism of Mirage as well.
The actor later explained, "It needed a much more modern kind of photographic approach and less literalness. It was all a trick, a shell game, so I think it should have been treated more as a cinematic ballet of suspense." Few of the major critics harped on the picture's lack of style when the thriller opened in New York on May 26, 1965. Some of the notices, including those from Time, Life's Richard Schickel, the New York Times' A.H. Weiler, and the New York Post's Archer Winston, were quite strong, while those in Newsweek, Q, and Variety were less fulsome. For the film's detractors, a particular sore point was the root cause of Stillwell's amnesia, revealed at the climax. Greg acquitted himself nicely in a role that made little demand on his well-honed persona. As Kathleen Carroll of the New York Daily News put it, Peck is everybody's affable, straightforward guy, and the character he plays, at his understated best, immediately arouses sympathy. Baker was also well received. However, the strongest notices went to Walter Matthau as the private eye. Although he was not yet a star, the 45-year-old character actor was slowly moving from supporting heavies to comic leads. Mirage offered another step in that direction. Despite Peck's popularity, some solid notices, the location photography, and a strong supporting cast that also included George Kennedy and Jack Weston, Mirage failed to score at the box office, taking in only $1.5 million in its initial release. Peck fared much better with his next thriller, which went into production 4 months after Mirage wrapped. Arabesque was inspired by Charade, one of the biggest hits of 1963. Both Universal films were frothy concoctions blending romance, suspense, and sophisticated humor with a major male and female star, a glittering foreign location, and a sumptuous wardrobe for the female lead. In the case of Charade, the duo at the top was Cary Grant and Audrey Hepburn. The wardrobe was by Givenchy, and Paris the principal locale. In Arabesque, the couturier was Christian Dior, the setting, England, and the stars, Peck and Sophia Loren, thereby answering the question posed by the actress after presenting Greg his Oscar. As with Charade, Arabesque's director was Stanley Donen, the score was by Henry Mancini, and the screenplay involved Peter Stone. Arabesque's plot, based on Gordon Cotler's 1961 novel. The cipher involved the efforts of several individuals, including a well-respected Arab politician and a ruthless oil magnate, to possess an ancient cipher with import for the present-day Middle East. Caught between them is an American scholar, David Pollock, hired to translate the hieroglyphs, and an Arabian beauty, Yasmin Azir, the oil magnate's mistress, who has an agenda of her own. The book was rather dull, but had a clearly delineated plot and characters. Screenwriters Julian Mitchell and Stanley Price whipped the story into a frothy melange. But along the way, they so muddied the plot and the personalities of the principal characters that with about 3 weeks left before the start of principal photography, Donen sought help from Peter Stone. "If you will trick up the dialogue as much as you can," the director told the Charade screenwriter, "I will trick up the camera as much as I can. I'll photograph everything reflected off of the lamp of a Rolls Royce, that sort of thing, and maybe we can make a pick. Tincture that's so heavy on style, nobody will care what it's about." Working from the extant script, without reference to Cotler's novel, Stone did the best he could. He was billed after Mitchell and Price under the pseudonym Pierre Martin. Greg arrived in London on April 11, 1965. 9 days later, new script in hand, he started work at the Pinewood Studios in London. He and Donen had to begin with the scenes that didn't involve Lauren, as her previous film, Lady L, had gone over schedule. Contractually entitled to a 4-week vacation before returning to work, she joined the Arabesque company around May 6th. Peck hadn't played opposite such a major international star since the ill-fated Beloved Infidel, released 6 years earlier. His agent, Phil Kellogg of William Morris, felt the pairing would be good for the actor's image as a romantic leading man. But Greg was just happy to be working with Lauren, who was at home with both comedy and drama. In fact, according to Kate Cameron of the New York Daily News, it was he who suggested the Italian actress for the enigmatic Yasmin. One of the first scenes they filmed together was among the comic highlights of the picture, the sequence in which Peck's David Pollock hides in Yasmin's shower stall. When her lover arrives, she is forced to join him, blithely chatting with the oil magnate as the water courses down her naked body, much to the professor's discomfort. The two stars barely knew one another at that point, so Greg tried to make light of Lauren's state of undress, saying, "Don't be embarrassed. It's all in the game, strictly professional." To which Sophia replied, giggling, "What makes you think I would be embarrassed?" Greg gulped and answered softly, "Absolutely nothing, nothing at all." The stars had a good time together, spending the lulls between setups in a running, cutthroat game of gin rummy, which she won handily.